generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
Another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's online system, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out .1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. .2 however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been, what the future can be, Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. Come on. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the updating green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack detected full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alloy brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous women within construction and on that filament. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like a connection.
Reside in the parallel, always trying to advance to the present tense through elements confused in formats moved by improvement on design with flawless engineering that was tested by time's sons. Birth of the whimsical, mystical by motors alone, desire to move forth north, locomotive zone souls, cryptic and capsized, stranded by economics and floating point equations combined with lo-fi sonics. The mass market appeal lost momentum at first step, cause our birthmarks resemble the threat to the jet set. The middle class dominating, plus suppression of known facts with illuminatus references to throw us all off track. We're so fucking lost that we don't know where to start again. Oblivion is bliss, so we pretend. The soul versus the body, blood versus the sun versus the body versus body versus body. wants to wear this mask and gun and blow the face off the first guy who tries to run. The means is the art, that's the quote for the Millennium 2002 full presentations to exemplify. We master words to intensify the message, like presage, manipulation for those too weak-minded to contemplate, undermining sexuality to creatively masturbate. You see, I cut out the process that you all go and hold true, and leave an open window for the strangers to look through. So take a good look with your memory photogenic, and I'll change the furniture, then call on the paramedics. Cause when we encounter each other and our auras collide, someone will retaliate and collapse into twisted pride. The soul versus the body, silence is the soul, body versus the body, this is control. The soul versus the truth, silence is the soul, body versus the body, this is control. My ego is tainted by a foreign path to motivation. Our creation motivates us out of our situations. Our situations be the way to our heart's contentment, but contentment is comfort, and comfort leads to resentment. Resentment eats away at the luscious exterior, and the interior then follows because the body is superior. Superiority leads to the forming of the complex, and complexity adds confusion and sways truth from context. Out of context leads to the forming of blurred vision, creating disillusion and the forming of superstition. Superstition enhances and justifies false thought, deteriorating all of the lessons that history has taught, and erasing our history is the first step to detriment, and detriment is death in a form that's heaven sent. Soul versus the body, silence is the soul, body versus the body, this is control. Soul versus the truth, silence is the soul, body versus the body, this is control.
When freedom rings, no one hangs. Vampires grow golden fangs. Campfires glow, showing strange animals of the night run free. Come and see a fruit of labor pilfered from the country. Contoggers start to spill their souls. When we bridge the gap, we pay opinion polls. Billions fold from the pressure of pear-shaped mother figures, cutting you out of their pictures. What's your frame filled with? Come on, what's your frame filled with? Filler? If I was a killer, then I'd simply buy the Liberty Bell, and I would sell the crack. I've been to hell and back, and now I don't make trips outside of the matrix. I'm back to basics, boom bap drums and bass licks. Predictable city life for bloods, hate crips. Ridiculous, silly strife, nothing makes sense. I shake sticks at little kids and call them invalids, and I warn them that I know where their sister lives. See, Sisyphus is incessantly stressing the senselessness in a 9 to 5. The question is this: am I alive? Barbed wire boundaries and electric fences. A highness surrounding me without exits or entrances. I'm the boy inside the bubble, try to enjoy this time of trouble. The human touch ain't doing much before I die. Let's cuddle. The spoon and such get nude and fuck, become a full-time couple. Feud for months and ruin what's been lightening our struggle, but nothing's more relieving than the release of a breathing burden. I'll wipe my hands clean of a needy person. I'll wipe my hands clean of a needy person. My feet are hurting. I'ma fly away to where the birds keep chirping like. Every day it's like. All I hear is. It's always like that. Keeping old friends is like keeping warm. Somebody's gotta block the bullets and bury hatchet and backside. It's not my fault females are prone to ripping out the nails and leaving them to call. Warm body like it's somehow my struggle and baggage to carry. My poor anchors, I'm not your uncle and could care less. I'm not your opinion, nor the benefactor. No one does a brother but feel the need to be bothered and bludgeoned. With the woe is me, humans waste words. I'm a programmed amateur hidden by faceless blurs. All slur, no point, everyone pause, suddenly don't. This party pokes and provokes the events to shut down. Eyes glazed over, watching out through not the window. A dirty mirror on the mantle. While they gather on the fire, let my honesty scold. To unenthused, to my man voice bruised. Don't wanna learn the handshakes or inside jokes. You're all funny style anyway with modified quotes. As words to sit still by. The windows still I kill by. The wind to be still I live on. The mono made law. I refuse to carry a log in analog hell. Hell Help me, I'm drowning in faces and names, and things I don't remember, things I choose not to remember. Now remember why there's nothing left to say. I ride out plague and breathe freely. I ride out the misdirected need to interaction from a future mobile homes of pseudo sophistication to a future long needed vacationing. But there is no retirement homes are better than cigarettes with no hidden agendas and kittens to take care of. I wipe my brow and free needles they're expelled until I submit to my one-man cell. Wipe my brow free of needles they're expelled until I submit to my one-man cell. When freedom rings. When freedom rings. When freedom rings. Like that.
You're not in heaven, nor are you in hell. You are in limbo, somewhere in between. I am the effort, you are the weightless sky. Above my head raining guilt drops, a metamorphic emotion. Parallax, one-sided tug of war. And I'm so tired of playing against my handicap. Growing fields of animosity, ASAP, ASAP, tap, tap, tap the minister's shoulder. Where the hell are we now? I can't wear this symbiotic smile no more. Please close the trapdoor as soon as I hang up my hang-ups. Bang up part-time patchwork. Smiles as frail as my framework. And lattice, not that it matters any. If not matters, I cast upon the matters to make matters worse. So call on the nurses and the guidance counselor, cause I can't think about anyone but me. Sometimes I don't know how to act because I'm not an actor. Sometimes I could be happy, but you're the deciding factor. Bottled up emotions on these glass pedestals, leaning on lust, crack kills. I will march to the Catskills to find my salvation. Stagnation is still damnation. But I mean, you're not in heaven, nor are you in hell. You're lost in limbo, somewhere in between. I wipe my hands free of a needy person. Yes, I wipe my hands clean. You're not in heaven, nor are you in hell. You're lost in limbo, somewhere in between. I wipe my hands free of a needy person. Yes, I wipe my hands clean.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, blessings to all the people that are joining, right? We've been coming up on a lot of different material here, right? So I trust it'll be a very interesting and engaging evening, and we'll see if we get some correspondence, right, with some of the material here, right, in terms of the callers, right? But yeah, it's been pretty I'd say we've been getting lucky recently, right, with the callers, right? So if people plan to take a break from us, there's no hard feelings, right? For sure. But yeah, we've been appreciating some of the discussions we've been having about artificial intelligence, right? The connection between God and nature, right? Or maybe lack thereof, right? If you want to posit a sort of demiurgic force, right, as a control factor within nature, right? So we've looked at different connections between nature and God, right? And of course, one of the primary discussions that we've engaged in is this idea of, sort of being versus becoming, right? And of course, nature has to be placed within a state of becoming for a lot of people, right? They follow as was pointed out, I think it was maybe pointed out by either Aristotle or Sextus Empiricus or somebody like that, right? That actually the Cratylus deals with this notion, right, of nature and change. And of course, Cratylus was sort of a disciple of Heraclitus, right? And Heraclitus, basically, his interpretation of the idea that, you can't ascribe definitions to anything in nature, right? They took a very extreme approach. Okay, but there's a lot of people who sort of take this approach, right? Namely, the sophists, right? They would sort of take an approach of, that either nothing exists, right? So rhetoric is sort of the crown of all of the arts, right? Is in how we construct language and define, right, what is not a property of things in themselves, right, but of the meaning we ascribe to those things, right? So there's this idea of language defining reality, and of course we have the notion from from Protagoras, right, that man is the measure of all things, right? And we have this sort of anthropomorphic ideal, right, as was reflected within Homer as well, right? The idea of flux and change, right? That nature is in this state of flux, right? So this means that nature is in a continual state of becoming, right? So in the battle between being and becoming, right, nature was sort of made sort of subservient to the notion of time itself, right? Because we construct time, right? Okay, we can construct time. And one of the main ways we construct time is through technology, right? We create technology, right, that tells us, namely the mechanical clock, right? It was like 1200 AD. We sort of discussed how this was a primary invention, right, that sort of got a lot of things rolling, right, in terms of machines, right? And of course, it is a primary sort of mode of sort of automation, is sort of like these gears in the clock. And of course, you can automate this procedure, right? And of course, there was mechanical clocks that were made sort of as clocks that determined the prayer times, right, in the Islamic civilization, right? So there would be like an automatic clock that goes off, right, that tells you when it's time, right? And this idea of adapting nature to the man-made ideas about time, right, or subjecting nature to this notion of flux and change, right? And this is sort of the first part of man sort of going beyond nature, right? And so we're sort of talking about man going beyond nature, the whole notion of technology. What is technology, right? And of course, we have to figure out if you can change nature, right? That's a huge question, right? Whether nature can change, right? And then the second question, which is kind of related to the first one, is if you change nature, can you improve it? Can you improve what's there, right? Or is whatever you make going to be based on the natural in and of itself, because you're part of nature, so you can't separate yourself from nature and look at it, right? In a way, right? It's kind of like how we're part of the technosphere, right? So we can't separate ourselves from the technosphere and look at it because we're so conditioned by technique, right? We've created a sort of artificial environment that serves as a replacement for nature. And that's sort of this next sort of phase of thinking that I'm going to embark on with you guys, right? But first we have to look at the psychology of creativity, right? What causes man to create, right? Where does this creative impulse come from? Is nature creative? We've asked this question several times, right? Some may say that, well, there's really three main options, right? Right. One is that, there's God, right? And he created nature, right? The second is, right, that nature is sort of intelligent and sort of created man. And the third option is that there's no God, there's no intelligent nature, and everything just randomly just got to where it is today. So which one do you guys think is most probable, right? I'd say
even the third one doesn't last, because once the randomness produces an intelligent structure, then there's no more randomness.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like a temporary choice.
Yeah, for sure. But one could say that we're only, like Gorgeous would say, we're only just imposing order on what is just fundamentally just chaotic, disordered, right? But and a lot of the agnostics and the hedonists, right, and solipsists and so on and so forth, they would all take that position, right? That no, it's us imposing the order on, on what we see, right? There's no order there to be had, right?
They would have to basically dismiss a lot of stuff.
Right. Oh yeah. So thank you for putting that up, Browns boy. I greatly appreciate you, man. And right, blessings to you, blessings to the people that are watching here. Right, I greatly appreciate you guys. Yeah, it was so quick between last show and this show. Yeah, we was a LARPing, yeah. So we did a little thing here, right? We got Sweet Baby Bronson. I appreciate you, man. I mean, thank you, man. Blessings. Yeah, peace and blessings, brother. We got Sleeper Cell Girl. What's going on? We got Namaste the fuck away. Blessings, madam. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for watching. We got Emily out here. Grand Tifa. Blessings, madam. All right, we got You Tell Me in the house. Right. Okay, I appreciate you, man. All right. I don't know, man. When you get tired, peace is all you seek. We got Reddington out here. Blessings.
Yo.
We got Just Frank in that. Daughter of Flux and Reflux. Wait, what's this going on? Draco Major, the great clock above. Holy smokes. Daughter of Flux. Is that what it is? Yeah, man. We got Zephyr Avoxel. Blessings, madam. Thank you for watching. We got Max Vision remote viewing class. Yeah, I don't know why I always forget the class. I always say Max Vision remote viewing, and I forget to say class. He's got classes. So yeah, so he's a teacher, and we're blessed to have him here, for sure. And to all of you, right? We're sort of talking about these 3 levels, right? Or sort of 3 options, right? Of first, and we'll sort of start from the ground up, right? There's naturalism, right? That means that randomness basically exists, right? Okay, the second option is that there is change within nature, right? But it's nature that's doing the changing, right? So nature's just changing, right?
Skrbina would fall into number 2, I would think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like the Heraclitus option, right? Right? And then you can have a hybrid between this and a sort of God system, right? Okay, as also like Plato and others have done, right? Okay, or you can have a option above that, right, where you don't have change within nature, right? Okay, and it's because everything sort of well, you could have God creating nature to change, right? That's sort of the compromise that the Christians and the Jews came to in the 11th century, right? When they had a conflict with Aristotelianism, right? They created this doctrine of ex nihilo creation, right? Okay, and they argued that this was based on the Bible, right? They said, look right there in the Bible, right? God creates the world, right? But if you read it closely, it looks like that the God is sort of creating the earth, right? And the things on the earth, right? So when you zoom out from that, it kind of leaves it open, right? So a lot of people inserted lots of beliefs into there, right? Like there was a Neoplatonists, right? There was Christian Neoplatonists, right? There was Islamic Neoplatonists. There was Jewish Neoplatonists, right? And they said, actually, you know what? God is immaterial, and the universe is sort of, malleable, but it's eternal, right? So they said, God, immaterial mind, forms chaotic and eternal matter, right? So he said God's mind imposes the order on the nature, and that is where becoming basically starts, because that's how we see the order in nature, right? And of course, the Gnostics came along and said that the order is like evil and cursed, right? That we have to defy it and overthrow God and so on and so forth. And it's actually a thing that to stop us from becoming God ourselves, right? But so they went a step beyond Protagoras, right? Who said man is a measure of all things, right? They kind of said, well, what's God doing there anyways? That's so important, right? Why can't we just take over that role, right? Like what's the point of God? What he created nature? Nature's not so great. Seems like a trap, right? To get you to believe in some shit, right? So then they basically.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, please.
I think it's interesting how before God speaks, there's already water. There's always waters, plural, that the Spirit of God is like moving over. So it seems like, and then you go through the rest of the creation account, and there's no let there be water. That it's let there be light, let there be this, that, animals, creatures, whatever. But no water. The water's not created in that account.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like kind of like hint.
Yeah, and then there's this idea of form, right, being ascribed to nature, right? If there's this thing called becoming within nature, but that's ascribed by God onto nature, right, that is in this chaotic, formless state originally, right? Right, then God is sort of both the source of being and becoming, right? Because the ultimate nature of things exists with God as a rational source of order, right? But becoming was also sort of started by God, right? In the sense that the world was originally in this formless, chaotic state, right? So, they all came to sort of compromises, right? Seeing the force of the arguments of Neoplatonism, right? Okay, and they formed sort of a mediation between two extreme views, right? And this is what a lot of the Islamic, Christian, and Jewish philosophers were doing in the 11th century, right? But of course, there's another competing system that we'll talk about, right? Which I just explained on the another show I was on, right? Okay, I've been all over. I've been on a bunch of shows recently, and one of them, they started talking about the Gnostics, right? And they wanted to know the connection between Gnosticism and Zoroastrianism, and there I am, right? Right. So it was quite a spectacle, right? A lot of people left the panel after that, all right? Because we started nerding out, all right? On some historical ideas, right? But yeah, we went over this dozens of times, right? Including our recent presentations on the Jewish origins of Gnosticism and where they got this conception that Yahweh was actually the evil guy, the demiurge of Plato, which they inverted and made a person that's against humanity, right? Whereas Plato said that by creating the order and by having goodness and all these things put into the world, that the God was ultimately good, right? So they took this idea of emanationism, right, that was already present within certain systems of the Alexandrian Jews, right? They already had incorporated emanationism into their cosmologies, right? So it's not a stretch for some of the Gnostic sects, right, to incorporate this into their conception, including the notion of the archetypal man, right? We've dwelled on this notion of the archetypal man, right? And how this sort of mediator, right, between God and nature, right, is sort of the point of the world, right? So there you have a sort of wildly sort of anthropocentric, right, realization, right, about the separation of man and nature, right? And also, right, this notion of universalism, right? Because this primordial man was even a combination of the sexes, right? He was sort of androgynous, right? And they sort of borrowed this from Mithraism, right? Okay, so we sort of talked about this, right? Okay, so they came up with all sorts of ideas to explain the connection between God and nature and creativity, and how God emanated these concepts or forms or ideas or angelic spirits that were mediators between God and man and the world, right? Right, and two key systems, right? Obviously, Mithraism, right? Right, but also the whole idea of sort of combining philosophy with religion to form a sort of universal scope, right? And also, there's another idea behind it all, right? That rationality transcends nature, right? Because this primordial man was a sort of intermediary, as I said, between God and nature, right? Nature in a state of becoming and God in the state of being, right? And then we can argue and debate whether this becoming is good or not, right? As we've done many times on the show, right? Whether this is a reflection of the demiurge, right? Or whether this is actually a good thing, right? But you can cancel out all these, right? And go with Parmenides, right? So this shows you how radical Parmenides' view is, okay? Parmenides doesn't accept any of this hoopla, right? He says there's no change in nature that you can observe, right? And nature is one, right? That thinking and being are the same, right? There's nothing outside of nature that is an immaterial mind that's thinking away at creating and self-creating and recreating the world, right? Because everything we create comes from nature, all the ideas, right? And we don't actually change anything because we can't observe or define a single thing, right? So he comes to the opposite conclusion of Heraclitus, right? Right, that by figuring out that there's nothing, right? You could see that things are and are not, right? So you can ascribe whatever meaning you want to them, right? So definitions don't matter, right? Actually, Parmenides said, no, language is part of the world of appearances, where there's one definitionless, changeless, unique substance, which we call nature or time, right? Whichever way you want to go, right? Right? He thinks there's no difference between nature and time, right? But there's no such thing as becoming.
Well, I like him. I like that.
Yeah,
it's hardcore. It's hardcore.
Yeah, it's hardcore, yeah.
It's no bones, You guys are all just sniffing glue and fucking off in the ether.
Right. And of course, you know, when we get to Plato, we'll see they discuss both, right? He, in his Cratylus, right, he discusses the view of Heraclitus, right, who said that there's definitionless change, right? And then in the Parmenides, he discusses, you know, how, you know, there's key problems with this emanationism and the forms, right? Because of this idea of being and how thoughts don't come from anywhere outside of nature, right? So it's fascinating stuff, right? So Plato sort of attacks his own theory of the forms, right? And then through an unseasoned Socrates that's debating a old and wise Parmenides, right? And then he also discusses in the Cratylus, right, this notion of flux and motion within nature that we use to observe change, right? So he sort of ties together, as we've been saying, being and becoming, right, through this idea of the one and the many, and finally through the idea of nature and time, right, which as we've described, right, time has you know, overpowered nature through the notion of progress and through the notion that the rational mind is superior to nature, right? Okay, and this is that nature is not creative. It's man who's doing the creating, right? So it's man who's bringing ideas into this world, right? And man is separate from nature, right? We derived most of our ideas, right? And of course, the empirical mind is a continuation of this, right? Right, that we observe change in nature, right? We're sort of interpreting it through our rational mind, right? So so Kant and all these people, they've kept all of this, right? So they're just continuing the same dog and pony show, right? Essentially, right? And in lieu of empiricism, in lieu of creating this thing called the individual and creating this thing called time that goes beyond nature, right? Through the ability to observe motion and to participate in motion and to create and impose order on the world, right? Which is not creative. Remember, I said that, right? In their view, nature is not creative, right? This is what John Locke thought, right? This is what a lot of people think, right?
Sheesh.
Yeah, they say that nature is not creative, right?
Yeah, I can go with that. All it does is reproduce itself over and over again. Sure. Same ideas, same concepts.
Yeah, yeah. And if you go with the Parmenides, right, you would say there's nothing new under the sun, right? Nothing is being created. It's all, you know, just, you know, an appearance of reordering.
Yeah.
But if you zoom out,
had you said it before, you said it that basically nature uses simplification for a plethora of means, whereas technology uses a complexification of means for even just one issue, or I forget how you worded before.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I say, you know, nature simplifies means to a plethora of ends, whereas technology complexifies means to a particular end, right?
There we go.
So yeah, so yeah, this is one of my little aphorisms, you know, about like that nature and technology are both creative in a sense. You know, they create themselves in a sense, right? But they go through this process in how they build up, right, their various, you know, ability to change and adapt to nature, right? So so we have you know, obviously the view by you know, Dr. Skrbina, right, that you know,
Then we want to mimic. Then we want to mimic nature with technology.
Right.
So,
right. Right. So there's this whole idea that, you know, is technology a second order nature? Is all technology just biomimicry, right? Or, right, is technology creating a order that's separate from the natural world, right? That's sort of spawned by this sort of demiurgic force, or maybe it's spawned by man's evil, you know, that exists within his heart. Who knows, right? There's many different, you know, ideas that people come out with, right? In this equation, right? But of course, Parmenides, right? He's a sort of interesting guy, right? And this notion of being, or his arguments for being, right? This thing about sort of relation and motion happening within something, and you know, that you know, you can't really define space or isolate space from all of existence, right? So so he sort of denies time, he denies space, right? He denies change and motion, right? And he says basically, some would say that he's sort of a monist, right? But even the ones that don't declare him a monist say that, you know, he says that, you know, that being doesn't change, right? So it's always remains, you know, as it is, right? So so there's no change within, you know, either the one or the many, however you want to interpret his idea. Now, for the sake of adding the notion of becoming, an observation of change within nature into the philosophical scope and the cosmological scope, many have said that, you know, there's a linking between his way of falsehood and the way of being, mainly through the vehicle of perception, right? So many have sort of said that either language or perception precedes this sort of lack of change that exists within nature, right? So they've kept the being, right? But they've added becoming to the being. That seems to be the only way you can do it, right? You can't, you know, if you just have becoming, you can't really go that many places unless you say nature is sort of creative, and that man has to attune himself to this divine reason, as Heraclitus says, and only few will do it. Right. So Plato sort of comes to the same conclusion, right? He says, look, you know, but Plato added Parmenides, right? He added this idea of this changeless, right? Sort of formless being, right? That sort of dominates, right? And as I said, obviously, all of Western philosophy is sort of a footnote to Plato, and the philosophers gave rise to science and also political science, right? So they determined, right, how natural law functions with both the concept of the individual, right, and how man's rational mind relates to the state and the state of nature, right? Okay. But they also define the limitations of science and liberalism, right? Which technology has surpassed, right? Technology has totally destroyed the limitations imposed by the, classical liberalism on science and liberalism, right? Determining man's future, right? They've gone into the post-human, right? They've gone into transhumanism to post-humanism, right? So they're going way past the human, right? When they sort of took off running with you know, the notion of evolution and progress, right? To go way beyond the human, right? And to say the goal of nature is not humanity, right? But sort of an evolution beyond the human, right? Either the superhuman, right? Or technology just surpassing man and just going its own way, right?
The old stories say that there were people here before us, you know. The Vedas say there were the monkey men before men. The gods were here before they made us. So maybe we are just an evolution, and, you know, just a one stop on the way.
Right. Right, and many of the transhumanists have told me, well, 99% of the species have been eliminated in history, right? So what's just one more, right? But then you have to ask them, why is evolution only taking place observably on one planet, right? And doesn't that signify that nature is not random, but it has some creative aspect to it, right? So, they deny both accounts, right? And they say the complexities of the mind and civilization and all of the diversity of life that we observe, this has all just happened by accident. So which one is it, right? Obviously, Plato had a specific answer through this concept of the demiurge and the concept of the universal mind, right? And of course, there's three forces within Neoplatonism, right, which exist in a sort of hierarchical relationship, right? The good or the one, right? So it's interesting that they call it that, right? They call it the one, right? Which means that they're trying to draw a relationship between the one and the many, right? Because where there's pluralism, there's sort of movement and change and relations and all this stuff, right? Right. So, but we're trying to sort of explain how Parmenides and Heraclitus sort of avoided this problem of ontological transcendence, right, by saying either that nature is one, or that this change is sort of definitionless, right, and so it can't be described, right? And so they sort of went beyond language and they went to sort of general principles in order to explain nature, right? And that is one of the main ideas that we're working with. And of course, that goes to whether man is creative, right? Whether there's a God that either formulates change or imposes change on nature or creates nature ex nihilo, right? You're dealing with different orders of creativity there, right? Okay, as I said, right? Many of the people who said that there's a relationship between God and the no creation or beginning to the world, right? They said God is basically immaterial, right? So we got a lot of the issues set up. So maybe we'll go to, Heraclitus. No, we're done with Heraclitus, right? It took us a long time to get to Heraclitus, right? Okay, so we discussed many different guys to get there, right? We discussed Thales, right? Anaximander, right? Who's pretty interesting because he talked about this chaotic force that's steering change within nature, right? And he sort of said this change exists within nature itself, right? So it's sort of the indefinite that steers all things, as he sort of explained, right? Now, obviously Thales talked about how God is not separate from nature, right? He sort of said that God is in all things, that nature is sort of full of gods, right? And so you have this sort of chaos, you have this change, you have this sort of multiplicity, right? You have different notions of these fundamental principles, right? Or arches, right? And then Plato sort of posited a multiplicity of these arches, right? Which he called which are kind of like archetypes, right? Or the forms, right? Which are sort of these emanations from the mind of God, right? That sort of determine order within the world, right? So God is sort of, removed from sort of second order change, right? but he sort of describes universal forces of order and motion and time, right? So he sort of sets the world in motion, right? But of course, the particular changes that exist within the world, right? That's just a function of how these various forms interrelate with each other, right? That's not directly caused by God, right? So there's problems with positing that God is immaterial, right, and far removed from his creation, right? Because it sort of cuts off God's hands from creation, and that's why the theologians, right, sort of rejected this claim, right? So for thousands and thousands of years, right, anybody who would make the opposite claim, right, they would consider them a heretic, right? Right, but of course there was many sects like the Gnostics, right, that then influence, right, Hermeticism, right? Okay, they influence like people like Zosimos of Panopolis, right? And they formulated doctrines which were sort of very influential in European society during the Renaissance, right? Much at the behest of the church. Okay, but they were excited to get the Hermetic corpus and the dialogues of Plato and to see how these classical texts, you know, basically related to a new form of modernism, right? And of course, the Kabbalah was used to reinterpret the Bible, right, in the 16th century. Right, so obviously that achievement cannot be minimized in the sort of narrative, right, that subsequently unfolded, right, in defining world events, right, including the subsequent move towards utopianism, going beyond nature, right, the sort of transcendence of man and the notions of evolution and the notion of the species being, right, tying in with the notion of the tabula rasa, right? They were sort of born with this clean slate, right? That the mind is just a projector, right? And so on and so forth, right? You know, we created this notion of virtual space. We created this notion of the collective mind even before we had the notion of collectivism, right? Through the notion of the archetypal man, through the notion of this Kabbalistic fusion, through this notion of the species being, right? We created the notion of the collective mind and the collective spirit of man, right? To borrow a phrase from Rousseau, right, in his social contract, he talks about the fusing of this collective spirit within the society, right? In the social mores, right? So the society will define the human. A la socialism, right? And of course, they've tried their very hardest to make this a reality, right? That man can be engineered by the state, every desire calculated in advance. It can be totally quantified and analyzed and shipped, and, you know, watch out for the drone wars of 2035.
Yeah, they try to isolate our biofields so that we can't feel a connection with each other as well.
Exactly, right.
They know about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Max studies this stuff, you know, for sure. The bio-digital convergence and how they want to make mincemeat out of your psyche and study, you know, they got 6G with, you know, infrared, you know, all over the fucking, you know, country, and, you know, take Batman.
6 and 7G are self-sensing, so the system itself is an active sensor.
Right.
Oh, joy.
Internet of things to the internet of bodies.
Yeah.
You know, so we're all living in a sort of post-human narrative, right, where man is totally engineered by the state, where this is used to cull the herd and create the Superman pharmacogenomics, right? And they're sort of pushing ahead to this, right, because they already decided, right, more than 400 years ago, right, and Plato sort of already understood this, right?
Yeah.
But they sort of came to the conclusion that reason is sort of secondary to revelation, right? So they dismissed Plato for a long ass time, right? But they still came to the conclusion that man is superior to nature, right? Because God had to make it that way, right? So they still separated man from nature, right? And they used Plato to justify this, actually, right? It's actually quite interesting, right? Right, so it's interesting to what level they accepted and rejected the sort of Platonic synthesis, right, and created the Kabbalistic and the Neoplatonic, right, that was subsequent to that, right, and of course how the Hermetic ideas have sort of Jewish influence, and how the Gnostic ideas have Jewish influence, right, and how the Jews themselves were influenced by all sorts of different sects. Right? Nobody wants to talk about that stuff, right? Because it's too much of sensitive information, right? And nobody wants to sort of get to the nitty gritty, right? They just want to chitter chatter and spread confusion, right? And pay people to manufacture drama and content. So instead we're here to sort of focus on main narratives of history, the greatest story never told, right? Right, and look at the collective insanity, right, which is the collective mind, right, and the total debasement of humanity, and how humanism led to sort of anti-humanism and a sort of scientific misanthropy and a scientific totalitarianism and techno-liberalism, right? This is our main subject, right? How liberalism gave birth to its executioner. And what was this liberalism based on? This idea of humanism, right? That man is the measure of all things. They brought this back into full swing until they abandoned the idea by saying the root of man is man himself. He defines himself. He's not a microcosm of the macrocosm. Forget the macrocosm. It's just man against nature, trying to build his own fucking world. And it's going to be the greatest world ever built.
Just a stranger in a strange land.
Exactly.
I just popped up and suddenly I'm here in nature and I have to fight against it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll create things like God in order to cope.
I'm all for that.
Yeah, it's fun. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? What else are you going to do?
Yeah.
Go dial out of existence, phone home?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Deny existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. Right. Want to talk some shit? Exactly, right? Right? You want to talk some shit?
What's up, nigga? You want to talk some shit? On the spot. Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit about you right now.
In a world of pure imagination.
Yeah, I said some shit. What? The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Asian niggas, white niggas.
Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you.
Classic niggas, racist niggas, mystery niggas, psycho niggas, Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat on some little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish niggas come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
So yeah, so let's get up in this music, and we'll move to Parmenides. We'll introduce our friend Parmenides as opposed to Heraclitus, right? And that's kind of what I've been doing in this introduction for the past sort of almost an hour, right? And we'll continue to introduce Parmenides, right? And we'll drop the link again, and we'll get up in some of the exploration of ideas, right? Please enjoy this. This is a video depicting, I guess it's like destruction of like fairy tales, like the fairy tale world. But yeah, by like technology, right? So yeah, it's quite poignant. But yeah, so it's Lewis Logic. It's a little sort of a remix I made of his material, with a an interesting song, and I believe by TNT, right? And the song by Lewis Logic is called "What You Think I Know." so it's a pretty interesting title. But yeah, anyways, so yeah, enjoy.
You think I don't when I do? Tell a wino on the street he can't get open like Lou. I drink a 6-pack an hour, piss back a shower, and get magic powers to whip ass on cowards. Bitch, that's just how it's gonna have to be. This isn't a choice, so why you asking me? Submit to the voice, it's hypnotic. The listener's choice is logic. Mischievous boy wonder who destroys a mosh pit. Obnoxious, toxic, sinister prophet, slick enough to corner television ministers profit from his pocket and shoplift your chick while you watch it, and dig up in a crotch quick as if I'm a locksmith. I'm a pop hitting a pole for miserable drunk, sipping a mug of sauce till I trip on the rug. And when the bouncer tells me that I'm kicked from the club, I piss on his logs. Now that's what I consider a buzz. You think I can't when I can get my hand on a pen and write another anthem again? You think I don't when I do? Tell a wino on the street he can't get open like Lou. You think I won't when I will? Tell a hoe I might feel that I'm known for my skill. You think I'm not when I am the type of guy who might say hi with a swat from my hand. I got on the stand in a courtroom, hammered before noon, and told him to drop the case, cause I'm planning the tour soon with more tunes than your local minor key. And I'll stick you into your tomb if you want privacy. Ain't nobody live as me, not when it comes to Logic the plumber, assed out like he's hot in the summer. I curse better than sailors or rednecks in a trailer, and if I lose, I'll probably become the best of the failures. The tale is told over ages, how we dove from stages, surrounded by hoes and cages, like shows with lasers and explosive vapors, and disappeared for years like a cloaked escapist. Run home and tape it on your local station. Don't be patient, tell your mom, bitch, I won't be waiting. Hoes can hate this like an approaching rapist, but they don't. They just tell me that I'm dope but tasteless. You think I can't when I can get my hand on a pen and write another anthem again? You think I don't when I do? Tell a wino on the street he can't get open like Lou. You think I'm not when I am the type of guy who might say hi with a swap from my hand? You think I won't when I will? Tell a hoe I might feel that I'm known for my skill. I'm out an overnight drilling the sack, drilling your cat. I'll use my tackle like spackle and filling your crack. It's hip-hop's most villainous act, so filthy in fact my track's like a sewage spilling the wax. So any militant task force willing to ask for it, better chill if you have thoughts of killing the rap lord. Of boozing, he drinks like he's more than human, and thinks even quicker, but that's more confusing. Shoot him, stab him, run up and jab him in the abdomen. Nobody can stop a mad villain. Police are after him, dying to cuff him, but they're just a bunch of fags to him, trying to fuck him. And just when you thought the kid's style's disgusting, I rushed in to start another vile production. Be a funneling vodka like I was Russian. Now my hangovers come with a mild concussion. You think I can't when I can get my hand on a pen and write another anthem again? You think I don't when I do? Tell a wino on the street he can't get open like Lou. You think I won't when I will? Tell a hoe I might feel that I'm known for my skill. You think I'm not when I am the type of guy who might say hi with a swap in my hand? Alright, okay. $1 million question of the week. What's the difference between what you think and what I know? I'm right, motherfucker. This has been a special presentation brought to you by Lewis Logic and JJ Brown.
I know and they know that they can't do nothing. You want
on the riff, I be quick to stomp that ass. Bring a whole task force, I run my fucking ass off. Goddamn. Who gives a fuck about 20 steps ahead of them? Fuck the bullshit. I know.
That was savage, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy good. Tortoise. Lewis Logic. It is what it is. I believe it's either TNT or Equator. But yeah, anyways, we'll pop up on this. But yeah, let me pop in on this. Whatchamacallums, Parmenides, right? Parmesan cheese. Right, let me pop up on this. Parcheesi for cheesy.
The Parmster.
Parmster. And we'll read some critical information. And of course, we have a few translations that we'll get up in. Right, it's kind of like the Tao Te Ching, right, where it's sort of like a dense sort of material, right? So you sort of chew on with a couple of translations, and you absorb secondary material. And of course, we have some very special secondary material in lieu of the fact of, Zeno, his student, right? And then also Milesus, who sort of agreed with a lot of his basic ideas and assumptions, right, in terms of being, right, and the whole idea is that there's this changeless, substance, right? So let me go in, and of course we were talking about Parmenides, we were talking about, this idea about the monism. Right, of course, there's certain interpretations, and a lot of the, majority of interpretations basically say that they're, that it's a monistic view, right? Which means that the way of becoming would be totally, not possible, right? So okay, so we're reading, a text that was given to me by Hyperborean, and there's not much here. Right. But I have a whole nother sort of text as well that sort of deals with the biographicals, right? So it says here that that Parmenides' work presents major challenges for interpretation. Right. That's why we're reading a few different interpretations of his sort of sayings, right? Which exist within one poem that he wrote, right? Okay, so all that exists is his poem, right? So it says, it is philosophical poem, right? That consists of 3 parts, right? The proemium, right? The proemium, sorry, or introduction purports to record a trip by the narrator to the mythical house of night to meet a goddess, right? So we learned about this goddess earlier, right? Of course, there's this idea about this goddess that he meets, right? That gives him this vision of the way of truth and the way of falsehood, right? So we looked at this within the Angie Hobbs, right? So we've been looking at this on the sort of the Tuesday shows mainly, right? But some of us, sort of, been part of these shows too as well, right? So we've been looking at a lot of different ideas, and we got a lot of different interesting stuff, angles to get into here.
So did this guy imbibe into mushrooms to go on this trip, or?
Right, definitely, I've seen some goddesses definitely on mushrooms, right? But not in other places for sure. Even by the narrator to the mythical house of night to meet a goddess who addresses him in the remainder of the poem, right? Then the goddess gives the case against change in a short but vigorous argument, right? So she's given an argument against change, right? So notice that, right? So there's one thing that he universally dismisses, right? He says you cannot say what is not, right? So yeah, so that's his main argument against change, right? So aletheia, right? ALETHEIA, right? Or truth, right? Vigorous argument in the aletheia or truth, right? Finally, she presents a cosmogony and cosmology in the Ionian style, right? With the mythological theogony in the doxa or opinion, right? Thus, the poem is a kind of composite animal consisting of a mythological introduction, a philosophical treatise, and a scientific cosmology. Right? The poem is written in a dactylic the poem is written in dactylic hexameters, right? The meter of Homer and Hesiod. Okay, so he's written the poem in the same meter as Homer and Hesiod. So this is pretty interesting.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
thank you for that.
Yeah, but also we learned earlier that it was the opinion of some of the people who gave their opinion of Heraclitus that Homer was in agreement with Heraclitus that nature is in flux, right? So maybe this is against Homer. Obviously, Heraclitus presented his gripes against Homer, right? He thought it was kind of ludicrous to assume that there's like all this hubbub and these gods going around committing these immoral acts, right? Right. And he denied the Bacchic rites and so on and so forth, right? But yeah, let me move over there and pour this coffee here for a second into this thing.
So what do you think? Remington mushroom trip or seizures?
I lean towards mushroom trip.
Yeah, I think so.
But it also could be just what would you call it? Not fiction, but just a lot of metaphor and poetic language.
Revelation, something like that.
Or it's
divine inspiration.
It's metaphorical language to signify a trip, perhaps.
Maybe.
So yeah, so he goes on to say that by all accounts, Parmenides gives the reader a strange mixture of literature and philosophy. That was most of the stuff back in the day, right? It was like all like religion and art and philosophy. They're all sort of mixed into one big old bag, right? And it's through like sort of compartmentalization, right? And this various ideas that I sort of mentioned in the intro, right? That they sort of came to this conclusion, right? That these are sort of different, ideas, right? That in terms of creativity, right? And art, and if it was man imposing his view on the world, right? So anyways, so he says here, right? So it says Parmenides gives the reader a strange mixture of literature and philosophy, tradition and innovation, revelation and epistemology, right? Myth and argument, metaphysics and science, right? It's kind of like the Tao Te Ching, right? In that sense, right? And that's why it's so hard to interpret or translate, right?
Good mix of things, right? Lead you all over the place.
Oh yeah. Yeah, most good stuff is like this. Right? It's got a bunch of stuff going on, right? Where you can analyze it from different symbolic or angles in terms of thought architecture, and apply and take away different meanings, and sort of it has a sort of cosmic scale, right? So you'll find most good stuff that's worth value is like this, right? And of course, if it doesn't go to like ultimate questions, right, and deal with the extremely minute as well, it's basically irrelevant. But yeah, the truth is the most philosophical part of the poem, right? So the truth, this capital T notion, right? It's this thing that exists, right? The truth that cannot not exist, right? It defines existence itself, right? And thanks to Simplicius, I don't know. Right, the one for which we have the most lines, right? In it, the goddess argues that there are only two ways or routes to consider that it is and that it is not, right? So these are the two roads to consider, right? Okay, one is that there's that nothingness can exist, right, at all, right? Right, and then that nothingness is kind of used to define this idea of becoming, right? That something can be and not be, right? As Heraclitus puts it, right? So Parmenides discusses how he sort of dismisses this whole kit and caboodle. He discusses how he dismisses what it's not. Right? He says you can only talk about what is, right?
I like it.
Right. So yeah, so here we go. And of course, this had a deep effect. Obviously, the force of the argument had a deep effect on many of the subsequent thinkers, as we discussed right earlier. Right. So he says, in it, the goddess argues. Oh yeah. So I read this right. Where the goddess argues there's two ways, right? That it is and that it is not. The latter cannot be thought of or expressed, right? Hence, only the former is left. Right? Only that it is. Right? Mortals assume in vain that they can combine the two ways. Uh-oh. Right? We discussed people who combine those two ways, right? Basically defined all knowledge and learning in subsequent ages, right?
Not jobs.
Well, yeah, one may argue they did more damage than good.
Well, yeah, a lot of them were. Crazy ideas. Some
of them might say that they thought of things and it's been a 50-50 bag, right? For sure. But yeah, only the way that it is can be allowed, right? According to that which is without coming to be and perishing, whole and homogeneous. Okay? And without motion.
Now he's losing me. Yeah.
Yeah, and therefore complete. Right, so I'll read that again, right?
Wow.
It says 1, without coming to be and perishing. 2, whole and homogeneous. 3, without motion. And 4, complete. Right, so this is what Parmenides argued was the nature of existence. Right? And it defines how we can talk about anything else, right? Because we could only talk about what is, right?
All the existent forms in nature that,
right?
Are they present in nature, or are they a result of nature's activity?
Right.
I don't know. I think a tree would be a tree anywhere else the same as it is here. I don't know. But I don't know.
Right. Yeah. So one of like there was a philosophy teacher I had, right? That sort of said like, look, like you know, there's a tree outside, right? And you can imagine that this whole world could exist, right? But that tree never came into existence. So you can imagine a world without this tree, right? And maybe not much would change if that particular tree wasn't there, right? Or, right, there's a sense in which everything is a cause of everything else, right? So that tree has to be in existence for everything else to exist, right? Because that tree is part of everything that exists, right? So that tree cannot not be there. So, you know, there's sort of two ways of looking at things. And of course, in the first way, they sort of posited, well, there's sort of multiple universes, and, you know, sort of, you know, there's a possible world in which the tree doesn't exist, and, you know, and then some say, well, that's cope. Right? What world is that? Right? Possibilities only exist in a world of speculations, right? They would say, right? Okay, so anyways, let's go on. A great deal of effort has gone into sorting out what sense of is, quote unquote, Parmenides has in mind for the two ways. Is it the existential sense exists, or the predicative sense? Right? So is he talking about his observation of nature, right? Predicating that, you know, the world exists, right? Or is he talking about existence with a capital E, right? In the sort of existential sense, right? The identity, right? And we talked about that. You could define his sort of nothingness in the same way. There's the same problem exists for his nothingness, right? Because I said you can't think about nothing, but you can talk about nothing, right? Quote unquote.
Don't we have to know what is first?
Right. That's what Parmenides would say, right?
Right.
Yeah, so he says the identity sense equal, or the vertical sense, right? It is true, it is the case that, or is it some combination of these, right? Or is he talking about both the existential and the predicative, and combining those, right? And what is the conclusion of the argument? That the only thing that satisfies the four conditions is what is, right? Or that anything that is would have to satisfy those conditions. Okay, so which one is it, right? Is it the, right? Is he talking about, right, that there's this existence, right, in the existential sense, or is he just saying, well, look, that tree can't not exist, right? You know, so he's sort of keeping the sort of causal chain that sort of allowed it to exist, right? So yeah, so there's sort of two ways of, you know, looking at the situation, right? And of course, obviously, as I said, there's people who combine being and becoming, right? So the dominant interpretation is that Parmenides uses the existential sense to show that only one thing, namely what is, exists. But a significant minority interpretation holds that he uses mainly the predicative sense to put restrictions on things that are, without entailing that there is only one reality. Whatever the precise argument, Parmenides uses epistemological assumptions about what can be thought and said to argue for metaphysical conditions or facts in a way that no one before him had considered. In a way that no one before him had considered. Let me go grab my coffee here real quick, and yeah, I'll be right back. And we're going over, you know, information and contextualizing the poem of the Parmenides, right? And of course, we have a lot of interesting material here. We'll sort of go through time and analyze different views and opinions, right? And sort of come to certain, conclusions about the sort of facts in question, right? And yeah, so this is sort of where we're at and where we're going, right? And I got a lot of surprise turns today. I gotta say, lots of surprise turns today, right? And if you want to call in, sorry, I said I dropped the link here. There is a link here, right? So go ahead and call in and show us some love if you want, or some hate. It's up to you, right? But the phone line is open. We are taking callers, and I'm going to get my coffee, and this is basically where we're headed.
Yeah, you gotta have to. I have different thoughts on what is. Is a state of becoming or being, or is being without becoming because it's already being.
Yeah, I got some almond joy, so I bought a bag of this stuff for $3.50. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, for all the attention the truth has received, there has been relatively little attention paid to the other two parts of the poem. The promium is usually treated as an allegorical introduction. Yes, allegory is virtually unknown in early Greek literature, right? Though it was popular from an early time as an exegetical device, right? So yeah. So and that's the main reason for that, was because the sort of combination of sort of art and religion and philosophy, right, that we see in things like the Tao Te Ching and other historical texts, right? And of course, certain things like the Upanishads and certain religious texts, they give us a whole cosmology, right, set up, ready to go, right? So you can't really move around too much, right? Can't really introduce lots of philosophical interpretations, right? Yeah, I appreciate you guys. So let me sort of move to the text here, right? It says here, the journey of the narrator does suggest elements of an initiation rite. Uh-oh. There's lots of those floating around, right? The trappings of religious authority. The opinion is usually treated as a false and impossible cosmology that is propounded only as a straw man to be refuted. Yet this was apparently the longest and most detailed part of the poem. So maybe it's like a joke, right? Against like learning and philosophy, right? That's one way of interpreting it, right? Setting forth for the first time some of the most important astronomical discoveries made by the early Greeks. And it seems to provide a model for later pluralist cosmologies, right? Right, I mentioned that, right? At least in part embodying the principles laid down in the truth. From a practical point of view, how could an adequate philosophy not be anything? I'm sorry, not have anything to say about the human experience, it says, right? How could a adequate philosophy not have anything to say about the human experience, right? Thus, it cannot merely be dismissed. Further, the prominence of cosmology in Parmenides' poem indicates that the author was deeply interested in responding to the work of his predecessors, and consequently that by understanding better what his view of them was, we might appreciate his whole argument better. Yet this task has largely been ignored by recent scholars. Without doubt, Parmenides is a real philosopher, the inventor of metaphysics. Yeah, I think that's kind of like going too far, right? I think maybe he, because we
maybe expounded on it, sure.
Yeah, metaphysics is not separate from sort of cosmology and epistemology and the religious concerns at this time, right? All these things are uniquely unified, right? So I think we got to get to sort of Aristotle to get into, because he defines physics, and that's where you could talk about sort of metaphysics, right? Which was a later creation, I would suppose, right? But I think like having like sort of, metaphysics was embedded in everything already, right? So to say like, there's people before that didn't focus on metaphysics, it's kind of ludicrous, right? Because as I said, like the Upanishads, right? Like, all these things focus on, some level of combining cosmology and metaphysics into one ball, right? Of, thing, right? And they don't posit metaphysics as a separate way of understanding things, right? But yeah, he says his elegant argument concerning what is continues to challenge interpreters, and its complex interactions in both predecessors and successors are just beginning to be appreciated. So yeah, anyway, so there's a little bit about him, right? We'll continue on more about him, right? Does anybody have anything?
I'm still stuck up on his is. I do like is as a state. So it's a good premise.
Yeah, it's a good basis for like, metaphysics, cosmology, epistemology, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of touch ground, accept existence, and being, and stop bitching and moaning, essentially.
Yeah, and becoming, like, that's an unknown, right? So it doesn't even exist.
Right, like, so what's so great about it, right? Oh, yeah, we can change things. Like, so what?
Right.
Parmenides, he doesn't care. So, yeah, it's kind of like a no sweat, kind of chill ass philosophy.
Yeah. I kind of dig it. It's takes all the extraneous crap out too.
Yeah, he took the air out of the sails of the empiricists. The people that were sort of idealists. Said no, thinking and being is the same.
Right? Because how can you be without thinking? How can you think without being?
Right. So there's something to be said for it.
Yeah, the whole everything is one. For me, it kind of makes sense because it's like electricity and magnetism. You just don't have one without the other. So. You can't have becoming without being.
We got another guy here. Add him to the convo. Blessings, Buddha.
How are you doing?
Hi, Buddha.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to
Have
see
an
you.
excellent day, my friend. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Would
Yeah, we're talking
emptiness
about-
be a kind of being?
Wait, what'd you say?
Would emptiness be a kind of being?
Oh yeah, me and Buddha talked about that too. I think Buddha has a lot of thoughts on that because I think, talk about how, what is and what is not are both sort of, wrong assumptions, right? To put it in terms of, Nagarjuna, where we were sort of discussing this. And I think even the basic ideas, right? So we were talking about how there's different options ultimately, right? Between being and becoming. There's sort of four things, right? There's being, becoming, there's existence, and non-existence. Or non-being, right? There's a lot of Eastern, views that discuss this idea of non-being quite readily, right? And they say that the ultimate nature is actually contained within non-being. So, and they say that this is the true nature of existence. So they don't deny existence, right? But they say sort of being and becoming are both sort of false, right? So we talked about sort of 6. I asked Buddha about sort of 6 ways that this could pan out, right, in the ultimate scheme of things, right? And so I said, there's pure being. One is pure being of Parmenides, right? The other is sort of being and becoming in a dualistic relation, the way I was describing in the introduction of this show, right? The third is being and nothingness, right? So it's like you look at being, and when you look at it, it looks like one when you look at it, but when you zoom out on it, it's just a big 0, right? So it's like, you could look at it 2 ways, right? So there's sort of, being and nothingness, right? That is the, idea that's in the Tao, right? So that's why it sort of prescribes this idea of wu wei, right? Or doing, not doing, right? Which is actually wei wu wei, right? Which is a sort of, it's an extension of a greater notion. Wu wei is an extension of a greater concept. Wei wu wei, doing, not doing, right? But yeah, so it's a positive sort of a, right? One may say it's positive in a sense, right? But yeah, 4, nothingness and becoming, right? Such as in Democritus or Mariological nihilism, right? The 5th is becoming without being, right? Such as in Heraclitus, right? And the 6th is that there is nothing that exists. How Gorgias says, right?
Nothingness.
right. That's the lamest option, right? So yeah. So of course Buddha said there's a response by, he says, response would be that 6 options fail for the same reason. Each tries to secure reality by fixing one side of a conceptual polarity, instead of examining the presupposition that anything must have an intrinsic nature at all. Right? So 1, pure being fails because what is permanent cannot act or relate. 2, being plus becoming, dualism, fails because neither can be established independently, and mutual dependence already undermines intrinsic reality. 3, being and nothingness, Tao as ground, fails if either is treated as the ultimate substrate rather than a skillful loosening of opposites. 4, nothingness plus becoming fails because becoming without any basis is unintelligible, right? Which is exactly kind of what the what the followers of Heraclitus, like Cratylus, came to the conclusion of, right? And nothingness cannot do the causal work. Becoming without being collapses because change requires relation, which introduces what it tried to exclude. Pure nothingness fails because even its assertion depends on conceptual designation and causal discourse. And then he finishes off by saying, Madhyamaka's point is not to pick a seventh metaphysical option, but to dissolve the demand for one. What functions is dependent origination conventionally, while ultimately nothing is found to exist or not to exist in its own right. Hence, Nagarjuna does not replace Parmenides or Democritus with a better ontology. He shows why the entire menu is generated by grasping at is and is not, which emptiness undermines without installing itself in their place. So there's just a sample of me and Buddha's discussions. But yeah, pretty. I thought that was a pretty interesting, query there.
Out of those 6 options, which one would, be the best?
Yeah. So you want to read the review for my review for the Prince by Machiavelli or later?
Yeah, it depends how much time you have. Are you gonna be here for a while?
Oh yeah. Whenever you want me to. Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah. So maybe we'll play some music. We'll move to the second part of this, Parmenides discussion, and we'll, move to that and maybe like an hour or 2 hours from now after we finish this Parmenides thing.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your patience, and but yeah, if you want to do it at any time and just go to sleep, just holler, and we'll get to it, for sure. But yeah, so we got a lot of stuff here, on the table. We're moving to looking at information of the Parmenides, and Saturday we'll be actually looking at different, segments from the Parmenides, right? And also we'll be looking at different translations of the poem of Parmenides because of the interpretation problems. We've done the same thing with the Tao Te Ching, as we've said, but right now we're looking at an introduction to the man himself, Parmenides, and look at how his views were interpreted, and what the common view of the ideas in question is. And I'll play a little music here, and we'll move to more concepts. This is a thing I've put together here. The original version of this is actually pretty good, right? By Rock Marciano and the Alchemist, right? But yeah, let me try to find where I put this. This the original song is called Deja Vu, right? And of course I've mixed it with some jazzy sounds here, but the original one is very jazzy, actually. If you look at this original album, I think it's called Elephant Ear or something like that. But yeah, it's pretty good.
People, I was blessed with the talents of rhythm.
Just about everybody goes to the Cafe Black Rose to drink, party, and eat. And if you ain't down, you better not hang around, else you sure as hell will get beat.
Sense of direction when it comes to clarity of music, listening, appreciation.
Do what you feel, but then you can make other people feel it.
The same thing created the tree, created me. Same element that creates the wind and the rain created woman. God is everyone and everywhere.
Saving the song that I had a breakthrough. I made reservations for 2. My feet's labeled on my dog like table food. These niggas the same, they all interchangeable. Different day, same shit, kid, I'm having deja vu. The snake got 2 faces like a Gemini. I'm way too player to not womanize. Everything I said in the rhyme is sex being weaponized. Underneath cover like it's espionage. I made God of my likeness, part of my niceness. For me to line, you don't need a barber's license. Might take off your light switch, but my heart is righteous. As an artist, I'm often slighted. Y'all must be on that barber's pricing. I like the cold prices. Sacrifice to go this life. This hoe said the home gaslighting. That's what she told the psychics. I was just gassing that old white bitch. This is clairvoyance. I bought stick for the voyage. Press on the boots, made embroidered in my 40s. I'm still looking boyish. What's inevitable can't be avoided. Disappointed, the snitch pointed. Feds kick the door on my joint, the breakers in the toilet. No G's give us pointers. We've been in corners, shorty could have been on the Hornets, knocking down 3-pointers. The release is water.
People always said that about me. I ignore it. So in the process, you ignore everything, that isn't in your group. To create, you have to be kind of selfish. I don't run into that.
I just seen it. I got this whole idea of what I just seen in my head. Maybe a week before that, I went shopping. Went shopping, pulled the record out. First record.
All right. So here's some more information about Parmenides before we move on to some other ideas here, right?
It says Parmenides was born in 515 BCE. Right, his fellow citizens eventually regarded him as so highly that they adopted a legal code he wrote and followed it for 500 years. So that's pretty significant. Such genius for practical affairs is nowhere evident in his poem. So his sort of high regard that he achieved in his own lifetime, right, is sort of not really shown in the work we have that's left over, right? So it's interesting, right? He's like a figure like, like Solon or something, right? Was for Greece, right? Where he's like composed like the law system or the legal code, which is like pretty insane, right? But yeah, it says that his poem is one of the most abstract texts in all Greek philosophy. Though Parmenides wrote in the epic meter of Homer and Hesiod, right? So we have two sources, right? Two of these sort of philosophy textbooks have stated that he wrote in the, what is it? Dynamic hexameter? Or what was it called? Shit. Let me go back and see. It's important that we get this right because of dactylic hexameters. Dactylic hexameters. This is the style of poetry in which Homer composed his poem.
I like that word.
Oh, yeah. This is if you want to sound. Dactylic hexameter. Right? Like, there's also like dithyrambs. Right? So this is a very highly ordered structure to the poem, right? As we're seeing, right? So we'll take a look at this, right? Dactylic hexameter.
So dactylic hexameter, okay.
Yeah, dactylic hexameter consists of 6 feet. The first 5 feet contain 2 long syllables, a spondy or long syllable followed by 2 short syllables, a dactyl. However, the last foot contains either a spondy or a long syllable followed by 1 short syllable, a trochy. The 6 feet are of the 6 feet, and their variation is symbolically represented below. Okay, so it says that the hexameters traditionally consist of traditionally associated. Sorry, I've ate a lot of edibles. with classic epic poetry in both Greek and Latin. Consequently, has been considered to be the grand style of Western classical poetry. So look at all these poems. Homer, Apollonius of Rhodes, Argonautica. I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of that. But I have heard of Virgil's Aeneid, Ovid's Metamorphosis. I have not heard of Pharsalia or Argonautica or this Thebaid. But yeah. Yesterday I learned about Euripides. Oh, whoops. I'm not even showing this on the screen. What the Sorry. Dactylic hexameter. This is the thing, sorry. So I was reading that, right? So this is what I was reading, right? So it says here, right? All these poems were composed in the dactylic hexameter, in which Parmenides composed his poem, right? So I'll leave that up for a little while because I really followed that up there, right? But yeah. Let me actually get rid of that in the studio so that's not becoming a problem again. Little video I made. So yeah, so yeah, he invokes a goddess too, just like them, he says, right? So he's saying he's kind of like invoking a similar, muse, one could say. So then it says here that he did not resort to mythological explanations. If anything, his goddess seems to symbolize the divinity of pure thought. Okay. For Parmenides expressed philosophical ideas of such power and novelty that they set agenda for many of his successors. All right. His argument begins with the premise that it is and that it is not possible for it is not to be. What is and is not possible for it is not to be. And we have a sort of, here it is. Here's a little segment from the Greek, right? We're sort of looking at here, right? Of course, I can't read the Greek there, right? But it says, "Come now, I will tell thee, do thou hearken to my saying." This is, of course, the goddess talking, right? "And carry it away." The only two ways of search that can be thought of, the first, namely, that it is, and that is impossible for anything not to be, is the way of conviction, for truth is its companion. The other, namely, that it is not, and that something must needs not be, that I tell thee is a wholly untrustworthy path. For you cannot know what is not. That is impossible. Right? So nothing is impossible, right? And impossible is nothing. Nor utter it.
Sorry.
Yeah, so.
Oh, that's different from my translation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to read 3 of them. Yeah, we're gonna read
okay.
3 of them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and we'd love to read your one too, unless we already have it, right? But yeah. So it says, "For it is the same thing that can be thought of and that can be." So there's the link between thought and existence, right, as I kept talking about, right? And of course, this is also translated differently, right? I've seen it be translated, the possible is the same as the actual. For everything for thinking, the same for being in another translation, right? So, so we'll hear different, ways of explaining this, right? Essentially. This is great. In the Quran, the earth is described as being inside an ostrich egg in the desert. Dactylo was the name for learning how to type back in school. Interesting.
So okay, so let's go on with this, right? It says, thus forbidding the existence of what is not as contradictory and then as unthinkable and unspeakable, he proceeds to criticize everything contaminated with non-being, including change, motion, division, difference, and time.
So he says all these things are basically non-existent, and so you can't talk about things that contain these sort of conceptions within your epistemological framework if you want to also include truth, right? You will not say that these things have fundamental, existence. You can't make these things a fundamental part of your ontology, right?
So he says change, for example, involves either something coming into being from not being or going out of being into not being. Similarly, time presupposes the past and the future. Okay? Each of which is included in what is not, aka the now. Right? So it's kind of like eternal recurrence in a way, sort of a flat line.
Yeah.
Right? Sort of a net zero in terms of time, right?
So hence what is must be unchangeable, immovable, indivisible, homogeneous, and eternally present. Once he has deduced this extreme monism, his goddess warns him against the deceptive dualism of mortal opinions. Ancient biographers report that Parmenides studied under Xenophanes. So if you'll remember Xenophanes, right, he sort of came to some pretty interesting conclusions, right? Because he was a contemporary of Pythagoras, right? But he sort of dismissed sort of Homer, right? And he said that God is one, greatest among gods and men, not all like mortals in body or thought. All of him sees, all of him thinks, all of him hears. And then he went on to say how, there's a sort of a understanding of sort of science, right? And this might be why Parmenides composed those laws, right? That he was sort of a guy that was an acceptor of what was going on, so to speak, right? Just like Xenophanes, right? Or sort of a practical sort of a guy, right? And he sort of failed to ascribe, sort of images to God, right? He said you can't describe God, right? That it's not like, and he said, besides, all the races show different types of gods, right? And of course, the Ethiopian gods look like Ethiopians, right? And and the Thracian gods look like Thracians. Anyways, so it says that he may have studied under Xenophanes so that his monism may have been influenced by his teacher's account of one supreme God. Another possible source may have been his connection with the Pythagoreans, since they were nearby and likewise enjoined purification of thought. Right? So they also said like the one is true and the many is like false compared to the one, right? So So maybe there's some idea there that connects, right? Anyways, his Eleatic successors defended and elaborated his arguments, while the so-called pluralists, Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and Atomists tried to rehabilitate motion and change in the face of his criticisms. All right. So we've been talking about Parmenides and this being and becoming and this whole battle for 2 friggin' hours. But another sort of ancillary notion or argumentation that came up in the beginning was this notion of language, this notion of nature being in the state of becoming, whether we can ascribe meaning or definition to things, whether they have an inherent nature that's ascribed to them by some sort of intelligible, rational, right, overarching order that exists, right? Or whether this meaning is constructed by us, right? So there's different different ideas there, right? But yeah, we'll move on here. Right, to different conceptions here. Right, where we're headed.
I'm kind of losing my faith in becoming, so.
Oh yeah, wait till we get through all these all these translations of the Parmenides, and then we go through Zeno's paradoxes, and then go through the philosophy of Miletus. Right, then it's like 3 versions of the same sort of argument, right? And we'll really get we'll really wrap our heads around sort of what this is sort of pushing for, right? And its various sort of estimations, right? And of course then we can go to lots of different ideas, right? Like Empedocles, right, as we said, right, that's sort of trying to rehabilitate motion and change in the face of being, right? And also different guys like Democritus, right, who says that there's this atoms in the void, right? So we'll look at atoms in the void and how there's sort of this randomness and how things sort of get together by convention, and this how they sort of form with other things, and and how nothing really exists, and how this void, how matter exists with this nothingness, right? Sort of so this is sort of Democritus and Leucippus, right? They sort of talk about this concept, right, until we get to the notion of Gorgias, where he says nothing exists. We ascribe the meaning to things, right? And of course there's a lot of different ideas, but of course the Gnostics, right, sort of rejected this concept, right? Because they were sort of taking their cue from Plato. So you could see how what you decide on as your cosmology really affects what you think of sort of meaning and whether we can define things, right? And in the Gnostics, right, this sort of they took this Heraclitus view, right, that there's sort of this divine reason and this divine spark that's placed inside man, right, that helps him understand the cosmic order, right? So language is part of this divine order, right, for some of the Gnostics, right, especially Marcus, right? Right, we saw sort of Marcus talk about this, right? And we also saw, right, Marcus the Magi, as he was known, right? And he was a student of Valentinus, right? And sort of Valentinus also sort of covered this idea, right? So we have this sort of notion of the archetypal man, the notion of the link between the rational order, right, and the emanations, right, and the material world, right, as it relates to this divine order, right,
and how the divine order sort of filters through the world the best spirit, right? So it's sort of a testing ground where most things are sort of discarded of as matter, right? Only this enlightened, the adepts sort of reach ascension out of the material, right? So there's this sort of idea, right? So of course we read some of this idea from Valentinus, right? Right, and let's look at Valentinus, right? Just in a brief, right? We looked at this idea, right? That's something like fear overcame the angels in the presence of that modeled form, i.e. Adam, because he uttered things that were superior to what his origins justified, owing to the agent who had invisibly deposited a seed of higher essence and who spoke freely. So too in the races of worldly people, human artifacts become objects of fear, right? Because they're like sort of extrapolations of the symbolic architecture or speech, right? Okay, it says human artifacts become objects of fear for their creators. For example, statues and images and everything that is made by human hands is representing a god. For Adam, modeled as representing humanity, made them stand in fear of the pre-existent humanity. There's a primordial sort of Adam, right? For okay, I just read that, sorry. For precisely the latter stood in him. Okay, so the pre-existent humanity stood in reflection of Adam himself, right? He was made in the image of the creator, so to speak, right? For precisely the, okay, I just read that. Sorry, keep doing that. And they were stricken with terror and quickly concealed the work. Okay. So the, you know, so the angels were scared of Adam because he had the ability to create symbols, right? And that his creations would become a fear for man himself, right? And man is sort of enslaved by his own creations because of the power of language, which is a part of a divine order of creation, right? It's not part of man. So this is why man can manipulate this power to sort of transcend, right? And sort of create things that sort of he can't control, right?
Are we creators or just manipulators? I always think that in the two stories of the creation in the Bible. There was the first creator, and then the second was more of a manipulation than anything. At least I think of it that way.
Yeah. We have like sort of this primordial egg or this HUNDUN, right? This sort of faceless egg, you know, of chaos, primordial chaos in the Tao.
Yeah. Not into chaos either, which is kind of, I don't know that chaos really exists.
Yeah, you're my kind of guy. No chaos, no nothingness. You know, you're my kind of guy. For sure. Yeah, so let me go to this Pagels, right? And I'll read you another sort of idea of this divine language, right? If I can, right? Oh yeah, Marcus, right? He had a prophecy, right? Right, so it says Marcus claimed that divine truth had revealed itself to him naked. Okay, so yeah, so this is Pagels, right? So this is pretty interesting because this is going to circle around in a minute, right? Right. But yeah, in feminine form, right? So there's another goddess, a vision of a goddess, right? And this is a student of Valentinus, right? Right. Having descended upon him from invisible and ineffable space. For the world could not have borne the truth coming in masculine form. Right. According to Irenaeus, Marcus said that she revealed herself through letters and numbers, each part of her body adorned with one of the 24 letters of the Greek alphabet. And she spoke the mystical name Christ Jesus, quote unquote Christ Jesus. So interesting how Valentinus and Marcus incorporate Jesus into their sort of cosmology, right? Right. So this is sort of Gnostics who were deeply influenced by Christianity, right? The letters and numbers in which Marcus received his vision reflected Jewish traditions, right? So there's also a undercutting of Christianity by some of the Gnostics sects, right? And a sort of an affinity for Judaism, right? Because they have to invert the creation myth, right? So they're using the creation story from Genesis and sort of inverting it, right? In order to get their idea, right? So this is why Irenaeus is sort of condemning the words of Marcus, right? Here. Right? So it says, according to Irenaeus, Marcus said she revealed herself through letters and numbers, each part of her body adorned with one of the 24 letters of the Greek alphabet, and she spoke the mystical name Christ Jesus. Right, so he probably doesn't think too highly of that. Right? It says the letters and numbers in which Marcus received his vision reflected Jewish traditions known to followers of his spiritual teacher, Valentinus, who claimed to be initiated into Paul's secret wisdom teaching. Right? Allegedly, right? Similar traditions would flower more than 1,000 years later among mystically inclined Jewish groups who would call them Kabbalah. Right? So in the pre-Kabbalistic sources, right? We actually have pre-Kabbalistic, sources, right? Which I've read a little bit of, right? Oof. Gosh. Lots of text here, right? The alphabet, right? Let me actually close this for a minute while I read this, right? Because this is actually pretty dense material from Second Temple Judaism, right? Called the Haggadah, right? And it says, similar to the Gnostic myths, right? In which Valentinus and, Marcus are sort of using Jewish traditions to a certain extent, right? As we said, to undercut the Christian idea, right? And it said, when God was about to create the world by his word, the 22 letters, so 24 in Greek, 22 in Hebrew, the 22 letters of the alphabet descended from the terrible, august crown of God, right? Probably 22 because they combined two of the vowels, right? That's what happens in Arabic and in Hebrew, right? Yeah, the 22 letters of the alphabet descended from the terrible and august crown of God, whereupon they were engraved with a pen of flaming fire. They stood round about God, and one after other spake and entreated, create the world through me. So you can see each of the letters are sort of imbued with a spirit, right? Sort of personalities, right? After the claims of these letters had been
disposed of, Bet stepped before the Holy One. Blessed be he, and pleaded before him, O Lord of the world, may it be your will to create the world through me, seeing that all the dwellers of the world give praise daily unto you through me, as it is said. So remember, the letters are also numbers. So it's like 1 and 2, right? Bet is B, right? The second letter of the alphabet today. So it's sort of like 1. This whole time, Bet like 1. Because it was humble enough to tell God, like, look, like, dude, like, only through your will I be the one that you create the world through. Instead of the other ones. The other ones said, no, me. It's all about me. So it's like 2 was like not that interested in being like, you know, me. And he said, look, 2 or B was like, look, God, let's just chill out here. It's up to you, but, you know, let your will be that it's me that you create the world through, right?
Sorry for interrupting, but can you say what was 22? Was 22 letters again? You said
22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, yeah. So this is what it's talking about, right? Right. So it says, Bet stepped before the Holy One, right? He said, it's through your will to create the world through me, right? Blessed be the Lord forever, amen and amen. The Holy One, blessed be he, at once granted petition of Bet. He said, blessed be he that comes in the name of the Lord. And he created the world through Bet, as it is said, Bereshit, God created the heaven and the earth. So there's 2 there, right? The only letter that had refrained from urging its claims was the modest Aleph, or A, right? Or 1, right? He wasn't playing the game. Right? And God rewarded it later for its humility by giving it a place in the Decalogue. By giving it a place in the Decalogue, right? So it begins the Decalogue, right? So it's basically the essence of revelation itself, right? And then it says on the first day of creation, God produced 10 things. Now notice it's interpreting Genesis. That's what this whole Haggadah is doing, right? It's interpreting stuff, and it's sort of, I don't know. It may be adding or subtracting, who knows? Such things have been claimed. Right? Obviously, the Jews and the Christians make counterclaims. Right? Obviously, the Jews created this Second Temple of Judaism, right, which then influenced the Talmud, right, which sort of has a hardcore rejection and a sort of insulting way of Christianity, as the Christian saints like St. John Chrysostom and others, they had a sort of interpretation that the Jews are sort of, you know, that they've fallen. You know, they're part of like a way of doing things that's totally condemned. Right? Actually, they're plunderers, and, you know, they sort of speak ill will to Christians, and, you know, they had a lot of things to say about them. Right? So there's counterclaims being made. Right? In Second Temple Judaism, all the way down to the Christians, and of course, the Gnostics, right, sort of claim that they're more closer interpreters of Judaism than the Christians are, the mainstream Christians. And of course, the Christians claim that their interpretations of Judaism is the correct one, and the Jews and the Gnostics and all those people can go to hell.
And sometimes they take each other's sides, and who knows, right? There's a bunch of combinations of the different ways, right? Too. But yeah, God created 10 things in the beginning: the heaven, the earth, tohu, bohu, light and darkness, wind and water, the duration of the day and the duration of the night. And I'm going to skip a little bit. Right, there's 7 heavens and 7 hells. And they sort of describe these. It says the planets are fastened to the second heaven. The third, the manna is made. Obviously, the first heaven contains God and those angels that encircle God's throne, right? Second is the heaven. The third, the manna. The fourth contains celestial Jerusalem. Right, so Jerusalem is the center of the world, together with the temple, in which Michael ministers as high priest. So there's an archangel that ministers as high priest of the temple. The fifth heaven, the angel host resides, sing the praise of God. So it's getting higher and higher, right? The sixth heaven, it's like time. It's like the gatekeep of time, right? It's kind of saying, right? There's like the doors of time, the gate of time, right? Which is under the supervision of Metatron, the archangel. And the seventh heaven, the souls of the pious, the souls and spirits of unborn generations, the divine throne surrounded by seraphim and Ophanim, and the holy Hyot, and the ministering angels. So I think these souls of the Jays might exist up in the seventh heaven, or something like that, right? And 7 earths. So there's like the universe, right? There's the abyss, the sea and the waters, the clay, the underworld, right? Abaddon and Sheol. Anyways, you guys get the picture. So it describes this sort of layers of creation, right? But it also describes this divine language similar to Gnosticism, right? And then we have different, spread of different ideas from, the Sabians to the, to the Mandeans, to the Manichaeans, right? And of course, Manichaeanism, which is sort of influenced by this idea, right, that there's sort of two forces in this cosmic syzygy, right, which the archetypal man is being fought in the middle between these two forces of good and evil, right? So, and of course, there's the divine fire, and we're familiar with this divine fire and this divine spark from Heraclitus, right? So let's go to, some other ideas, right? From St. Augustine, right, who uses this concept of non-existence, right, to sort of cast aside this notion of evil, right, that God created the world in evil, right? And we got another little guest here. Which is not a little guy at all. He's sort of a towering giant, along with some of our other guests like Max Vision and Avian Buddha and Reddington. So yeah, blessings to the brother. And anyways, Yeah. Yeah, blessings, friend.
Blessings, brother.
Yeah, we're sort of getting into this problem of evil with St. Augustine and his idea that evil is a privation on the good, so it does not exist, right?
I don't agree very much in Augustine, but I would agree with that. Sure.
Fascinating.
Yeah. That's one thing I definitely agree with. It's a denial, it's a rejection, it's a refusal, it's an absence, efficiency, however you want to word it.
Yeah, I missed the last thing you said. What was that?
Oh, I'm just saying, I was completely, I'm completely in alignment with that. It's a distortion, it's a denial, it's a refusal, it's a rejection, you know, of what is good. Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah. That's how I see it too. You know, it's an absence.
So you think? So you're saying? So you're saying that evil is only, non-existent if also the good is non-existent.
Yeah.
So you're saying?
Right.
So you're saying
Yeah.
you're partial. You partially agree to it, right? So.
No, I completely agree with it. Actually, it's an absolute deficiency.
Oh, but he's saying that if something exists, it's naturally good. So you're saying you totally agree with it. You agree that there's goodness and that evil is just a lack of goodness.
Well, see, what's really funny is, you know, everyone talks about Crowley and do what thou wilt, but it would shock people to know that Saint Augustine actually said that too. And so what that's actually saying is that man is not born a sinner. Man is born inherently good. It's not until has so much imposed upon him by teachers, by society, by parents, by everything essentially. So basically, if you leave a child alone and you let them grow, and you don't tell them, you know, not to do this and not to do that, and tell them, you know, like that they can't use their imagination, and that it's all, you know, imaginary, you know, mix imagination and creativity with like fantasy, right? And you don't like beat them and traumatize them and let them go out into nature. And like, I mean, like, think about it. Think if like, instead of teaching kids things they don't really need to know, if you taught them like how to balance a checkbook and like creativity, you know, and like, you know, lateral thinking, critical thinking, you know, martial arts, you know, about nature, you know, about spirituality, you know, it didn't like push any one thing down their throat and just let them decide and just let them be unique, you know, and just kind of let them do what they wanted within reason. Think how much different they would be. Think about when you were a kid, man. Like how innocent we all are. Like really, you know. And I think this is why Jesus says, you know, that you have to be a child to inherit the kingdom of heaven. It's because of the way we perceive reality. You know, everyone's like, "Oh, well, you're just a kid. You're innocent." Well, that's exactly it. Why are you innocent? It's not just because you're a child. It's because society hasn't put its hooks on you yet. You know, you haven't been waylaid and misled and you know, had your sense of, you know, everybody's your friend, and you know, you can trust you know what you see, and you know, grown-ups are trustworthy and good, and you know, all that hasn't been shattered yet. And so really think about it, like children are better off being left alone. And so the whole idea was that children are inherently good. And so if you just let them be, they'll be good. It is until there's, you know, molestation, I would say, psychic molestation, you know, that people end up, you know, devious and, you know, malevolent. So with that being the case, yes, that's how evil forms. I mean, how many people, turn out psychopaths because of shit that happens in their childhood? I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
real
meme.
quick. Yeah, real quick. I mean, do you have thoughts on Valentinus?
Yeah.
Or Marcus the Magi? Because we just went
Uh,
over them real quick.
I don't know much about Marcus, but I do have thoughts on Valentinus. I like some of his thoughts, but again, he kind of was like a hard dualist, and as you know, I reject duality.
Right.
I think that if you read it not literal, I think it's good. If you see the demiurge as like kind of like a super ego type deal, and you see the spiritual as, instead of it being like a separate realm, but you see it as just,
Yeah,
higher in
Valentinus is the teacher of Marcus. Or at least this is what is claimed by Elaine Pagels, right?
Yeah, Elaine Pagels is a little stuck in her own worldview, I guess. I do like her though. She's very positive. I'll give her that. And I think she understands like the deeper meaning of it. So she doesn't quite go by Valentinus. And I mean, Valentinus isn't really here to defend himself either. So I mean, maybe he did have a deeper understanding. I think a lot of the Gnostics actually did have a deeper understanding than what people think. And so even though it seems dualistic, there most definitely were hard dualists, but I think a lot of it also, when it talks about the matter being evil and the spirit being beyond, and how we have to like die to, the matter. I think really what it's saying is no different than, the temptations of the flesh will lead to death. It's kind of the same idea where it's like the things of this world are transitory and
So
permanent,
so you're
and
saying
will
you
lead to
reject
good.
yeah, so you're saying you reject Valentinus for being for claiming the discipleship of Paul.
Yeah, well, I reject him because I reject dualism in all its forms.
Right. Right, but the way you phrase that is like the idea of the flesh versus the spirit, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, any type of battle I reject unless it's seen from a non-dual perspective. If you look at it in the sense of,
Like shadow
by
boxing.
focusing, like for instance, hedonism is not going to lead you to happiness. So if you look at it like that, then that I would agree with. If you endlessly chase desire, it's gonna enslave you. If you chase after the illusions of this world, it's going to lead you further into darkness. So I would agree with that if you look at it from that angle. But to see an actual battle between light and dark, or spirit and matter, I reject that, because I see spirit and matter as two sides of the same coin of ether and consciousness. And I've been working on my own worldview for a while now, and I'm now convinced, I don't know, anyone to accept this, that plasma is literally the container of consciousness. And when I say plasma, it's really ether. It's really ether. Plasma is ether. They just call it plasma now in science, but it's the luminous ether that they talked about way.
I'm in agreement with that. Yeah.
And so plasma is the container of consciousness. It is the female side of the equation. Consciousness is the masculine side. And plasma is 99% of the universe. What they call dark matter is actually plasma. And yeah. And that's what entities are. That's what aliens are. That's what demons are. That's what angels are. That's what everything is.
What we are.
It's what we are. Right, exactly. Ray, because you have Dana's book. I'm jealous. It's the one book I don't have. I'm going to get it, though.
I read it. I also finished Temple's book finally.
Dude, we're going to have to, do a stream, on that shit. Because you're, the one person who has that book. But I'm so glad you you
Dude, you don't
like
even
took
know,
that.
bro.
No, I do know because I've looked into it enough. I was just like
No, like
so
the
many
secret is
ideas. Dude, when I like started looking into that whole thing, like I already knew for a fact that it was gonna fill in so many blanks. I was gonna be like, what the fuck are they talking about? Red actually listened to all the crazy shit I was talking about.
Right.
And took notes.
Right, but Red,
Yeah.
I mean,
synchronicities
describe
from
this.
this damn book, bro. It's just kind of drove me a little crazy.
Yeah, describe this book
Bro,
if you can, real quick.
Yeah, Dana Kipple. It's a new force, and it's about plasma science and cosmology and physics and all that. And plasma cosmology is basically the death knell to material. It basically proves that the universe is alive and that it's evolving, and that it evolves as we evolve, and that it actually learns as we learn, and that it's a luminous ether. And it is the female, the divine feminine side of reality. It
Yeah,
is a
yeah, but
container
hold
of
on.
conscious-
I mean, but hold on for a second, Twilight. Let Red and Max come in on this because it looks like they agree with you a lot. So Red and
Yeah.
Max, you know what you guys?
Well,
want
I've
to say?
known Max. I've known Max forever. Good to see you, Max.
Like I
Oh,
think
it's
she
a
has a
she.
lot of yeah, Dana Kipple. She has a lot of ideas. She's still kind of forming. They're not fully formed yet, but I think I like where she's going with some of them at least. Plasma consciousness synergy she seems to be onto something with that because I've had experiences lately that seem to sort of go align with it. I kind of agree with her on like it's not about transcending to like 5D or whatever like new age nonsense.
Nice.
Talk about it's about interacting with all of the dimensions at once, all
Nice.
interacting with them together, 3D, 4D, and 5D. At least the one that's as far as those dimensions, she hasn't gone any higher than 5D. I mean, there's supposedly 12 is the limit I've heard, but I wouldn't know about that yet.
Well, it's that they all exist simultaneously. You're not actually going anywhere. So basically,
Right.
let me try to break it down to you and see what's so interesting to me is that in the Gnostic understanding, the pagan Gnostic understanding, the aeons are plasma. They're plasmic filaments. And so the entire basis of the Gnostic cosmology is plasma. Okay, the archons are plasma, the aeons are plasma, like that's just what it is from day one. And in my occult workings, Lilith and like the Citra Akra, which is Universe B, which is Sirius B, is all based in plasma too. Okay, so this is what I try to say. Like I was starting a new system of magic originally. That was my original purpose when I said I was writing a book. Well, that was what I was originally going to do, but it turned into something much more. As I started doing research for the book, it ended up being something that went way beyond me. And so
It's like it's a synergy because plasma reflects back to you what you project into it.
That's exactly right, and that's one of the main things I want to get into.
That's
I'm going to be doing a video on this shit.
Yeah, feminine and masculine. Masculine being
Yes.
consciousness. Yeah, that's what
Yes,
she's talking about.
it has to do with what Universe A and Universe is. Universe B is a mere reflection of this universe, and Universe B is outside of temporal time and space. I don't know if you want me to get into all this. It's a lot. It'd probably be better to do another time. I'm not trying to take over the show, but I'd be more than happy.
Yeah, you can go off on it. Let me play a song for the people, and then we'll go off on that. I mean, you can take the floor and describe this concept, and I'll
Yeah,
remind
because
me what we're
this
talking
will
Yeah, with
this will also
with
explain
conscious
what
plasma too, you can also look at the magnetic factor, and
Right.
there was remote
yeah,
viewing.
it's magnetoelectric, not
Yeah,
electromagnetic. The one thing I'll tell you is this: Universe A is classical space-time, sensory consensus, ego-anchored causality, linear identity, and a cultural reality tunnel. Universe B is non-local, plasma, free-form field of information that leaks into perception through dream, trance, trauma, art, sex, ritual, obsession, altered cognition, and deep imagination. So realizing that the takeaway is realizing that magic is not supernatural. It is interface engineering between these two dimensions. The night side of space-time where form has not yet collapsed into objects.
Well, I guess we're off to the horse races. Yeah, if you just want to continue, that's
Sad
fine.
Shambhala.
That's I'll so the other side of the abyss is not elsewhere, it is here, but inverted. It's non-local cognition, liminal neural states. So in between spaces, the liminal space is a what they call the neither. In witchcraft, it's a threshold. It's
kind of like the nothing almost.
between life and death, between spaces. So it's like with a psychopomp and a shaman. People ask me like, why do you work with the flip-flop and all this? Isn't it Jewish? No, it goes back to shamanic time, and this will explain it much better what I mean by this. So it's a morphic field. It's pre-symbolic patterning. It's imaginal physics.
Why does it require a different dimension to exist?
Universe B is not another place. It's another phase state of reality itself. So it's just like plasma is not solid, liquid, or gas. Universe B is not waking, dreaming, or thinking. It's patterned before objects coalesce into each other. Before there's Yetzirah in Hebrew. So Yetzirah is the state of you have Atziluth, Bria,
It's like
Yetzirah, and Asya.
the moment
What's
before
that?
a moment. It's a record of the moment that before a moment is born.
It's when it yes it's the pre-formation. It's the time when everything is still in hypostasis before it becomes form. So before when it's still in potentiality.
Okay.
When it's still in the archetypal world, in other words. But yeah, I'll stop there for now. But it's just nuts. I had all these conflicting ideas, I thought, and I started looking into them, and I started noticing patterns, and I'm like, yo, I think this is related. And then all this new science and like
oh yeah, the conscious energy is totally, it's being proven. They found conscious energy forms in space. Apparently, I don't know if that's true or not, but
well,
yeah, even the ancients.
I just know that I was being led by something for sure.
Yeah. But all the
I've had these suspicions for a while, and it's all coming together. I'm just like, whoa.
Science and mythology are becoming the same too. I did a series on creation stories, and a lot of them are very scientific, very descriptive.
It's all plasmic. It's all catastrophism. It's all there's no question about it.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this way back, just not at this level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, we've come to some we've gotten new information for sure from science too,
Yeah.
Yeah, and now I'm looking into, I don't know if we discussed electron flood theory. That's an interesting one that's come.
Yes.
Yeah. 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 So that it kind of pulls together electricity and matter right there, and you don't need anything else. It's all function and movement and fields and
Yeah, so I'm creating a new de-occult system, a new magical system based in perception correction, not ego identity inflation, not mysticism, not fantasy, but neurocognition and actual elevation of the mind. And
you have natural skills that are undeveloped,
Yeah, and this is what this is for. I've literally back engineered MK Ultra, how it works, and using it for good.
That could be useful. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured it out. I figured out how they do it.
Yeah, deprogramming people
through repetition, and it has to do with repetition and trauma and certain frequencies and emotional spikes and disorientation, and it's very precise. But I essentially created ritual days. And so what I mean by that is every variable is calculated and concise. So very mundane things can be used in such a way that it shifts your awareness. And so you can then use that as a way to actually teach yourself new skills deliberately, even by using entertainment, quote unquote. And then there's deeper magical levels to it as well. But even without that, even for someone who just doesn't want to do actual magic, they could just watch movies or something, mix it with certain types of music or meditation, or even exercise and food, certain types of food, certain types of it all matters. It sounds weird, but it's true.
Kind of sounds like you're getting towards knowing thyself, right? Having complete control over all your thoughts, all your actions.
Correct. Well, that's what magic is. Stripped of all the yes.
Yeah. I suggest that for people, knowing your thoughts, and if you can keep yourself in a proper state where you don't get agitated, don't get triggered, you have complete control over yourself. When the machine comes to try to lie to you, which it's going to do, you won't believe the lies when the machine lies to you, because you'll know yourself, right?
Right.
So yeah, that is kind of naturally the same thoughts and philosophy I've been doing kind of myself. Yeah. Oh. The machine will come and lie to you, so know yourself.
100%.
Oh yeah, the unexamined life is not worth living, as was said. But let me play some music, and we'll move on to some, some conversation, some material. Obviously, the link is in the chat, so people want to call in and discuss, or share their hatred or their, appreciation for the material. All is love and love is war, as they say. You know. So let's get up in the thing here. But yeah, blessings to all the people, and yeah, so let's get up in this. Just a little bit of song here, where I've composed a bunch of, music. Obviously, we have weeks of, musics, and we'll be back in the morning. I've been playing in the sort of the 15th or the 14th hour of the recording, right? Because I sort of leave a recording on, and I try to maybe sleep. Sometimes I can't, right? So I just stay awake, right? But sometimes I'll catch a little bit of sleep, but then
at the later part of the show, we'll play some Uncle Teddy, right? So you guys could look at the material, right, that the show is sort of based on. And then sort of we move, and we are procuring different audio recordings for the ending of the show. And we sort of, play some music, right? A lot of the musical. And of course, on Thursday and Friday, sometimes at night, we have like a musical thing, sometimes during the day, but more towards the night, sort of a musical thing, right? So, we've been renowned for our musical selections, right? And that's why we don't like to monetize the channel and stuff, because it's like sort of we get to say and do and play whatever we want, so that's sort of a better
for the
arrangement.
most part.
Yeah, so that's sort of a better arrangement for us. But yeah, here is some futuristic jazz. And
after the music, can I read my review of the Prince? Or
oh yeah,
everything.
Yeah, we'll move to that. Maybe we can contrast that with Augustine, and think about evil and good, and all this stuff. In a sort of a discourse, right? Because Machiavelli has some thoughts about this, as we know, right? So.
Oh yeah.
And of course Nietzsche has some extrapolation from this ideas of Machiavelli, namely this idea of immoralism. Right? It says, he's an immoralist, right? He's against morals, right? He thinks it's a kind of weaponized game of like sort of virtue signaling and false perception, as Machiavelli claims. Right. Let's go into this.
I think imposed morals are. I think you have to choose. I think you have to kind of come to your own morality. I think if it's imposed on you, that it's easily manipulated by those in power, and it's also easily feigned. I think it has to come from inside of you. So that's my take on it.
100%.
I mean, yeah. But for people to say that it's completely fraudulent, I think that's disingenuous and dangerous. So I don't believe in like moral relativism, but I believe that it's something that has to come from inside of you.
Awesome. We'll be back in about a few minutes, and Buddha will read his review of Machiavelli, and I'm sure that'll trigger some reflections as we look at the concept of good and evil. And so here's some futuristic jazz music, right? And we'll be back in a minute here. We're doing it big out here. You know what it is. And
Yeah.
so Buddha's got a review of Machiavelli's The Prince. You want to get up in this, Buddha?
Yeah. Also, in a week, I'll give reviews on Plato and stuff, but for now, I'll just do Machiavelli. So let's see here.
That music took me through a few video games.
Right?
Right. Right, we got more music in a little while, but yeah, we'll let the conversation roll. And of course, the link is somewhere in the chat if you guys want to join. Blessings.
So, yeah, you can share the screen. Right. Yeah, so because it's better if I read. Yeah, share the screen, please.
Here, just give me 1 second here. I have to like press a bunch of buttons here. There we go.
Yeah, okay, so I'll just read my review. So I have recently finished The Prince by Machiavelli, translated by Harvey C. Mansfield, the second edition, and what follows is a brief summary of what I take to be its most important arguments. Machiavelli's political teaching begins from necessity, the compulsion imposed by circumstances in which a prince must act or be ruined. Against imagined republics and moral ideals, he insists on the effectual truth of the things, since one who makes a profession of good in all regards perishes among those who are not good. So that, yeah, I put page numbers here, but I'm going to just skip the page number. Moral rules are not natural or divine constraints, but human products forged under necessity. What is necessary is just, because preservation precedes any higher justice. From this follows Machiavelli's redefinition of virtue, not moral goodness, but the capacity to act decisively, including the ability not to be good, using or withholding cruelty, mercy, faith, or deception according to necessity. Virtue, so understood, is visible only in its effects, and often through contrast with vice. Liberality against meanness, mercy against cruelty, so that reputation, not intention, becomes politically decisive. Fortune supplies opportunities, but never guarantees success. Without virtue, opportunity is wasted, and without opportunity, virtue remains inert. Hence, Machiavelli's overarching aim to teach how a new prince can found and maintain a state by mastering necessity through virtue, bending fortune rather than submitting to it. These ideas culminate in the insistence of foundations. Durable political order rests on good laws and above all one's own arms, without which every moral or legal claim collapses. Machiavelli applies these principles concretely in his analysis of acquiring and holding states. New principalities are more fragile than hereditary ones, especially when added to older domains, and must be secured by foresight, presence, and timely remedies before disorders become incurable. So I give page numbers there. Injury should be inflicted all at once and benefits distributed gradually, as with Liverotto's seizure of Fermo, so that cruelty, if used, secures order rather than perpetuates fear. Mercy misused breeds disorder, whereas limited cruelty can prevent wider bloodshed. Politically, the safest foundation is the people. A prince supported by them need only avoid oppression, while one raised by the great must quickly win popular goodwill, since adversity is survivable only when the people remain friendly. This popular foundation is inseparable from military foundations. Mercenary and auxiliary arms corrode states, as Rome's reliance on Goths demonstrates, while one's own arms, citizens, subjects, or loyal creatures generate security and reputation. Thus, the prince must make war his sole art, training body and mind, even in peace, so that fortune's changes find him prepared. Political stability for Machiavelli is not moral harmony, but disciplined force aligned with popular support. In governing, the prince must manage appearances and passions rather than aspire to moral purity. Men are ungrateful, fickle pretenders and dissemblers, loving at their convenience but fearing at the prince's, which is why when forced to choose, it is safer to be feared than loved, provided hatred is avoided. Faith may be broken when circumstances change, since necessity dissolves promises, and successful princes have prevailed through astuteness rather than loyalty. The ruler must know how to act as both man and beast, entering evil when compelled, while not departing from good when possible. Fortune itself is neither providence nor blind faith, but a force that favors audacity. It must be mastered through impetuosity, being impetuous, rather than cautious passivity, since those who cling obstinately to one mode fail when times change. Even appeals to God are reframed. God leaves room for human agency and glory, making arms pious when necessity admits no alternative. The book closes by reaffirming Machiavelli's central lesson. Security and greatness arise not from moral ideals or inherited legitimacy, but from prudent cruelty, flexible faith, popular foundations, and the bold use of virtue to compel fortune to serve political survival. And here's a note from my future reference. So Machiavellian virtue is like capacity, skill, power, judgment under necessity. So it's reputation oriented. Well, the Tao TT is like a spontaneous expression of the Tao, non-instrumental and non-reputational. So I don't think that the virtue in the Taoist sense is concerned with reputation and with it's not concerned with reputation, and it's not really like a kind of necessity, but there is a kind of hidden, order to it, hidden kind of stuff. So yeah, that's my read.
Right. Right. Like Machiavelli says that, the thing that doesn't have deep roots in nature will get wiped out by the first storm. So
Yeah.
like the fortune is essentially like this idea of necessity, right? Because fortune is like what you're handed to, like by hereditary, or otherwise, right? Like by your inheritance, right? And other, means are basically determined by fortune, right? So if you have a lot of fortune, right, you start out with a lot of fortune, it's hard to attain the virtue, because virtue is how you manage change, right? And what the force of circumstance pretty much offers you, right? So this whole, necessity and change, has to be balanced because of this fortune and virtue, right? And it's like you said, the idea of virtue is like something you gain over time. Now I'd like to go to some key passages, right? Because I see that you've stuck with this Harvey Mansfield
Yeah, give the
translation.
page numbers. Yeah, give the page
Yeah,
numbers.
yeah, of course, yeah. This is 3 here, right? Obviously, he's talking about, the dedicatory letter, right? And it's to Lorenzo de Medici, right? So Lorenzo de Medici and the Medici family are the people who jailed him, right? Because him and Pope Savonarola went against the Medicis, right? And they went against the church, and the Medicis had aligned with the Catholic Church. So this is a key historical note, right? That this is sort of his job application, right? For Lorenzo de Medici, right? Trying to be a political consultant, right? And then he says here, right in the beginning, he says for those, he says some pretty notable things in the beginning here, right? He says, I have not ornamented this with he says, I have not ornamented this work, nor filled it with fulsome phrases, and this is now on page 4, nor with pompous and magnificent words, not with any blandishment or superfluous ornament whatever, with which it is customary for many to describe and adorn things. For I wanted it neither to be honored for anything or to please solely for the variety of the matter and the gravity of the subject. Nor do I want to be reputed presumption if a man from a low and mean state dares to discuss and give rules for the governments and the princes. For just as though those who sketch landscapes place themselves down in the plain to consider the nature of the mountains and high places, and to consider the nature of low places, place themselves in high atop mountains. Similarly, to know well the nature of peoples, one needs to be a prince, and to know well the nature of princes, one needs to be of the people. So this is a pretty surprising statement. All right. He's kind of like selling this idea, but here's another thing that he says right in the beginning, right? Is this idea of the actions of great men. Here, let me try to find this passage here. Wait, let me go to this. He says,
Good talk, guys. I got to take off. Thanks for having me up. Have a
yeah,
good night.
blessings.
Easy.
Yeah, he says, many times being presented with horses, arms, cloth of gold, precious stones, and similar ornaments worthy of their greatness. Thus, since I desire to offer myself to your magnificence with testimony of my homage, I offer you nothing in my belongings that I care so much for and esteem greatly as the knowledge of the actions of great men. The knowledge of the
What
actions
page?
of great men. This is on page 3.
Yeah, page 3, yes.
So he's sort of saying that the action, the knowledge of the actions of great men is greater than stuff. All right. Now in another chapter, right? He says in chapter I believe 7, right? Is it? On page 37. Right? He's talking about Cesare Borgia. Right? And he talks about this guy Orsini. Right? I believe this is the passage. Here, hold on, let me see. He talks about basically governments that are acquired through crimes. And this is the passage we were talking about. I believe that this comes from cruelties badly used or well used. Those can be called well used if it is permissible to speak well of evil that are done at a stroke out of the necessities to secure oneself, and then are not persisted but are turned to as much utility for the subjects as one can. Those cruelties are badly used, which though few in the beginning rather grow with time than are eliminated, and do them all at one stroke so as to not have to renew them every day, but by not renewing them to secure men and gain them to himself with benefits. Whosoever does otherwise, either through timidity or through bad counsel, is always under necessity to hold a knife in his hand, nor can one ever be found, nor can one ever found himself on his subjects, if because fresh and continued injuries they cannot secure against him. For injuries must be done altogether, so that being tasted less, they offend less, and benefits should be done little by little, so that they may be tasted better. This is on page 37 and 38. I was reading, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting. He's talking about liberality and cruelty and license and all these things,
Yeah,
and how these things are used and how cruelty is used. He says evil well used. He says if it is permissible to speak well of evil, he begins by saying. But yeah, Zeph, you have something?
Oh yeah, whenever you were a kid, did you like opt for the spanking or for the grounding? That's kind of the same thing. It's like if you're grounding like takes forever and it's so much worse.
Right.
I mean, I suppose as long as it's not humiliation on top of it, it's okay. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Buddha was impressed by those passages, right? Buddha. Right, we were talking about that earlier.
Oh yeah? So sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, he read this book earlier. But yeah, I think maybe he stepped away for a second. But let me move to another passage here. From 42, he has an interesting sort of passage where he says on what mode the forces of all principalities should be measured. And he talks about the idea of relying less on the organization of the city and I'm trying to find this passage where he sort of implants Orsini, right? There's this great passage where Cesare Borgia sort of implants a criminal in charge.
What
Right?
page? What page?
I don't remember what page. I gotta really take a serious look at this, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Borgias and the Medicis are related by blood, I'm pretty sure.
Right. They had
Yeah.
sorts of really obscene ceremonies, right? Like they had this thing called the Joust of the Horse, right, where they like trafficked these sex slaves, right, and they made them
Yeah.
perform sex acts with some of the soldiers, right?
I'm unfortunately aware. Those are some of my relatives way back.
Yeah. So Orsini.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. So Orsini, that was like this guy was a criminal, right? So Cesare Borgia knew he was a criminal, and he implanted him in charge of this sort of province that sort of disagreed with him, right? So he can extract hatred from them for Orsini instead, and then he killed Orsini in a public display. So he's like this guy who like creates a problem and then solves it, essentially.
Yeah, there's still a lot of those going around today.
Yeah, and this is sort of a example that Machiavelli uses for cruelty well used. Or this guy named Severus, who sort of invites all of his, parliament to a party and then kills them all and then puts himself in charge of the government. Oops.
Yeah, they were poisoners too.
Yeah, I remember that part. Yeah, that part
Yeah,
was.
so it's pretty interesting. So he uses some pretty severe examples, and he also gives David a knife along with his sling. He says David had a knife along with his sling just in case he missed. So he sort of reinterprets the Bible, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were the ones to invent biowarfare too.
So
I mean, poisoning would be biowarfare.
Yeah, but I mean like pathogens.
So I have one more passage, and it's the most famous passage, right? So I'll read it in full here, right? And we'll sort of discuss it because it's sort of pretty interesting. His
What page?
use of this is going to be 65, I believe, right?
65. Yeah. Maybe I'll
I
highlight it.
remember exactly the page that this is. It's like 65, 66 in the book, where he starts talking about, this whole idea of idealism, idea of idealism. Right? But yeah. Anyways, let's go to this. Hold on a second here. May move to this here. Give me a second to get there. 65, I believe. Yeah, 65 of cruelty and mercy. Whether it is better to be loved than feared, or the contrary. So he just lays it out right here, right? He's like, look here, buddy. Descending next to the other qualities cited before, I say that each prince should desire to be held merciful and not cruel, right? So you have to have the appearance of sort of mercy, right? Of morality, right? Nonetheless, he should take care not to use this mercy badly. Cesare Borgia was held to be cruel. Nonetheless, his cruelty restored Romagna, united it, and reduced it to peace and to faith. If one considers this well, one will see that he was much more merciful than the Florentine people. So he's not adverse to sort of being a sort of infamous sort of guy. And he's kind of saying like, look, the infamy is as good as the fame. Where as long as people know that you did a good job, right? If one considers this well, he says,
one will see that he was as much more merciful than the Florentine people who, so as to escape a name for cruelty, allowed Pistoia to be destroyed. A prince, therefore, so as to keep his subjects united and faithful, should not care about the infamy of cruelty. Should not care about it. Because with very few examples, he will be more merciful than those who, for the sake of too much mercy, allow disorders to continue, from which come killing or robberies, for these customarily hurt a whole community, but the execution that come from the prince hurt one particular person. And of all princes, it is impossible for the new prince to escape the name of cruelty, because the new states are full of dangers. And Virgil says in the mouth of Dido, quote, "The harshness of things and the newness of the kingdom compel me to contrive such things and to keep a broad watch over the borders," unquote. Right, so I'll skip a little bit, right? He says, from this a dispute arises whether it is better to be feared than, better to be loved than feared, or the reverse. The response is that one should want to be both, the one and the other, but because it is difficult to put them together, it is much safer to be feared than loved. If one has to lack one of the two, for one can say this generally of men: they are ungrateful, fickle pretenders, and dissemblers, evaders of danger, eager for gain. While you do them good, they are yours, offering you their blood, property, lives, children, as I said above. When the need for them is far away, but when it is close to you, they revolt. And that prince who has founded himself entirely on their words, stripped of other preparation, is ruined. For friendships that are acquainted at a price and not with greatness and nobility of spirit are bought, but they are not owed. When the time comes, they cannot be spent. And men have less hesitation to offend one who makes himself loved than one who makes himself feared. For love is held by a chain of obligation. This is a key line, which, because men are wicked, is broken at every opportunity for their own utility, but fear is held by a dread of punishment that never forsakes you.
And let me say something. I think that's closer to the legalists of China than the Taoists. You know, that's the sense I get from it.
Oh yeah, yeah. When we read some of the legalists, right, like Sun Tzu, he's going to definitely echo some of these lines. He's going to say, look, you can't trust people, right? You can't trust the egoist who say it's all about the individual. You can't trust the Taoists who say you can't trust society, right? You can't trust the Confucians, right, who say it's all about goodness and nobility, and you have to keep faith, and faith of words, and the meaning of words is all important. No, nobody trusts these things, right? So Sun Tzu is going to make the case that no, you have to punish people, you have to reward people. That's the law of the land. You know, it's all about punishment and reward. There's two key value systems, right?
I think it's better to manage expectations from everyone.
No.
No?
It's more than one thing. That's where they're going wrong in the first place. I knew you would agree with that, Zipper. I knew you would agree with that. Good to see you, by the way.
You too. Yeah, I miss you.
Yeah, I can get into some immoralist stuff.
It is about the individual at some level, but it's also about the collective. It's both. When you choose only one, that's where you go wrong. Hold on 1 second.
And I think if the law is too complex, then it becomes impossible to enforce, and therefore fear dissolves. Like, it's just stupid.
Interesting reflections. So maybe I'll continue on here, right? And we'll see where what else comes of this. if anything. Right, the prince should nonetheless make himself feared in such a mode that if he does not acquire love, he escapes hatred, because being feared and not being hated go together very well. This he will always do if he abstains from the property of his citizens and his subjects, and from their women, and if he also needs to proceed against someone's life, he must do it when there is suitable justification and manifest cause for it. But above all, he must abstain from the property of others, because men forget the death of a father more quickly than the loss of a patrimony. That's a pretty low view of most people and their morality, right? He said, men forget the death of a father more quickly than the loss of a patrimony. Holy smokes.
Well, in a way that makes sense, because once your father has passed, there's not much,
Patrimony in his
your life does not
name.
depend
You
on
carry
that.
the name, right?
Yeah, you carry the name, but it doesn't, the individual person of your father doesn't, they continue on in you, for one, but your life doesn't depend on them, like your material stuff, like eating your food or whatever. So it makes sense that it would be more important if you want to preserve your life. But that is a little bit cold-hearted in a way.
I can show you some of the most nihilistic and misanthropic philosophies known to man. And yeah, it's interesting. And we can keep going. I have 2 or 3 of these different ones we can compare. Right? But yeah. So he says but above all, you must abstain from the property. Oh yeah, I read this already. Furthermore, causes for taking away property are never lacking. There's only a little more of this. And he who begins to live by rapine always finds cause to seize others' property, and on the contrary, causes for taking life are rarer and disappear more quickly. But when the prince is with his armies and has a multitude of soldiers under his government, then it is above all necessary not to care about name for cruelty, because without this name he never holds his army united or disposed for any action. Among the admirable actions of Hannibal is numbered this one, that when he had a very large army mixed with infinite kinds of men, he led it to fight in alien lands. No dissension ever arose in it, neither among themselves nor against the prince, in bad as well as in good fortune. This could not have arisen from anything other than inhuman cruelty, which together with his infinite virtues, always made him venerable and terrible in the sight of his soldiers. And without it, his other virtues would not have sufficed to bring about this effect. And the writers, having considered little of this, on the one hand, admired this action of his, but on the other condemned the principal cause of it. And to see that it is true that his other virtues would not have been enough, one can consider Scipio, who was very rare, not only in his times, but also in the entire the entire memory of things known. And he says such a nature would in time have sullied I'm gonna skip a little bit of this. He says all which arose from his agreeable nature, so when someone in the Senate wanted to excuse him, he said that there were many men who knew better how not to err and how to correct errors. Such a nature would in time have sullied Scipio or Scipio, right, fame and glory, right, if he had continued with it in the empire. But while he lived under the government of the Senate, this damaging quality of his not only was hidden, but made for his glory. I conclude then returning to being fair and loved, that since men love at their convenience and fear at the convenience of the prince, a wise prince should found himself on what is his, not on what is someone else's. He should only contrive to avoid hatred, as was said. So he said there's a total separation between hatred on the one hand, right, and sort of infamy and thought of as being cruel. Right, saying it's necessary in some senses to be feared and thought of as cruel, right? But it's in all senses better to avoid being hated.
In some ways, this precedes social engineering with the whole reputation and the manipulation of, the fear of others, like engineering,
Well, Plato
spectacle.
kind of had this too, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Right.
but-
Plato kind of says, look, you got to like engineer the culture, right, so that it fits the ruling class, right? So people can't have certain types of poetry and enjoyment. Certain types of that will only be reserved for the lower types of people, right? Whereas the highest types will be cultivated, right? Everything they read and learn will be cultivated.
Yeah, I'm gonna read you a review of, in the future, a summary that I'm gonna write on the Republic and some of Plato's works in like 1 or 2 weeks. I'm gonna read you, and then we can talk about that a little bit. But I think my review of the Prince was good, though, right? The review I read, that's good.
Absolutely, it was a banger. But yeah,
Gonna read
ultimately,
my-
I got to find the passage where he rejects idealism. Because he sort of says, up till now, people have been, too much focused on, what should be done and not what is done, right? So he says he rejects history. He rejects idealism and he chooses history as the explainer, as he says, the actions of great men. But yeah, go on, Buddha.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'm gonna read you a summary of the Republic and some of Plato within 1 or 2 weeks also, and stuff, and then we can talk about that too. But I think we covered the main gist of the Prince's, the Prince by Machiavelli. There's another book they kept mentioning in the footnotes, but I don't plan to read that. But it seems interesting. You probably have read it. What Discourse on Livy or Livy? Have you read that? Discourses on Livy.
Right, that's his major work on republics, right? Because as I said, he sort of recommended republics, right, to two principalities, right? When you compare what he recommended as a form of government, and some of that sort of comes out in the Prince, right? Because he talks about sort of a republic
him
in this,
mentioning France. France had like a kind of like republic kind of system, but
Right.
it was more robust, I think. Like I remember him mentioning that.
Yeah, he talks about republican systems, that are mixed with monarchy and principality. And the Prince quite a bit too. So,
Yeah, he did.
so his his discussion about the pros and cons about the forms of government. So Machiavelli sort of objectively compares it, right? So he's the first to sort of coin a sort of political science, right, that neither relies on philosophy or religion, but history, right, to make its sort of estimations about what can be done, right? It sort of uses case by case analysis, and he was the sort of first to provide these examples. And there's many ways in which Nietzsche is a student of Machiavelli, right? Let me see if I can find this. And I'll sort of, because we could keep talking about this. It's a good way to.
you know, get up in this. But yeah, I'll play some music here while we sort of switch over to some things. I'll find some things for you guys. But I appreciate you guys. I guess Twilight fell out there.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. For you especially. It's very, very academically astute. Like
I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, same with you. For sure.
I appreciate all you guys.
I'm just a slow boy with no whiteboard.
Yeah, we were talking to Benjamin Balderson yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that. That was very interesting. The TED Talks.
Yeah, fun conversation.
Uncle TED Talks. Yeah.
Uncle TED Talks. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Neurojack called in because we appreciated the name, and it looked like at the latter part of the show they got into some pretty serious subject matter. They described their sort of rejection of transhumanism, and that's when I sort of introduced some of the major concepts. Right.
Yeah,
from Ellul and Kaczynski, they were very receptive to Ellul and Kaczynski and their ideas.
They used to go by the Weaving Spiders, and that was like the first place that I ever went on YouTube on the live stream, was on their channel.
Nice.
Pretty crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember you telling us about them, so it's interesting. So yeah, here is a song called Dream Spiral by Lost Children of Babylon. And it's one of their classic songs.
Babylon shall fall.
Yeah. Sort of describe the Egyptian creation myth. So yeah, we'll get into some things. But yeah, it's an interesting song because not a lot of rap songs describe the Egyptian creation myth, for example. Remember,
Have you ever had a dream that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you know the difference between the dream world and the real world? This can't be. Be what? Be real?
I become one as the electrolysis, the bottomless, unlimited, boundless, endless, the unmanifested and illimitable, unponderable, indistinguishable, imperceivable, at least comprehensible to mortal comprehension, created and designed limitless within the instantaneous creation out of triple stages of darkness, the undifferentiated emanation beyond the experience of what human beings perceive as the five senses. I am what exists on the other side of the periodical table of elements, existing as etherical duplicates, etherically spiraling within my double helix. It will take you blasphemous MCs, 1 millionth of a billionth of a team of neurologists that analyze the speed and velocity from my brain waves.
How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
Reverse the universe, disperse my particles at 33 nautical knots per hour. A solar powered yacht in the sun shower, empowered the yang and the yin to begin to spin to form a double tetrahedron. I seen the Sphinx breathing, standing next to heathens, devoured by seething locusts, ejected from the zenith. The body parts of God, Mother Earth received a penis, like Zeus to Venus, Osiris to Isis. One wire, two polarities, you couldn't splice this. Original right knowledge, try to rewrite this. You're forced to speak in tongues, far and away your heritage from. Begin to absorb anything above and under the sun. No other than one vanishing point, the all ellul, who tried to transform the title when they raided the tomb, invaded the womb, spaded knew the chosen children, they created a doom. For otherwise immortal soldiers, PG raided the moon, landed random people's minds with History 6, reprogramming, standing in the first time. I read the rhyme from papyrus, tires on a chariot, getaway Judas Iscariot, betrayal of the scarab at the halls of Yasser Arafat, the talisman began to glow below the dunes of Dasher, the Capricorn backlashes, fracture frames of actors, track the beams from other ships, collapse hollow men, the master builders commenced initiation within the temples of Solomon. I follow them, I follow them, I follow them.
Were you not sure if you were awake or still dreaming?
As life began with one thing in mind to be, and with this thought a thing became a name, impregnated and segregated by the will of who? The creative force, the source, the first, the nurse who gave rule of this side of the universe, the ray, making him the highest of zen. Thus things began to descend, as cells and atoms split by the command of the unseen hand, the ray, who anointed and appointed Panum, the fashioner of the clay, and Tamaray, who was the original vibration and creation of pulsation, accompanied by ray with Haika and say, and Tal, the tongue will bring the word to be heard as a verb which occurred as Nunet and Nun, the chaotic waters who gave birth to Atum, later called the creator of this day. Atum was a part of a triad of Ray, Atum, and Amun, three geneticists from Riz edifice. Atum presumed as the father of the sacred nine. In time they became names explained as water, wind, earth, and sky, symbolically the most high. Shu Tefnut was the first birth of Atum. Shu was the wind that began to blow. The second was Tefnut, moisture, the voice of the body. Shu and Tefnut gave birth to their first son, Geb, called the earth, who was alone on his throne, so he began to search. So Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Nut, symbolically the sky, the seven heavens that the so-called angels occupy. Re was symbolically the eye of the sky. Within an epic, Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Usia, Aset, Netut, and Satuk. Satuk killed his brother Usia out of fear and jealousy and vitality. Satuk was the god of the light, jealous of his brother, cause Usia was the god of the night, so they had a fight. Set cut Osiris' body up into 14 parts. They placed him in a sarcophagus down by the city of Heliopolis. Put his penis in a river, found by the deity Sebek. He the sacred scrolls of Kemet. Aset looked for her living husband. She obtained his parts, just a heart and a dozen. Her and Neptut, her sister, went to look for the penis of his mister. They erected his physical cot, only performing the opening of the mouth ceremony. It was written on papyrus. They obtained the sperm of Osiris, who is now on earth called the highest and the wisest. We learn how the sperm was placed in the womb as set to give birth to a son. Osiris facets they used and abused. They named him Heru, while yet in the fatal, calling him Horus, who grew up and had a fight with his uncle in the forest. Set lost and was forced to get rule, and this is how it was recorded in the Tamarayan epistles. The Crystal City visitors from Riz perimeters.
So this I read this earlier, right? This from Nietzsche, right? There's a pretty interesting passage here, right? From I'm sorry, not Human All Too Human, but The Wanderer and His Shadow, 1880. It says elements of revenge. The word revenge, quote unquote, is said so quickly. It almost seems as if it could not contain more than one root concept and feeling. And so people are still trying to find this root, just as our economists still have not got tired of smelling such a unity in the word value.
Value and worth. Always confused.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely for Nietzsche, right? He's saying that's, they're not the same thing, right? It says of looking for the original root concept of value, right? As if all words were not pockets into which now this and now that has become put, and now many things at once. Thus, revenge too is now this and now that, and now something very composite. Let's distinguish first that return of blow of resistance, which is almost an involuntary reflex executed even against the lifeless objects that have harmed us, such as moving machines. The sense of this counter move is to stop the harm by bringing the machine to a halt. Occasionally, the strength of the counter blow must be so strong to succeed in this that it smashes the machine. But where this is too strong to be destructible immediately by an individual, he will nevertheless strike as hard as he can, making, as it were, an all-out attempt. One behaves the same way against persons who harm one. As long as one feels the harm immediately, if you want to call this action an act of revenge, all right. But consider that it is not, consider that it is only self-preservation, he says. That here put its rational machinery into motion, that in the last analysis one does not think of all of harming persons in such a case, but only of oneself. We act that way without any wish to do harm in return, merely in order to get away with life and limb. So he's not talking about sort of natural evils or the response to danger, the sort of fight or flight response. Right? He's not talking about that. Right? He's saying revenge consists in a deeper, more cultivated notion, right? Because he talks sort of in the genealogy of morals about the subterranean hatred and revenge that is responsible for the birth of morality in the first place, right?
Well, that kind of reminds me of the cask of Amontillado by
Edgar Allan Poe. Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah,
that's also
I forgot how good that was. Right, it is sickeningly weird, right? How he so basically, if you guys don't know about the cask of Amontillado, right? There's a guy who always insults him at these parties. So he lures him to an underground tunnel and drinks him into a stupor while he buries him alive behind a wall, right? Where the guy gets stuck, right? So he's like, so the whole, story is describing how this guy lures this guy into this underground tavern, while lulling him into an alcoholic stupor to commence in murdering and disposing of his body all in one blow. And it's pretty brutal stuff by Edgar Allan Poe, right? But it's
he's got a really he's got a really great habit of telling the other side of the story too, because then there's also the telltale heart, which is the kind of the opposite side of that. The guy is in the wall somewhere and he can hear his heart and he won't let him sleep, or he killed the guy or whatever. It's good with extremes.
That's the favorite one that they'll give you in school. But the cask of Amontillado is pretty hardcore, right? And so is Mask of the Red Death and is Raphael, where he talks about a sort of Islamic angel that blows a trumpet and then the world ends.
Also
pretty
funny because the cask of
sorry, what was that, Red?
That's Poe also?
Yeah, that's Poe. Yeah. Is Raphael.
Bro.
Yeah, it's amazing what the fuel of alcohol and opium can do.
What's interesting is cask of Amontillado is also in an Italian city. So because that was because Machiavelli is Italian, and that quote from Nietzsche, it kind of reminded me of that. Kind of.
So yeah, so let's take a look at the origins of revenge. If it's not this sort of fight or flight response to some sort of natural evil, and it's just part of the economy of violence, as they say, right? Let's see where it's really from, right? As Nietzsche says, he says, time is needed when instead of concentrating on oneself, one begins to think about one's opponent, asking oneself how one can hurt him the most. This happens in the second type of revenge. Reflection on the other person's vulnerability and capacity for suffering is its presupposition. One wants to hurt, protecting oneself against further harm, on the other hand, is so little a consideration for the seeker of such a revenge that he almost regularly brings about further harm to himself, and quite often anticipates this in cold blood. In the first type of revenge, it was fear of a second blow that made the counter blow as strong as possible. Here we find almost total indifference to what the opponent will do yet. The strength of the counter blow is determined solely by what he has done to us. But what has he done? And what use is it to us if he now suffers after we have suffered on his account? What matters is a restoration, while the act of revenge of the first type serves only self-preservation. Perhaps we have lost through our opponent possessions, rank, friends, children. Such losses are not brought back by revenge. The restoration concerns solely a loss incidental to all these losses. The revenge of restoration does not protect against further harm. It does not make good the harm suffered, except in one case, if our honor has suffered from our opponent. Then revenge can restore it. But this has suffered damage in every instance in which suffering has been inflicted on us deliberately. For our opponent thus demonstrated that he did not fear us. By making a public display of our humiliation, he displayed that he did not fear us. So now it's valuable to dishonor such a foe. I think you guys see where this is going. Right? This idea of fear and revenge are intricately linked, but so is this concept of honor. Right? And also the concept of harm. Right? Harm is thrown out of the window. Right? Honor is held up as this value which can be restored, right, beyond what was lost by the dishonor and humiliation. Right? So there's several things he's putting. So there's fear, honor, and harm. As I said, harm is thrown out of the window. Honor is anointed. And fear is sort of the goal, right? To instill fear in the opponent, right? That'll restore honor, right? If they start fearing you now, right after dishonoring you, right, because of what you can do, oh, that'll restore. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good enough. Right now you can control them, right? Or just tell them to fuck off, right?
That's what it's about, is the control part and the feeling of insecurity and not having control, I think.
Oh, yeah. Right, so it says here, so he says, if our honor has suffered from our opponent, then revenge can restore it. But this has suffered damage in every instance in which suffering has been inflicted on us deliberately by our opponent, thus demonstrated that he does not fear us. By revenge, we demonstrate that we don't fear him either. This constitutes the equalization, the restoration, the intent of showing one's utter lack of fear goes so far in some persons that the danger their revenge involves for them, loss of health or life or other damage,
is for them an indispensable condition of all revenge. Therefore, they choose the means of a duel, even though the courts offer them in help of obtaining satisfaction for the insult. But they do not accept the undangerous restoration of their honor as sufficient, because it cannot demonstrate their lack of fear. You know, in the Hagakure, right? I think I was showing this to Buddha, earlier. It says, the people who actually go into a battle, they don't fear victory or revenge, and he even says they plunge recklessly into the death. And he says, if you plunge recklessly into death and you don't care about victory or defeat, and you just kill as many people as possible, he's saying that's the best way to do it. He says at the end of the day, you can't fear for your life, or and calculations have to be made beforehand. So once you enter the battle, doesn't matter. So anyways, he says in the first type of revenge, it is fear that strikes the counterblow here. On the other hand, it is the absence of fear, as I have tried to show, wants to prove itself by means of the counterblow. Nothing, therefore, seems more different than the inner motivation of the two ways of action that are called by one name revenge. Nevertheless, it happens quite frequently that one person seeking revenge is unclear about what really induced him to act. Perhaps he delivered the counterblow from fear in order to preserve himself, but later, when he has time to think about the point of his injured honor, he convinces himself that he avenged himself for his honor's sake. After all, this motive is nobler than the other one. Moreover, it is also important whether he believes his honor to have been injured in the eyes of others, the world, for only in the eyes of the opponent who insulted him, in the latter case, he will prefer secret revenge, in the former, public revenge.
Yeah, shame is a big thing. And guilt.
So it's sort of like this idea of the lack of self, to think of this honor, elevate one's purpose to the sense of honor, to think of one's opponent in a category among categories of people that have dishonored people, and to just wage worldwide consensus against them, that they just have to be eliminated at all costs, right? Publicly shamed, or brought into fear or justification, for restoration of either the lack of fear or dishonor, that they bestowed upon you. So he says, depending on whether he projects himself strongly or weakly into the soul of his opponent and the spectator, his revenge will be more embittered or tamer. If he lacks this type of imagination entirely, he will not think of revenge at all. For in that case, the feeling for quote-unquote honor is not present in him, and hence cannot be injured, just as he will not think of revenge if he despises the doer and the spectators of the deed, because they, being despised, cannot accord him any honor, and hence cannot take it away. Finally, he will forego revenge in the not unusual case in which he loves the doer. To be sure, he thus loses honor in his opponent's eyes, and perhaps thus becomes less worthy of being loved in return. So there's a connection between fear and love. All right, sometimes if somebody, you loved, dishonored you, and you don't take revenge for that and make them fear you, then they kind of love you less. Because they're like, this guy's kind of a scrub.
They sort of, sometimes they did it to get a rise out of you, to test how much you love them, because it's sort of a game of honor and fear and love is all mixed into that, right? Right. So, So yeah. So So yeah, it says, but sorry, even foregoing all such counter love is a sacrifice that love is prepared to make, if only it does not have to hurt the beloved's being. That would mean hurting oneself more than this sacrifice hurts. So you hurt them a little bit, but you won't destroy them.
Who doesn't like a little bit of pain? Just a little bit.
We all do it for love.
A little smack. Yeah, and we keep walking right into it again and again and again.
And it says, thus everybody will revenge himself unless he is without honor or full of contempt or full of love for the person who has harmed and insulted him. Even when he has recourse to the courts, he wants revenge as a private person. But besides being a member of society who thinks further and considers the future, he also wants society's revenge.
What is the line between justice and revenge, really? I mean,
well, that's kind of what he's talking about. This idea of society's revenge, right? It's like when you want when the dishonor is public, you want public retribution as a private person, right? So it's kind of like, so he's saying like, a member of a society who thinks further and considers the future, he also wants society's revenge on one who does not honor it. So sometimes it's the, sometimes your revenge represents the honor that's the, represents the entire society. So you need society's revenge to back up your, elevated sense of morality because somebody dishonored you.
That sounds like a personal issue, like being offended.
Oh yeah, it's all personal issues all the way down. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In this idea, it's all personal issues. And I'll read another example of this, where Confucius talks to Robert Z. And he's like, what about respect and honor and and goodwill? And Robert Z kind of says that's a you problem. You want honor and respect from other people. So I don't give a fuck what they think about me. If they think I'm a rapist or a murderer, I don't give a fuck.
Is my mic better? Sorry.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about them. You're an honored guest. If you want to join the conversation, I don't care about these people in the chat. They're peanut gallery.
I like to be considerate anyways if I can, though.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So we got one little paragraph here. Oh wait. Oh yeah, society's revenge, yeah. Thus the judicial punishment restores both private honor and the honor of society, which means punishment is revenge. So there's a little. So it seems like, Zeph jumped the gun there, But yeah, she definitely anticipated that point there. So yeah, so indubitably, it also contains that other element of revenge, which we described first, insofar as society uses punishment for its self-preservation and deals a counterblow in self-defense. Yeah, I appreciate you, Madfinger, but let's just chill, man. We're not like audio experts here, It's just a conversation, You're either in or out. But yeah, punishment desires to prevent further damage. It desires to deter
Thus, both of these so different elements of revenge are actually tied together in punishment. Oh, here's this guy. And perhaps this is the main support of what above mentioned conceptual confusion by virtue, of which the individual who revenges himself usually does not know what he really wants. Holy smokes. So there's some of those. Some of that, some of this. A little of that, a little of this. Thoughts, expert panel.
Yeah, so we've almost completely lost that sense of nobility, that sense of virtue.
Huh? You mean as a society? Yeah.
Yeah. It's not about a lack of fear at all. That's unhealthy. That's dangerous, actually. You want to have some level of fear, but it's about being able to overcome fear through courage and virtue.
Yeah, caution is good. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a signal to the nervous system, that there's a threat that needs to be handled. And it tells you when you've reached a limit. So it's very healthy.
You have a certain amount of bandwidth that's allocated for that, so it's best to, keep it on something.
Yeah. And it keeps you strong, and it keeps you, going, and let's say like live to fight another day. If you're not aware of, of what's going on, you're dead.
I would say that
if there's like a lion coming at you and you don't fear it, you might get tore up. So it has its uses, but if you're paralyzed by fear, that's not good either. So it's finding a balance between the two. But the problem is that most people are afraid of their own shadows anymore. Our ancestors weren't afraid of anything, really.
Or they're too afraid to find out like something that could help them before it's like too late.
Well, like I said, they're afraid of their own shadows. I mean that in so many different ways. Like psychologically, literally, just in so many different ways, especially with postmodernism.
I would also say that the word of a man needs to be resolute and they need to stick to their word. Some men act like women due to some minor disagreements. They then go to ignoring the person, or they go to picking a fight with that person, just due to some minor disagreement. So when one calls another a friend or wants to be loyal to that person or honorable, and then they betray that person, then their words have no weight, authenticity, or sincerity. So one man's word has to have weight to it. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder, because I would say that sincerity and authenticity and loyalty and all of that are incredibly important to me, and I would define that as consistent. I would define that as if you define someone as a friend, and a friend tells you that they're not really interested in debating anything in a topic in particularly, and it's consistently brought up over and over and over again, and they tell you enough is enough, and you continually do that. I wouldn't consider that friendly. I would consider that parasitic. So I would consider that not respecting that person's boundaries.
Yeah, it's trespassing.
Which is definitely not being a friend.
Yeah, I think Nietzsche has entered the chat.
From a satanic Luciferian perspective, it makes it very clear that if there's a topic that is dropped, it's dropped, and that's all there is to it. See, I never attack anyone's beliefs. Never. I've never done it. and I never will. But everybody always comes at me for my beliefs. Never once have I tried to antagonize anybody or push my beliefs down anyone's throat, because it's about worthless to me. I don't care what anybody believes. I don't know why everybody is so fucking fixated with what I believe. It's really a mystery to me. Because what I believe is based in convictions of experiences that I've had. It's not based in anything else, and I have very few of them. And that's another thing is everyone's trying to like find out like what's your final belief. It's like I don't have any really outside of the earth living being. It's super consciousness. It's a super living organism. It's not a goddess. It's animating intelligence itself. And then everything is plasma, and about everything else is up for constant rearranging. Yeah, like that God is everywhere. Like Muhammad says, it's like closer than your jugular vein. Like like that's the thing is like I don't need a final answer because there is no final answer, at least in my perception. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with curiosity. I'm okay with not having everything figured out. In fact, I would go so far as to say that you can't have everything. Because if anyone did have anything figured out, then they wouldn't still be trying to figure it out, after a century. They basically have to throw away their entire cosmology and scientific worldview that they've had for
Gnosticism. That's
Gnosticism, right, bro? Yeah, because we can't have knowledge, right?
This knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians
we can't have knowledge.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
That's right.
I think if
we can't have knowledge.
We'd be more convincing. We'd be more.
You can't have knowledge within nature. We can't have knowledge within nature. There's no knowledge in nature. And God is definitely not connected with nature or knowledge. And this is the problem that we have. And this is what I'm saying. And it's just absurd. And this is why I think
basically you're saying you support a kind of, I don't know, pantheism or panentheism or
I'm flexible.
Yeah, you don't have to keep interrupting me. Yeah, I have to talk too. Okay. So that's what
I'm not interrupting you. You're telling me what I support, and I'm telling you that I keep telling you that I'm flexible.
Yeah.
And you're trying to still put me in a box. And there is no box.
You said that the superorganism and that there's a plasmatic intelligence. That's where your true convictions lie.
Plasma psychology.
Yeah. That was right. Okay. So that's what your true loyalty lies. Okay. But then
there's no loyalty.
Yeah.
There's no loyalty. It's just
there's no loyalty.
It's just what I believe.
You don't have loyalty to the earth and to protecting its biodiversity.
Well, yeah, I have loyalty to the earth, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Within reason. Within reason.
Yeah. Okay, so let me talk then. So that's where your convictions lie, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
That's fair, yes.
So then that's the area that if people attack, that should be what one, truly takes serious offense over. But that's not what
Why?
People can believe what they want, though. That's the thing. I don't care.
Yeah, okay.
I don't care what people believe.
You don't care if someone believes we should tear down the primeval forests and we should pollute the oceans. You don't care if someone believes that.
I mean, they're ultimately going to harm themselves because nature is going to strike back. I believe that as well. Yes, I do care. But what am I going to do? Beat them up? Curse them? What?
You can't change people. You can only change yourself.
Thank you, Red. It's the same issue I have with Christians. They're like, God smite them. It's like, okay, like, what are you going to do? Like,
yeah,
thank you very much. I'll take that.
You care to a certain extent that people are going to do harm.
I mean, sure,
people and whatnot, but ultimately you have to take that from a state of neutrality and not get over reacted to it.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned. I'm more concerned with my own life than I am other people and what they're doing. The last thing I'm concerned about is what other people are doing. I have too much to worry about myself.
The point is that I made is when a man, you know, places his heart somewhere, his loyalty in something, that he prioritizes that. He places it on an elevated road, and then to take offense to things that are outside of that, minor offense, you know, and then to simply, you know, block that person, you know, even though they didn't attack the main crux of what they're doing. Nothing can be accomplished via a collaboration. I'm not done talking. I don't know why people keep interrupting me. Like,
I have a question.
like really, like that guy just keeps going on and on. And when I talk, people love to interrupt me and stuff. I don't get it. Do I have like a timid voice or something? You know, like really, yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, you know, when I choose to do something, I put my foot down on something, and someone intersects with what I put my heart into, you know, like a Dharma brother or like someone in the Senka, I will not betray them, you know, because I am honorable, you know. But you are slippery, you know, slippery people like, oh, I don't care, I only care about myself. You know, one cannot have true friends that way. One cannot have true Dharma brothers or brothers that way. You see what I'm saying? You know, I'm always do my best to go for what's true, and I try to be transparent and direct. You see, you know.
I think you both are doing that. I think that the offense lies in the expectation of other people to be the same as you.
No, it's not about that. You know, I don't have expectations.
Why don't you ask Moontan?
Moontan and
why don't you ask Moontan?
You know, let me tell you this. Oh, you O9A people, I find you fishy and stuff. That's all.
Oh, yeah, I know you told us as much.
Yeah.
You said a lot of things that we're kind of tired of
This
hearing.
is uniquely subjective.
Everything is uniquely subjective.
But you think that you can say whatever you want and everything's going to be okay. You think you can say all kinds of offensive things and everything's going to be okay. Eventually, we get tired of it.
No, I'm on good terms with TML, and I am.
And what you say to her, that's my best friend.
TML
that's my best friend.
And we're not.
You understand? You understand that?
Good terms too. Moontan and me.
That's my best friend. Okay, yeah. Well, you keep pushing, dude. I'm telling you right now, that's my best friend.
I'm not pushing anything. All I'm doing.
Anybody? Okay, look. I'm gonna tell you right now. That is my best friend. If anybody fucks with her, they're fucking with me, and vice versa.
I haven't done anything to her. What are you talking about?
I'm just telling. Look,
can defend herself.
You're trying to instill fear in me to steal.
I'm not instilling anything. I'm just telling you how it is.
No, you're not.
I'm not threatening. I'm not instilling anything.
And stuff.
I'm not saying anything or else. I'm just telling you, if you burn bridges, you burn bridges, man.
No,
disrespect can only be contained for so long.
Wait,
no,
you say you want to talk over people. Okay,
you wanted me to. Do you want me to read the text back to you? What you said, Avian? I warned you many times. You said you wanted us to be out of your sphere of influence.
Yeah,
that's what you said. So I removed myself from your sphere of influence, which didn't exist.
No, I wasn't talking about you. You should.
No. That's what you said. You said you wanted to be outside of my sphere of influence. I said I have no sphere of influence.
Maybe I wasn't clear.
That's what you said, Avian. I can read it back to you.
That's not what I meant. What I meant.
And you flip-flop plenty of times on your views on things and your views on people. Don't make me read the messages.
Nope.
Please. Don't act one way on panel and then call me disingenuous. Because I've been the same from day one with my views on everything.
Not really. No, not really. No.
No, yes, I have.
No, yeah. No.
I've from day one. I've said I'm a Luciferian. I practice magic. Okay. I am pagan. I despise religion. I despise the Talmud. I despise Sharia law. I have no issue with the esoteric understanding of it. I've said it from day one.
No,
I don't like what's going on with the immigration. I don't like. I've talked about all of this with Unseen, with Muhammad. They know how I feel about all of it. I've never not said.
Yeah, I got that.
You can ask anybody.
I got it. You keep screaming it and stuff.
I'm not screaming.
You know,
This is not screaming.
Yes, it is.
This is not screaming.
You have to give.
I'm not screaming. This is not screaming.
Yeah, it is. It's shouting and stuff. Can I respond
Okay.
now?
Okay.
Or do you want to keep
I'm not
going? Are you going to interrupt me with another?
I have been transparent from day one. Zephyr.
Daddy.
First off, Zephyr, am I screaming?
You're pretty loud, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, you
call it
are pretty
screaming.
loud, man. Whenever this
But-
happens,
but-
you always get loud. And let me say something, man. You know, you interrupted our conversation with like
I'm
a
screaming.
30-minute fucking propaganda of the mustache man. Okay, you know, and let me make myself clear. Okay, so since you
Okay, well, guess what? You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to any of it.
Yeah, okay.
If you
You don't.
securely do
Oh,
believe
okay.
otherwise, it would
So-
not threaten you so
If
much.
I don't accept your propaganda, that means I'm not your
So
friend.
don't. So don't accept it. I don't care if you do. Again, no one's putting a gun to your head.
You have a kind of agenda. You know what I mean? That's what you
Okay,
said.
then I have an agenda. Then why are you so like butthurt? I don't understand.
Because
Then I have an agenda. This is what I'm saying. You say type of shit all the time. But yet you want to flood my DMs with all this bullshit, and then ask me why I said what I said.
Yeah, listen.
Because you act like you want to be my friend, but then you say all this shit when I have nothing but good things to say to you, Avian. I tried to be your friend.
No,
I was sincere.
Yeah, no,
Okay, so then no.
Yeah.
So you don't believe it anyway. So what's the fucking point? This is what I'm trying to say.
Let me respond, you know, and you
I've
know,
been authentic from day one, Avian.
my point. You know, by not letting me.
I've been authentic from day one.
No, you haven't.
You know when me and Muhammad had our argument, it wasn't even because anything he said to me. It was because of fucking Moontan. Okay?
What?
So you have to
Are
understand.
you and Motown in like some kind of relationship? Because you know, I
No, we're just really fucking close. Friends. We've known each other for years.
That's good.
Period.
Okay? Okay,
That's
so
it.
let me respond.
That's it.
Let me respond. You keep yelling. You know, you don't.
I'm
let me
not yelling. I'm
No,
not yelling. This is not yelling.
It's tone. That's what it is.
This is not yelling. I'm fucking Italian, dude.
Yeah, you are.
I'm fucking Italian, bro. This is not yelling.
Okay. Okay. Can I respond now?
I don't talk like a bitch. I'm sorry.
Can I respond now? You know, like really, like.
For what? What's the point of talking, dude? You don't trust me? You think I have an agenda? Blah 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 blah. Like what the fuck? Get over
Trying
it.
to force them out or what? I don't understand what's going on here. What's going
What's
on?
the fucking point of talking then? Get over it.
Yeah, you see, you're trying to control the direction of the discussion.
No, I don't see the point in talking.
You know what I mean? Because you're engaging in some kind of theatrics. You know what I mean?
It's not theatrics. What the fuck is the point? The only being theatrical is you.
No.
Why do you want to start this shit? I don't. First off, I don't owe you a fucking explanation. So get that out of your skull. I don't owe you an explanation. I don't need to talk to you. I have no obligation to talk to you right now. None. Zero.
Enchatico. You're a fucking enchatico. You know,
I don't need to talk to you. First off, I have no obligation to talk to you.
Yeah, then
None.
stop talking to me. Then stop talking to me. God
Then
damn it.
shut the fuck up then.
You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up.
Both of you shut the fuck
You're
up.
fucking, you know, Hyperborean has honor. You have no honor whatsoever. You know what I mean? Not even a fucking
You have no honor.
You have no honor.
You're
man.
two-faced. You're two-faced.
I'm not two-faced. I'm direct
Okay.
and transparent.
Talk to Moontan.
Moontan and you know, Moontan is fucking always deifying Hitler, okay? And I'm not on bad terms with her, you know. But you know, like, why is this about Moontan? Okay, are you like some kind of gynocentric freak? Like, I'm talking about us. Like, what the fuck you keep bringing up Moontan? It's not like I argue with her, or
He
like
was
I'm.
defending her. That's why. That's why.
Yeah,
You're a
but I don't
fool.
agree with her. So what? You know, that doesn't mean I'm on a witch hunt or whatever. You know, like, what's the point? You know,
You'd be hunting me if that was the case.
yeah, I leave you alone and stuff. You know, I leave you alone. I don't even talk to you much.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you're so confused why I blocked you. I'm saying ask Moontan.
No, I don't care if you block me or not. You know, because I don't really respect you much anymore. You know?
Clearly you do because you decided to bring it all up right now.
Seems
no,
like
when we
somebody
were having a fucking conversation about something
because the
totally
kind of
irrelevant.
stuff, no, I'll tell you why I brought it up. Because of the kind of stuff TML was reading, you know, it just brought that up. You know what I mean?
Instead of like maybe finding a way to like put things aside.
Yeah, no, I have a serious problem with you, man. Okay, first off, you keep interrupting.
You told me you wanted me
giving
out of your
room
sphere
to
of
talk.
influence, bro. That's what you said,
Stop
Avian.
interrupting. You
So I
gotta let
removed
me
my fucking
respond.
self.
You gotta let me fucking
What part of that
respond.
is hard to understand? I did what you told me to do.
Can I respond now? Okay. You know, man. Okay. You know, since you went on and on, you know, you know, I care. Okay. You see, I care, unlike you, and because I care, that means I value honesty, transparency, being direct. You know, I don't like to have things I hide. Okay. You know, and you know, when I said that stuff, it's more of a geopolitical statement. It's not even about you and stuff. It's more about geopolitics, you know. And you know, when you talk to people, you can't just be screaming and then like play a 30-minute clip, like interrupting everyone, you know. And that's the thing, you know, you're playing a 30-minute clip about Mustache Man, okay? And about the Mustache Man, it's complex, you know.
I actually fell asleep. My bad on that one.
Yeah, it kind of pissed me off because we were talking
No,
about
I actually fell asleep on that one. That was my bad.
Okay.
No, I did. I did. No, I did. I was only gonna play like 5-10 minutes and I passed out. I had been up for fucking a day, bro. I really did. I'm dead serious.
Okay. You know, I was just making a geopolitical statement, okay? You know,
that
geopolitical
doesn't
statement.
make sense, though.
What? Wait, it doesn't make sense. I mean,
If
you
you're
don't have full
talking to
context.
if you're talking to Twilight, why would geopolitical issues or anything like that
Because he was
even
talking
be
about Daddy
relevant?
Mustache Man for a long time. He played a 30-minute clip while we were talking about anime about Daddy Mustache Man, and it was like out of like just out of the blue, okay? And so I was listening to that 30-minute clip, and I was like, why is he playing this randomly? You know, we weren't even talking about Daddy Mustache Man. I mean, does that make sense? Okay, you know,
It's a matter of personal
But
taste, though.
you're addressing Twilight, though. That's why it's relevant, I guess.
yeah, I was responding to the video he was sharing and the propaganda. You know, that's all. You know, it is propaganda. You know, like what Moontan and him are engaging in.
Well,
Is
then you should have. Then perhaps you should have said, "Keep Mustache Man out of my sphere of influence," or something. I don't know.
Or I'd rather you didn't speak about such things in my presence or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Never mind.
Put on the baby gloves, please. I need the baby gloves.
Yeah, I mean,
This isn't the first time you've done shit like this, Avian. That's
no,
the thing.
you know, it's you too. You know, it's you too. You're not transparent or direct. You lack sincerity.
I'm always transparent and direct.
Not
I'm
really.
too direct. That's my problem.
No,
but I am.
No,
Okay.
no, you're not.
Anyone who knows me for real knows better than that.
How long have you been on the internet, Avian? Because, like, that standard is very high. For
Like, Moontan talks to me. Like, please.
Okay. Whatever. Like, why you keep bringing up Moontown? I don't care. Like, what place does that have here? And also, you're the one who made this about John. I was talking about.
Because you're talking about Mustache Man, dude.
Yeah, what were we talking about before? I already
Yeah,
forgot.
well, why don't we talk about that instead of the personal drama? Because it seems like you want to, like, you know, channel it to that. Okay, you know, I think that the Mustache Man and the esoteric, you know, Mustache Man, the esoteric dimension of it is being
You
revived.
keep talking about Hyperborean, and you understand he's an esoteric Hitlerist, right?
Yeah,
like, more so than I am.
You know, the thing about him,
like, way more than I am.
Correct. You know,
You do realize that, right?
Yeah, Hyperborean is
like, you do realize that, right?
Yeah, I know that. Yes, I read.
Okay.
Nimrod.
Okay.
But he's a polite one. A polite
Yeah.
one.
No, he's more direct. Also,
The polite Hitler guys are always nice. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Machine Lies. I just wanted to say hi. Apparently, I've jumped into some sort of weird mustache man anime DM debate going on or whatever.
Exactly.
My mistake. I thought there was like some sort of philosophical thing going on.
There was.
Yeah, if you go back like maybe
There is, if you really look.
We absolutely were.
Yeah, anything
Having a really good conversation.
Yeah, anything before the 4 hour and 20-minute mark, I think is good to go on philosophy. For sure.
We just temporarily jumped the rails. That's all that happened. We can take a deep breath, pause,
So
and
rewind the
then-
tape, and I will have some more. Coming up here soon, we'll have some music and then some more of the philosophical angles. So yeah.
Well, you know, one of the early things that made Carnegie stand out as an industrialist, he actually worked for the railroads. And when a train went off the rails one time, like up in a mountain pass, and they said, well, it's going to take like 6 months to clear it. He's like, light the train on fire. Just burn it down.
I want to just say something.
Push it off the thing. Let's get going in a week. So
right.
maybe it's time to light it all on fire.
Yeah, that's kind of like Machiavellian. Yeah, that's kind of like
Machiavellian and other stuff. Iranians are not mongrels. Okay, we're not going to be emasculated. We're not going to become a vassal state of the West. We're not going to become a vassal state of Israel. We will maintain our territorial integrity. You will not emasculate us with your propaganda. Okay, I'm not talking to Mike. Okay.
Where'd we get on the Iranians?
Yes, Avian, and I've told you from day one that I agree with you on that.
No,
and
you
yet
don't.
you
I've
still
listened very closely. Okay. No,
Okay.
you think my ancestors were European. You think they were red-haired, and that the royals were fucking.
Oh my gosh, no, I don't.
I think
I've told you this 100 times that I don't, but you still don't listen, and this is my fucking point. I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. No,
Is Avian a Zoroastrian?
I've told you a million times, bro.
I have a cat named Zurban. I have a cat named Zurban.
You say, I don't care about the West or Europe anymore. I want to focus solely on technique and industrialization. I'm tired of being charitable to those who don't share my true interests. Okay, well then don't be, dude.
It's Avian Buddha. Yeah, so.
In a geopolitical sense. That's what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah. That's not all you said, though. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Avian Buddha, you a Persian?
Yeah.
What do you think of the protests going on right now in Persia?
I think it's all Mossad, and I think that regardless of mullahs going down, I want Iran to get closer to the east, and so I don't trust the West anymore. There you go. And
Yeah.
so
No one should ever trust the West. No one should trust any government. Don't trust.
Thank you.
No, I agree
with that.
I agree with that.
You might
Don't
want to
trust
move
any
east,
government. Don't
I
trust
totally
any
agree with
government. Agreed.
Yay, anarchy!
Don't trust any government. Simple as that.
I wouldn't trust the anarchists either. But,
Well, why? They're
No.
self-responsible.
You have to
They're
be Machiavellian
self-responsible.
about it.
They're not a
Be
government.
Machiavellian about it. You can't.
Don't
just-
trust any collective.
Yeah, exactly.
Individually, fine. Don't trust any collective. Done.
I don't mean the propagandized version of anarchy.
Right. Yeah, that's individual, though.
What do you think
exactly.
anarchy is? Is it not a mob?
No, it's
imposed-
self-responsible. It's handle your own
Right,
shit
but-
as best as you can and
So-
work things out locally.
Okay. So, like, the mob is kind of anarchist, right?
No, they're more. They're
No.
definitely trying to control shit. Like,
Right.
They're in bed with
But,
the Alpha
okay,
Bay.
so-
No, they're organized.
and they were a response to.
They work with the government. They work with the government, and they work with intelligence. So no, they're not anarchy.
They were a subversive response to a law that was overly prohibitive.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Let's say I live in Minnesota and I steal something from a Somali market or whatever. Is there any sort of justice within, let's say it's an anarchist state at that point, which it may be soon, but let's just say, I steal something. should anything happen to me? How would anarchists? I mean, I know two different definitions
I
of
would say
anarchy.
that you're
One is
stealing
there is
something
no
at your
law.
own risk. Yeah, there's a risk that you're taking in stealing something. It depends on the necessity of what you're stealing, I suppose.
Right. I steal a Porsche.
Oh, well, that would be like not necessary. So I
Right.
would say that
Somalis have
justice
Porsches.
pretty harsh.
Oh, absolutely. They got Ferraris. You didn't see the one guy bought Ferrari with his part of his $9 billion fraud. But anyway, so yeah, I just buy a luxury item, or I steal a Rolex from a jeweler. Doesn't have to be a Somali. The Arabs
I
are
bet
big in
that
gold.
lady,
Or the Jews.
Ilhan Omar, she probably has a Ferrari too.
She's got
And
30 million now somehow.
Somebody sprayed something in her face.
I think it hit her in her chest. But
Supposedly.
yeah. The guy's like a Russian or something. He's like 56. He's got 10 DUIs, so he might have been a little drunk.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at the Analects of Confucius? Mike Malzahn?
No.
Yeah, opinions on that?
No. But, all right. Can we get back to how anarchists rule?
Oh,
So,
yeah. We're going to
let's
get
say
into
I
a
steal
major...
a Rolex.
Yeah.
Under the system of anarchy.
I would say you'd be opening yourself up to have retribution taken out on you of equal value.
Okay. So the person I stole the Rolex from would come, get it back, beat the crap out of me.
Or just, they would, well, it's their duty, first of all, previously probably to defend their belongings.
Okay.
In a way that you could not steal from them.
Okay. That's part of their fault. We'll blame the victim.
But it's not victim blaming. It's like,
well, if you steal from somebody and you say it's partly their fault because they didn't protect it enough.
No, that's like saying that like there's this argument that all the guys, all the whatever red pill guys are saying that, like, girls should not be walking out in public because that's just opening themselves up to rape. Yes, that is somewhat true. Somewhat true. Because they're putting themselves in a vulnerable position. But if they know self-defense, if they know self-defense, then they can do whatever the fuck they want.
I don't think there's any reasonable expectation to say women aren't allowed outside because they might get raped.
Well, I think that's
nonsense. Years ago it was, but
that's fucking nonsense.
I think it's nonsense too, but
let's just go into some other things. I might play some music and then move into a
thank you, Muhammad. And inshallah, brother. Inshallah.
Yeah, very anarchic view that's presented in the Robert Z, right? So as compared to Confucius, right? And some might claim that the Robert Z is sort of on par with legalism in the way it explains the sort of rapacious nature of criminals, right? So Robert Z is a criminal who has sort of a band of thieves, and they go around like looting and graping and plundering and so there's this whole thing about it. And of course we read Machiavelli, and then we went into Nietzsche, right? Nietzsche, the wanderer and his shadow, right? He sort of writes about the origins of revenge, right? So anyways, here is some music, and we'll proceed to, the Robert Z, which is another sort of amoralist viewpoint, right? So we're discussing amoralism, and sort of it's a major basis for the anarchy thing, right? One of the lines by Bakunin, right? Which is well known. He says something like, when the last priest is like devoured through the and passes through the entrails of the last like statesman, like the history will finally like be completed or something like that. So yeah, but anyways, let's get into this music, and we'll be right back in a second. Blessings to all the people, and let me just Hold on, let's
Well,
see if
take
I-
it easy, y'all. I'll catch you
Yeah,
on the flip side.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, we'll be back in like, 4 minutes here. I mean, like 8 minutes here, I think.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing before I move on, because it's just short. If Iran were not sanctioned, it would be on the level of Japan in terms of prosperity. It's just due to the sanctions that Iran is starving. Iranians have been starving for the last decade, from sanctions. Why should Iranians fucking not bow down to the West? You know what I mean? When Obama gave money to Iran, that was fucking Iran's frozen assets. They kept Iran's money as frozen assets. And they keep lying that Iran is the #1 sponsor of terrorism. That's a lie. That's a lie. Okay. Like, what has the West ever done for Iran? I mean, like, yeah, that's what I was mentioning. Daddy Mustache Man, he was a lesser evil, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna fucking talk to him. I have my own self-interest and ethnic interest.
Nobody's cucking to him, dude. Neither I nor
German,
Moontan.
they're fucking problems.
Neither I or Moontan are cucking to him, and we both have told you innumerable times. But sure, yeah.
He did.
Yeah, man. Keep saying it's
I
not
was
about
gonna
him.
say that too. I'm like, isn't he dead?
Like me. Thank you. Even me and Zephyr have talked about this. Like, I don't know why it gets on you so bad. Like, it's not about fucking him. It's not even about the National Socialist Party because it got infiltrated by Jesuits and Zionists and whatever. Like, I'm not saying they were all good or that they were even the good guys in the end. I'm saying it started as something very different.
Yep, it did.
And even she fucking knows it.
Yep.
If you really look at it, you'll see that is the reality. And what I am trying to say is what happened then can happen now. And if we don't fucking realize it, we really are going to be in the new world fucking order. That's what I'm saying. People need to stop being so fucking defeated and acting like they can't fucking do anything. That's the message.
Yeah,
it's not of hate.
Let me
It's
give
not out of hate. Now I'm screaming.
Okay.
But it's not out of anger. It's out of frustration and passion. Because everybody takes this shit the fucking wrong way.
You know that Michael Tessarian guy? He supports Israel over Iran.
I know he does. I know he does. No, he doesn't. He doesn't support him over Iran. It's just he understands what I do. Look, dude, I'm anti-Zionist. I'm not anti-fucking Semitic. I always say this, and no one understands what I'm talking about. Y'all don't understand nuance. Listen to me. I'm telling you that the National Socialists aren't what you think, and yet I'm telling you I'm not anti-Semitic. Does that make sense? I'm very nuanced, dude.
Yeah, I know. You think I'm stupid and I don't know what you're saying? You think I don't understand what you're saying?
Well, I mean, you don't act like you do, bro. So that's why I'm confused.
Doesn't understand me. I'm saying from a Machiavellian.
Well, if you understood me, then why are you so confused?
I'm not confused. You're the one who
Well,
doesn't.
you act like it. You act
You're
like
the
it,
one who
though.
doesn't seem to get me.
Because you're telling me I'm going to build a statue to Mustache Man. No, dude. No. I'm saying his intentions were different in the beginning. Then everything went crazy because he tried to get peace and they didn't want fucking peace. So it got dirty. That's the truth.
Is it wrong to say he was a okay painter? Like,
I mean, his painting kind of sucked.
they were okay. They were okay.
No, actually, you know what? It really wasn't that bad. They kind of.
I also think
do
George
that to
W.
him.
Bush's paintings are kind of okay too. They're weird.
They actually kind of humiliate him with that.
Yeah.
It's actually not. I mean, it wasn't the best, but it wasn't as bad as they say.
No.
And he was a vegetarian and he loved animals. And you know what's really crazy to me? You talk about vivisection. If you were in neuroscience, dude, you have to do vivisection to be a neuroscience.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Yelling over me. Stop fucking yelling over me. I'm fucking pissed off now. You have to give people room to fucking respond. God damn it. You know what I mean? You want to fucking duel?
Do I look pissed off? Do I look pissed off? Do I look pissed off, Avian? Do I look pissed off, Avian? Do I look pissed off? Do I look pissed off? Why don't you go on camera? Let's see your facial expression. This is the difference. I'm yelling, but I'm not yelling angrily. I'm yelling with a smile on my face. It's called passion. And I can
He's
show
Italian.
the whole stream.
You're just
See, I'm not
Italian.
triggered. People think I'm triggered a lot of times.
You're
I'm
not.
not.
I don't
It's
think
just
you're
how I
triggered.
talk.
I've
It's
never seen
fucking
you really
stupid.
triggered. Not really.
Jeffrey, because you know me. Everyone's always like,
Yeah.
he's triggered. He's triggered. No, I'm sitting here
No,
laughing at
you're
people's
just
fucking
obnoxious.
ignorance.
That's all. Sometimes you're obnoxious. It's okay.
Sometimes I'm laughing. Sometimes I put on a play and let people think what they want. It's like, yeah, I'm really angry. No. Do I look anger to you? Like, do you see anger in me? No.
So yeah, so shall we move along? Avian, do you want to respond really
No,
quick?
let Avian talk. Don't interrupt him, Mohammed.
Yeah, let's move along. I mean, let's let Avian respond, and then we'll move along to the music.
Yeah, don't interrupt him. No one interrupt him.
The Robert Z. Yeah, go ahead, Avian. Blessings.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z. Do I look angry?
Yeah, I'm not angry
I
either.
think this is
No.
silly.
Yeah, like
Then why can't we stop this, dude? Like, really, I'm not even mad at you. I just think this is fucking dumb. You told me to remove myself more than once, so I did it. What do you want, bro? I wanted to be your friend, but if you're constantly going to do this all the time, what am I supposed to think, man? Like, I really do want to be your friend.
Yeah, with all due respect, Twilight, let's just let him respond, and then we'll move to the music because I only have a limited amount of time. But yeah, go ahead, Avian. Blessings.
yeah. First off, I want to apologize to TML. I didn't mean to.
No, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. Second, this guy is, he's not sincere. He's not authentic. He has a kind of agenda. He's not direct with what he's saying.
I'm with Mossad.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at this point, and modern geopolitics, doesn't matter
I worship the devil.
Daddy Mustache Man, he's gone, okay, and also, we're dealing with these kinds of problems, and no country is the center of the world. Europe is not the center of the world, and so many lies have been spread about Iran. I'm not saying Iran is perfect, but it's sanctioned to hell. If it weren't for the sanctions, has a highly educated population. They would have they have diversified the economy more than Saudi Arabia. Like, they have an educated engineering population, blah blah blah. Pakistan is actually well off because they have formed, with the Road and Belt Initiative with China and stuff, and they're not sanctioned. But Iran is sanctioned to hell. Like, countries are threatened for doing business with Iran. If a country like China or some other one want to trade with Iran, do more business, like Malaysia or whatever, Trump threatens to sanction it. I mean, and I think there's something fishy going on. Like, I'm not saying Daddy Mustache Man is evil or whatever, but I'm saying that the constant bringing him up and the constant, like, the totalizing narrative, the narrative that makes everything like he's like the fucking I don't know, one who was fighting against the Zionist banksters or the New World Order and stuff, and that everything's related back to that. I mean, I think that's kind of fishy, especially of his esoteric varieties, and I was pretty clear that I was never attacking him as a person. If he thought I was attacking him as a person, he didn't need to act like a fragile snowflake. He could have asked me to clarify further, instead of trying to channel or bend the conversation or twist it for his advantage. If you pay attention, he's not looking for the truth. He's not looking for a way to get to the crux of the issue. He's just looking to see ways to twist the rhetoric of others and use it against them for his own agenda. But I'm direct and clear and stuff. I'm very direct and clear about my interest and stuff, about what I want and stuff. So yeah, there you go. I'm not fucking angry. I'm very clear and concise. I'm very centered. So yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's
right.
it. Yeah, I give weight to my words. I give weight to my words. I mean, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's all good. So yeah, you guys want to move along or?
Definitely.
Not that
Please.
I'm like a
Please.
weird, like sort of police officer. Sound like a police officer to move along. But yeah.
Let's get back to the intellectual.
Thank you, drive-through.
Yeah. We'll be
Inshallah. Inshallah, man.
We'll be right back in a little bit of a little skedaddle with this music cow. And then we'll be right back. Blessings to all the people. I clicked on it. Apparently, all right, there it goes. We'll come back to that soon. But first, the Robert Z. Now, we gave tons of presentations on Confucianism. We only did one show where we sort of looked at the Robert Z. and compared it with this, Nietzsche text that we read. But I still want to read it for Avian Buddha, and because recently we sort of read a passage from the Shang right? And I sort of forget exactly when I read that. Does anybody remember when I read that? Right? But I was sort of talking about this line from the Shang about heavens, the prince among people is heaven's petty person, and heaven's petty person is a prince among people. And he's sort of talking about this idea of these people who celebrate when they mourn, and he's saying that they go beyond seeing things in a sort of by separation. They look at life and death as the same thing. And so he's using Kong Z to talk to Z Gong, right? Oh yeah, this was the show we did recently, right? Yeah, I read this for I think Dom and Frank Monday was there, right? I was reading the Shang Zhu for them, right? But yeah, so Kong Z is talking to Z Gong, which is his like disciple that's like very much a person who's like a ritualistic guy, right? So Kong Z kind of says like ritual should be tempered with the sort of cultural refinement and also sort of refinement of character and virtue, right? And he sort of says you should have loyal ministers and benevolent rulers and so on and so forth, right? So Robert Z is sort of opposed to all that, being that he is a robber, right? And a criminal, right? So he sort of prescribes a different sort of way of life, right? So it says Kong Z was friends with Luixia Li, whose younger brother was known as Robert Z. Robert Z and his 9,000 henchmen crisscrossed the world, terrorizing the feudal lords. He tunneled under walls and unhinged doors, rustled people's cattle and horses, made off with their wives and daughters. He was so greedy for gain, he forgot his own relatives, ignoring his parents and siblings and neglecting his ancestors. So there's an introduction to the Robert Z, right? So we got messages disappearing. Sometimes there's different chats. There's like top chat, live chat. And then obviously the StreamYard chat is different than the YouTube chat. So it's all different. But yeah. Kong Z said to Luixia G, quote, a father must be able to rule his son, an older brother instruct a younger, right? So that's kind of like the order of things, right? Slaves and women should just like be quiet, right? But older brothers should be in charge of younger brothers, right? And fathers should be in charge of the household, right? So there's this kind of patriarchal idea within the Kong Z, right? So he says, a father must be able to rule his son, and older brother instruct a younger brother, else there's no point in having those relationships.
Yeah, can I read a poem that's related to that Chinese poem about the one? Yeah, Han Shan has something similar to say about ancient China and the role of woman in ancient China. Let me read it.
Right.
This, poem from Han Shan, and then I will read the short footnote. Raise girls, but not too many. Once born, they have to be trained. You'll pat their heads and tell them to be careful, or smack their behinds and yell to be still. And before they learn how to weave, they won't touch a basket or broom. Old Lady Chang cautioned her Jennies, "You're big, but no match for your mother." And here's the accompanying footnote to that poem. In traditional Chinese society, girls were of little use to a family because they had to be married off at their own family's expense, usually not long after they started weaving their trousseau and learning household skills. A Jenny is a young donkey. Although admittedly far-fetched, I can't help wonder if the last couplet isn't a reference to Chief Minister Cheng Yo and his sons Cheng Chi and Cheng Chon, both of whom rose to the highest ranks of government, only to end up on the wrong side of the An Lushan rebellion of the 750s. But yeah, that was Red Pine's translation of one poem from Cold Mountain, Han Shan. And so also I read Shi Wu Stonehouse, translated by Red Pine. Also, that was good. But yeah, Red Pine has translated a lot of Chinese poetry and stuff, like from different Zen monks and Taoists and stuff. Red Pine.
Yeah, this is the intellect of Confucius, in book 1725. It says, the master said, quote, women and servants are particularly hard to manage. If you're too familiar with them, they grow insolent. But if you are too distant, they grow resentful. Right? So that's his idea of women and servants.
Yeah, I like the old Chinese attitude towards women. So I think women learning to read and write is a very dangerous thing for social stability. Women should not learn to read and write on average.
Yeah, so that's right. So it's anti sort of feminism, and sort of Plato participated in that because he sort of said that the women should be part of the guardians and stuff. But anyways, let's go to this. It says, now you are one of the ablest men of your generation, but your brother is Robert Z, a menace to the whole world, and you can't set him straight. Right? So you're saying, why can't you educate your own kinfolk as you're supposed to be doing, right? Right, excuse me for saying it, but I'm ashamed of you. May I go talk to him? Luixia G said, you say a father must be able to rule his son and an older brother instruct a younger. But if he already won't follow his father's rules or listen to his brother's instructions, what good will it do for you to debate with him? His mind rushes like a river, and his thoughts roar like a wind. He is strong enough to resist any enemy and clever enough to glorify any wrong. If you go along with him, he is happy. If you resist, he gets angry and verbally abusive. You mustn't go. But Kongzi wouldn't listen. So Yan Hui as his driver and Zi Gong as his attendant. So it's both his greater pupil and his lesser pupil, right? Yan Hui was seen as his disciple that was poor, but he was the one who imbibed his philosophy the most, right? He was the most beloved to Kongzi, right? Zi Gong, on the other hand, he said was the perfect ritual vessel, right? So he says he's sort of he understands ritual but not virtue, right? So he says, so these are the two guys here, right? So he says, Robert Z was just at that moment resting his henchmen on the south slope of Mount Tai, mincing and munching on human livers. Right, so he's a cannibal. Right, so as Kongzi dismounted his carriage and stepped forward to present himself to Robert Z's attendant. I am Kong Z from Lu. I hear your general has the most exalted righteousness. He said, bowing twice respectfully. The attendant went inside. Robert Z was furious when he heard. His eyes blazing like stars, his hair bristled until it raised his cap. Isn't this that clever artificial fellow, Kong Z from Lu? Tell him this for me. You talk and prattle,
blindly praising Wen and Wu, capped with a tree branch cap, belted with the ribs of cows, crafting misleading theories. You eat without farming and dress without weaving, with your flapping lips and clucking tongue. You dare to create rights and wrongs, to bewilder the rulers of the world and keep the scholars from returning to their root. You blindly fabricate filial piety and brotherly love in an effort to insinuate yourself with the wealthy and propertied. The weight of your crimes is enormous. Hurry home, otherwise I'll add your liver to my afternoon snack. Kong Zi sent word. I have good fortune to know your brother, G, and want only to pay my respects. The attendant relayed the message, and Robert Z said, bring him in. Kong Zi shuffled forward, politely declining the offered mat. He returned a few steps and bowed twice to Robert Z. Robert Z was furious. He leaned on his sword with both legs sprawled, glaring, and growled like a nursing tigress. He said, Kong Zi, come forward. If what you say pleases me, you live. Otherwise, you die. So, yeah, it goes on for a minute. But yeah. He says, I have heard that there are virtues in the world, said Kong Zi. To grow big and tall and, with matchless good looks, so that young and old, rich and poor alike adore you. This is the highest virtue, to have knowledge that encompasses heaven and earth and the ability to argue anything. This is intermediate virtue, to be brave and determined and to gather a band of followers. This is the lowest virtue. Someone with even one of these virtues is worthy to face south and call himself king, and you, general, combine all three. You are 6'4" with a glowing face and eyes, lips like cinnabar, teeth like a row of seashells, voice like a bell. Yet you are known as Robber Z, quote unquote. Excuse me for saying so. So he's saying, like, what's bad is that you have a bad reputation, right? You're sort of feared, right? And hated, right? And he's saying, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, so Robert Z is saying none of these things are going to matter ultimately to Robert Z, right? And he says, if you would be willing to listen to me, General, I would ask you to travel as your envoy south of, he describes a bunch of places, right? Right. He says with a town of hundreds of thousands of households, right? He says, let's go around to a bunch of towns. Right. And he says, they will honor you, General, as a feudal lord. He says, why don't you take control of some of these territories? You can start over in the world, disbanding your troops, laying down your arms, gathering your family, and sacrificing to your ancestors. It will be the act of a sage and the wish of the world. Right. Saying, look, you can turn this around and be a great leader. And this is exactly what Plato says. Right. He says the people that have great potential, if their potential is not fostered and they're put in the leadership position, they'll basically become like criminals in the society, right, which they live, right? Because their potential is never matched, so they'll go to deception, right? But the same potential that can be used for the criminal nature can also be made a leader, right? If they succumb to sort of the tutelage of like sort of morality and justice and truth, right? So he says, so he offers him this position. He offers to be his minister, right? He says Robert Z was furious, right? Key came forward. People who can be leashed by your prophet or whipped by words are called fools, simpletons, dolts. That I'm so tall and handsome that people like me as a gift I owe to my parents. Don't you think I'd know it without your flatteries. And I've heard that those who flatter people to their faces slandered them behind their backs. All your talk of a walled state and a multitude of people is meant to leash me with profit and distract me like a dolt. Even if I had such a state, how could I hold on to it? There's no walled state bigger than the world. Yao and Shun held the world, but their heirs lack the territory to stick an awl into. Tang and Wu stood as emperors, but their offspring were exterminated. Isn't that the result of their great prophet? I've heard that in olden times, there were so many beasts and so few people that they lived in nests for safety. They gathered acorns and chestnuts by day, and by night they roosted in the trees. So they were called the people who nest. In the olden times, they didn't know to wear clothes, but gathered a lot of wood in the summer and burned it in the winter. So they were called the people who knew how to live. In the Shen Nong's time, they lay down dead, tired, and got up wide awake. They knew their mothers, but not their fathers, and lived together with the deer. They farmed their own food and wove their own clothes and had no idea of hunting each other. This was the high point of virtue achieved. So he's saying, how is your society and your civilization better than those simple people, right, who didn't know anything about morality and virtue or any of those things, right? So he says, but the Yellow Emperor could not sustain it. He fought with Chi Yu and Zulo Field until the blood flowed 100 li. Yao and Shun arose and established a mob of underlings. Tang exiled his lord. Wu killed Tyrant Zhu. And ever since, the strong oppressed the weak and the many tyrannized the few. The rest are just descendants of these rebels. Now you cultivate the way of Wen and Wu, monopolizing the world's debate to instruct posterity. In your flowing robes and cinched belt, you lie and trick to fool the world's rulers. In your lust for eminence, there is no robber greater than you. If they call me Robber Z, they should call you Robber Key. With your sweet talk, you turned Zilu into a follower and got him into doff his jaunty cap, unbuckle his long sword, and accept your instructions so that the whole world said Kong Zi knows how to stop violence and right wrongs. In the end, Zilu tried to kill the Lord of Wei, but he failed, and they hung his pickled corpse on the east gate. This is the failure of your teachings. You call yourself a man of ability or a sage? You were evicted from Lu twice and had to cover your tracks out of Wei, got in trouble in Qi, and were surrounded. No place in the world can tolerate you. You taught Zilu how to get pickled and brought him disaster. If you can't take care of yourself and can't take care of anyone else, what's this way of yours worth? The Yellow Emperor, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, and Wu are those whom the world exalts. But if we categorize them, they are forcefully, they all forcefully went against their essence and nature because profit confused them about their true self. So the actions were extremely shameful. Among those called loyal ministers in their era, none could compare to Prince B. Jan? Oh no. Wu and Zixu. Right, and he said one sank in the rain. One sank in the river, and the other got his heart cut out. Right, so he's saying this is the legacy of the great leaders. Right, they all ended up dead. Right, so he says, in trying to persuade me, right, and tell me about the affairs of ghosts, then I'm incapable of knowing anything about that. But if you tell me about the affairs of humans, then it does not go beyond the preceding. This is all that I have heard and know. Now, let me tell you something about the human essence. The eyes want to see colors.
The ears want to hear sounds. The mouth wants to taste flavors, and the emotions want fulfillment. People live at most 100 years, usually 80, sometimes 60, subtracting time spent recovering from illness, mourning death, fretting over worries. There are only 4 or 5 days a month people can open their mouth and laugh. Heaven and earth go on forever, but people die when their time comes. Put this perishable good in that eternal space, and its time flashes by like a galloping horse past a crack in the wall. If you're not gratifying your wishes and cherishing your days, then you do not understand the way. I reject everything you say. Go home right now without another word. This way of yours is crazy, fraudulent, vain, empty, and artificial business. It in no way fulfills the true self. Why even talk about it? Kongzi bowed twice and shuffled off. And yeah, he talked to the guy and he said he didn't like talking to it.
Yeah.
His brother. Yeah.
Have you also read Mozi or Minchi? I think Mozi. What do you think about him? Am I pronouncing it right?
Oh yeah.
Mozi.
Yeah, I've read him, but I didn't read him on the show.
I
But his view is similar to Plato. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think it was his name was David Hinton. He had a good book on the ancient Chinese philosophers. Let me see. Yeah, David Hinton. The 4 Chinese classics are Tao Te Ching, Shenzhou, Analytics, and Mencius. Yeah, David Hinton translation. Do you have that book?
We read Mencius. Yeah.
Yeah, that book.
We read some of Mencius. Yeah.
Yeah, Mencius. Yeah, that's cool. So much to read. Yeah. I read the Shenzhou also. Yeah.
Yeah, I read Mozi as well, but I just there's not time to focus on everything. We just focused on Confucianism, then the response, from Taoism to Confucianism.
Yeah.
And then we sort of shelved that for a little while. So we'll move back to that in a little while.
Yeah, got you. Do you know about the Neo-Confucian? The Neo-Confucian. Do you know about the Neo-Confucians? They actually mixed Taoism with Confucianism. Yeah. There was one Neo-Confucian I found that was very interesting. I'll try to find him again.
Yeah, it's like Neoplatonism, right? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Right. It's like how they mix like Plato with Aristotle, right? So these guys mixed Confucianism with Taoism, right? It's like being and becoming, right?
Yeah, but
what an abortion that is. That's an abortion. Mixing Plato and Aristotle. What kind of shit is that?
It's a jubilee.
I mean, it's something. I wouldn't blame the Jews for that one. I don't think that's their fault. Although they tend to really like Aristotle for some fucking
Well, we're
reason.
talking about the Guide to the Perplexed. Of course, it wasn't
Right, Maimonides. Yeah.
But there is some stuff from Avicenna, obviously. Like Maimonides was heavily influenced by Avicenna.
Well, the thing, what's weird though is
Yeah.
Maimonides, like if you read him from an esoteric perspective, actually has some interesting things to say.
Yeah, but both Maimonides and Aquinas.
Oh no, the Hitler freak said something nice about a Jew. Oh no.
Yeah.
Call the papers. Call the papers.
But Avicenna, but Maimonides and Aquinas, they both use the cosmological argument that's provided by Avicenna. So that's pretty interesting.
Aquinas is fucking trash. Yeah.
And so does Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz. Right? They all use the cosmological argument.
Spinoza is a real juggernaut, and he was Jewish. Spinoza is really good. I like Spinoza. But Maimonides, the thing is you can read him different ways. And you had Abraham Abulafia as well, and he had what's called the ecstatic Kabbalah, which is not the same as the more like theoretical. Well, there's some of it that was Lurianic, but there you have the ecstatic, more what's known as the prophetic Kabbalah, which is based in Merkaba mysticism. that goes back to like the Book of Enoch. So it's BC. It's proto-Zohar. It goes back to like the what do you call it? Oh my gosh, drawing a blank. Wait a second. You have the Sefer Yetzirah. That's what I'm thinking of. The Book of Creation. It goes back to like the 2nd century. And then you had the Merkaba mysticism that was in like the Book of Enoch and all that. And that's some wild stuff. It's not the same thing as the Zohar and what became the Kabbalah like in the 12th century. This is way before that. And that is just based in what I honestly think the entire Bible was in the very beginning before it got twisted into all this other stuff. Basically, before it was literal, it was all very mystical and was a totally different interpretation altogether. You had Moses Cordova, who was right before, who kind of like restored it. He was right before Isaac Luria, and he had a very different interpretation.
Yeah,
of
so
it.
basically, this is Zhao Donya. He conceptualized the Neo-Confucian cosmology of the day, explaining the relationship between human conduct and universal forces. And here's something interesting. CTUHLU, the CTUHLU was like the head of a Neo-Confucian anthology, and he fused Confucian ethics and concept from the Book of Changes, I Ching, with Taoist naturalism. He developed a metaphysics based on the idea that the many are ultimately one and the one is ultimate. This was the 11th century Chinese text to argue for inseparability of metaphysics or cosmology and ethics, as well as the first major Chinese text to explore the concept of the Teichutu, or the yin-yang symbol. It was like the first one to explore the yin-yang symbol, and contained his theory of creation. You can see on the right here, this is like the cosmology of that, and which can be summarized in the paraphrase of the first section. I'm just going to read this and that's enough. And then I'll show this image. In the beginning, there was Tai Chi, the great ultimate being, which was fundamentally identical with Wu Qi, Wu Ji, the ultimate of non-being. Because of the abundance of energy within Tai Chi, it began to move and thus produce the Yang, the positive cosmic force. When the activity of the Yang reached its limit, it reverted to tranquility. Through tranquility, the Yin, the negative cosmic force, was generated. When tranquility reached its limit, it returned to movement, Yang. Thus, Yin and Yang generated each other. Then, through the union of the Yin and the Yang, the transformation of both, the 5 agents or elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were brought into being. These 5 agents are conceived of as material principles rather than as concrete things. They can therefore be considered the common basis of all things. The interaction of Yin and Yang through different combinations of the 5 agents generates all things in a process of endless transformation. So this is what it looks like. I've seen this before, and so this then you have the Yang and Yin like that. That's like the supreme ultimate, and then you have the 5 elements, which the mixture of it can like generate all things and stuff. I just want to show you. This guy was a Neo-Confucian. So he was Zhu Danye. Sorry. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, that guy was post-Confucian. He kind of combined Taoist naturalism with the Confucian cosmology of the day or something.
No, it's Neo-Confucianism.
Yeah, Neo-Confucian. I say it was Neo-Confucian.
Yeah, so it's post. It's not pre.
It's post-Confucian. Yeah, it's Neo-Confucian. And also, you can get lost in the Chinese stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you there? Yeah, looked like your mic popped off there, Twilight.
Oh no, I'm here, bro.
Oh, for sure.
I'm here for sure. Yeah. But as I was saying, there's what's known as the prophetic Kabbalah, and it's a very, very different interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, you got to
That
holler
even
for the
I,
Kabbalah dollar.
that even I find interesting, and it's almost Gnostic, not in cosmology, but in the sense that it's based in personal experience, not belief. It's based in going to altered states and actually experiencing things and coming back. And so I was into it years ago, and I mean, I still find it kind of interesting, to be fair. But it's, you know, it's not really necessarily part of my craft. Although lately I've been feeling like maybe going back to it a little bit, just because I don't really know why. But again, I take a little bit from everything, you know. I don't know why
Back to
that's
the
so.
grindstone, as they say.
Well, again, I like to have, you know, a balance between light and dark, you know, and it's just, I don't know why people have a hard time understanding that, but it's not really my business. But yeah, I have a this very interesting, at least I think it is, book on like esoteric Taoism. Well, exo and esoteric Taoism. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about philosophy. It's actually, like, when you really understand it, it's a lifestyle. It includes so many different things. So it says, when I referred to Taoism in the context of this book's subject matter, I am focusing on esoteric Taoism, which differs from the more canonical exoteric Taoism that is recognized as philosophy and religion. Yet esoteric Taoism includes both philosophy and religion. The Taoism I refer to goes beyond philosophy because it presents occult ontological doctrines and mystical ritual. It also goes beyond the religious veneration of deities or otherworldly beings to address a more interactive relationship and direct communion with spirit realms. You seeing the parallels here? It's literally what I would consider Gnostic.
What book was that? What book were you reading from?
Yeah, there's a guy that we know that has a lot to say about this called Frank Monday. So shout out to Frank Monday.
Yeah. We have a lot. We have a lot in common. Yeah, I actually did a video with him not too long ago.
Oh yeah, I was watching.
It was really great. Was really great. Oh yeah, did you?
I was observing.
Yeah, it was really great. Yeah, him and I have a lot in common for sure. We were talking about collaborating. In fact, I like Frank. Frank's a good dude.
Yeah. What was the book you're reading from? You know, like, you have to cite the book you read from, so people can look into it.
Yeah, I will in just a second. So, exoteric Taoism, which is the Taoism that is more properly conveyed to the public, is nature-based, seeking a harmonious relationship with nature that conserves and strives to avoid excess. It is about curbing ambitions and seeking peace. Exoteric Taoism is rooted in a way of life that follows the principle of Wu Wei, a principle of non-action. To understand what Wu Wei means, look to two seminal texts on Taoist philosophy. The Tao Te Ching, dating to around 600 to 500 BC, and how does she have this written? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I remember Adam Green, right? He used to always like
Is
say
that
this
Shang-
one line, right? He used
is
to be
that
like,
Shang-
"We want
Okay.
Mashiach now." Like he used
Yeah.
to like say that, like
Sheesh.
like it was like
Yeah.
a slogan he used to use it. We want
It's
Mashiach
true.
now.
Well, because that's what the Chabad always says, and
Yeah,
Chabad
it was
is
from-
1000% influenced by Sabbateanism.
Yeah, it was from a
That's what a lot of people don't realize. That's what a lot of people don't realize is most of these so-called Jews are Sabbateans. That's why I call them Edomites. They're not real Jews in the
Ben
traditional
Yosef
sense.
or Ben Yamin, though?
Huh?
Which Messiah, though?
Well, I mean, from a Christian perspective, they would call it the Antichrist, really. Even though I don't
What
really believe in
TML
one
would say,
person.
we want Mashiach now. What was like Ben Yosef or Benjamin?
Well, for them it would be David. There's actually 4. Yeah, it's Joseph, David, Benjamin, and there's one other one I can't remember.
Oh, there's 4.
But yeah,
Shit, I thought there was
yeah.
2.
No, there's 4. Yeah, there's 4. But anyways, Manasseh, I think. But yeah, it's okay. According to the Tao Te Ching, Wu Wei is not literally non-action, but rather it is balancing the affronts of Yang with the softness and submissiveness of Yin. The Tao Te Ching advises blunt the sharpness, dim the glare. Non-action is still action, though that action is to be like water. Non-action also means do no harm. The sages also do not harm people. In the Shengzu, Wu Wei is the stillness of the sages. It is vacancy, stillness, plasticity, tastelessness, quietude, silence, and non-action. Why these philosophical texts are mentioned when this is not a book about Taoism and purports to be one focused on craft should become apparent as the chapter progresses. Exoteric Taoism is the philosophical approach to Taoist principles that the West is more familiar with. It cultivates an individual who lives in harmony with nature, who does not act superfluously to interfere with its path or attempt to transform the course of fate. Thus, Taoist philosophy teaches a profound way of cultivating inner peace and acceptance to just let it be. Taoism as a Chinese religion tends to merge indistinguishably with folk religions. Folk religions is shamanism, essentially. Venerating particular deities and integrating ancestor worship. Exoteric Taoism's religion is often about social kinship or identifying oneself with a particular sect of religious Taoism, often one blended with Buddhism, Confucianism, legalism, and folk beliefs. That religious aspect of Taoism is also exoteric Taoism. Philosophical and religious principles of exoteric Taoism drive the practice of esoteric Taoism. Through the practice itself might be better aligned with Chinese shamanism, which predates Taoism. Relics of oracle bone divination from the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1050 BC, revealed a strikingly similar and shared ontology with Fu talismans and esoteric Taoism. Shamans were integral to the culture and governance during the Zhou dynasty. The Zhou also produced the philosopher Lao Tzu, credited with authoring the Tao Te Ching and establishing Taoism as a philosophy. In contrast, esoteric Taoism is an active practice by man from the Trinitarian principle of heaven, earth, and man, which I will discuss in the subsequent section of this chapter, where man raises energy or power from heaven and earth. Heaven is representative of nature in the practice of esoteric Taoism. You'll see how this connects. Man, a practitioner of occult craft, seeks to direct and redirect forces from heaven and earth, a stark contrast from exoteric Taoism, where man seeks to be like water, moving with the ebb and flow of heaven and earth. Esoteric Taoism is a complement to exoteric Taoism, but the two are not the same. Taoism is a complement to exoteric Taoism, but this is both concord and discord between. There's both concord and discord between esoteric and exoteric Taoism, much like yin and yang. Esoteric Taoism is an engaged occult practice, one that, unlike philosophical exoteric Taoism, would seek to transform the path of nature and the course of fate. Alchemy, divination, feng shui, the quest for immortality, shamanism, sorcery, and witchcraft are characteristic elements of esoteric Taoism. Not every lineage of esoteric Taoism pursues all such occult practices, but all of them touch upon at least one. Historically, what I'm referring to as esoteric Taoism would only be practiced by ordained priests and priestesses of orthodox Taoist magic. Yet this is a book that seeks to import practical knowledge on the craft of Fu that the practitioner, irrespective of cultural background, lineage, faith, or tradition, will be able to apply. This text will assume an instructional function to reveal to the reader principles of Eastern esotericism, based primarily on Taoist cosmology, It assumes that the reader is an active practitioner of metaphysical arts or one who seeks to attain insights into sacred mysteries beyond ordinary human knowledge. Taoist theory is essential to understanding the principles and mechanics of craft. Craft is a skill and knowledge of exercising will over manifestations in the universe. A science that may resemble religion, but is one based on experimentation and observations recorded over thousands of years. Though such records are often kept secret and passed only to the few, the Fu talisman is the crown of esoteric Taoist craft, one of the most potent manifestations there is of craft. To craft potent Fu talismans, all of the following ontological principles must be utilized. Thus, before a discussion can take place on what a Fu talisman even is, there must be a discussion of qi, yin and yang, the Wu Jing, and the Bagua. That's powerful stuff. Without an understanding of those principles, there can be no understanding of the Fu. And it's a lot to get into, but I just wanted to give you an idea of what this is. And understand that this is like, it's different names, there's different, cultural, techniques, but ultimately it's the same, really. And this is what I'm saying, and this is the difference between actual religion and the esoteric science. Literally.
So what's the book?
what's the book?
It's from my notes, but if I'm not mistaken, this is it's called The Tao of Craft. I can't remember the author, but if you type it in, it should pop up. It's from my notes because I have a bunch of it's going into my book. But I'm pretty sure it's called The Tao of Craft. If you type that in, it should pop up.
I see.
Yeah, it's because as I said, I like to balance the East and the West because I find that the energy work, the meditations, the discipline of the East is far superior. But there are some things in the West that I think are more aligned with me, and just, I'm from the West, so there are certain things that are just easier. But like I have this book called what is it? Dharana Darshan. It's from the Bahir School of Yoga. It's based in the Upanishads, and it has like meditation practices that are just like way beyond what people don't even know. Like most of what people think is meditation is actually concentration. And the meditations in this book are like next level. Like they take you somewhere.
It can also be passive attention.
They show you how far like meditation actually goes.
Yeah. You put in the private chat. I just want to Google that book.
I can send it to you if you want to be kosher, man. Like,
no, just put the book in the private chat. I want to look it up. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have the. Oh, you mean the title? All right, let me.
Yeah.
Look at, hold on, his name is really long because he's like a guru, and you know how their names are. Hold on 1 second.
So long.
Dharana Darshan. Yeah, I have if you have Telegram, I have an entire library of books, man. Like, I'm not, when I say like that I study all this shit, like I'm not joking. Like I have a library of books on the occult. And
yeah,
like,
that's good for you. I'm just interested in that book you just were talking about. I want to look into that. Thank you.
Well, I'm talking to everybody, so relax.
Noted.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking to everybody, number one.
You can send it to me if you want. I'll read it.
And if you really want something from me, I mean, it would be it would behoove you to, be a little more, I don't know, polite.
Congenial. That's a good word.
Ooh, that is a good word. I like that.
Yeah. It's just that book you know, that you were referring to, the rationale, something just hard to spell it, you know, you can put it in the chat or something. I want to Google it. That's all.
Yeah,
You know,
it's Dharana Darshan. It's by Swami Naranjanayanda Saraswati. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
you know, like, let me see here. Can you just put that in the chat? Yeah, because that's really hard for me to type out. Yes.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I said I got it. You don't got to tell me 7 more times. I told you I got it. Like, relax. I got it. I was gonna fucking like send it. I was saying I have a telegram. Like, hold on. Okay, there you go.
Boom.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So what I'm saying is, like, let me go into my library and I'll give you what I'm talking about. Like, y'all don't understand. Like, I don't run for this shit. I have, see, what do I have here? I have 3,000 books. Okay, 3,000 that I've collected over the years. Okay, and they're all on like religion, the occult, magic, like energy, like just like everything you could think of. Tarot, astrology, alchemy, with like everything, literally everything. And so this is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's all just conceptual knowledge, though. Because ultimately, these practices.
No, it's practice. It's practice. They're like workbooks. They're like step-by-step guides. Like I have like yeah. There's a lot here. I have a bunch of stuff by him too. Like I have like this author really knows his stuff, so I have a lot by him. He's one of the better ones. And then that guy I told you about, what's it? I sent you the one book. What the hell was his name? Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche. About Bon and shamanism and Dzogchen. Was it light, sound, and form, or whatever, the 5 elements? Light, sound, and form. And it was like Dzogchen, I can't remember, but yeah, I have stuff on the Kabbalah. I think I have like Abraham Abulafia and like stuff with the Zohar, like all kinds of like Luciferian stuff. I have stuff on like Jesus, like lost gospels, and like I have everything you could think of. Like, it's all here. I have like a bunch of Sufi stuff. I have just, it's ridiculous. Literally like Australian, like Aboriginal, like traditional witchcraft from like Britain. Crowley.
Yeah, that's good.
That's why when people are like, well, you're just this or you're just that, and it's like, y'all don't understand how many influences I have. Like, it's absurd to be like, oh, you're a Thalimite. It's like, okay, man. Yeah, totally. Did I take influence from Crowley? Sure. When I was younger, most definitely. But was he the only one? No.
Yeah, I have a good deal of books to read also. I don't like to jump around too much. You know, I like to keep it. But you do.
I can't help it. I can't help it. I mean, I have like a lot of books on like science and shit too, you know? Like Dana Kipple. I need to get that book that Red has. I'm jealous. Cause there's no
$44, son.
You know, you read the one by Robert Temple too, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Finished
I
it
read
today, I believe.
that was fucking brilliant. That was brilliant. I'm reading Embedelkis, however the fuck you say his name, on the mysteries. That's some wild shit. He was like one of the only true initiates of the mysteries, like back in the day. He was definitely a Telestai. Umbilicus, or however the hell you say his name. Alexander Dre in the Order of the Voltec. He's a magician who uses Carlos Castaneda and Kenneth Grant in union. If anyone knows who Carlos Castaneda is, he was a shaman. And he talks about the flyers, which are basically the archons. I have stuff on Jinn magic, like, it's just insane, dude. It's literally nuts. And since I've been gone, I've been working a lot on all this stuff. I have this book called The Villain Mysteries that's really cool. It talks about how, like, Mary Magdalene was like a high priestess before she even met Jesus. Of course, that's like blasphemy.
Yeah, well, when you get down to it, it's fundamentally globalist in character. You know, to jump around so many disparate traditions and mix them up together.
It's only globalist if you try to promote it to somebody and like turn it into something political. If it's just you applying it to your own practice, and you're not taking something that's not already together, man. The fact of the matter is this stuff is already together. It's not like being done artificially. This stuff is really
accelerated.
You're just connecting dots that are already there. Like when you really start to look at all these traditions, you start realizing that they're really all talking about the same thing. It's not until priests get involved. Yeah. No, I am. Yeah, no, for sure, yes. Most definitely. Before the priests get involved. The priests are the ones who create all the rules and laws and divide everything. No, I definitely am. Maybe not every tradition, but damn near. Most definitely.
Well, that's also secular because you want tradition to be compartmentalized and separate from the civilization. That's what it sounds like to me. Because priests help, keep the values and the morality for the cohesion of the group. When you have civilization.
But see, that's the thing. I don't need anyone to tell me what my morality is because I know what's right and wrong.
Yeah. Well, you see, sometimes people's intuition can be messed up due to like certain, traumatic upbringing or whatever. So their intuition.
Okay. And guess what? People can still, whether they have someone telling them what their morality is or not, they're going to act how they act regardless. So what difference does it make?
It makes a difference because the brain is plastic and the cultural conditioning is important. Being brave.
Okay, but whether or not somebody is being told what to do,
you have to respond. It
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't
Whether
matter.
they have someone telling them what to do or not, it doesn't change how they're going to act in the heat of the moment.
No, it does change. It does change because the way you culturally condition children, giving them virtue, such as properly bringing them up with virtue and the folklore or the tradition of the culture you reside in, it does, affect their brain structure and it does affect how they're raised. So, priests in the context of civilization do help to give moral fiber and such. So, all this, kind of anarchy or this anarchist, kind of mentality, the priests don't matter at all. We don't need fucking religion. We don't need tradition. Tradition helps give the moral fiber of the civilization and help rear the children.
Used to. You think it does now? No.
Well, not
it
now.
Used to.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's a difference between what
entire human history. You're saying
there's a difference between what something appears to do and what it actually does. The police are supposed to protect you, do they? The justice system is supposed to make sure that everything is fair and balanced. Is it? Politicians are supposed to make sure that things are in order. Do they? So this is what we're talking about.
I'm not saying that corruption doesn't exist. You know, I'm not saying that injustice doesn't exist. But I'm saying to do away with all of it is risky in civilizational context. So maybe a nomadic...
What the hell is it doing for us? We need to rebuild it, man.
Yeah, let's say, yeah, you want to rebuild it. That's different than doing away with it entirely. But you want to
I'm not saying to do away with it entirely, but we need to do away with it entirely to begin with, because it's so rotten. It has to be done away with first, because it's impossible to fix it from within the system. Do you get what I'm saying? It has to be started over and built anew.
Yeah, well, you want to
strong
build a globalist religion. That's what it sounds like to me. You want to just make
no, hell no. No, I believe in tribalism. Remember, I'm a Hitler fan. I believe in tribalism.
Yeah, now you're saying it. You see.
I'm a tribalist. Remember?
Yeah.
I believe in tribalism. I believe people should have borders and boundaries, and they should be able to stick to their own. I completely agree with people being able to come together and stuff, but I believe that everyone should also be able to optimize themselves to their best benefit. No, I believe in tribalism, 100%. I believe in rites of passage. I believe we need to go back to the old ways. I believe in paganism.
And why are you following a hodgepodge of East and West? Why don't you stick to your tribal traditions?
That's based, but that is based in my personal life. I'm not pushing that on anybody else. That's what I don't think you understand. I'm not pushing that on anybody else. That's based in my own interests. Because it works. Because I'm a magician. I don't understand. Why not? Who am I hurting? Nobody. It's interesting. It works.
No, just in Google posts, you know, initially you said that the priests, when they get too much power, they tend to become corrupted. You know, but I said, oh, that is true. Doing away with them entirely is not advisable, because they give moral fiber to the civilization. They help, you know, spread the values that influence the children and their conditions.
Yeah. And rabbis are supposed to make sure that everybody is moral, and you know, pastors are supposed to make sure that everybody finds Jesus. And does it happen?
That's your tradition, you know, like you do it.
That's not my tradition. I'm not religious.
Yeah, okay. But weren't your tribe in ancient past religious though? So why do away with your tribe's traditions for some weird hodgepodge of East and West?
There are no what traditions, Avi, and we don't have them anymore.
You don't have them? Well, I have them, definitely. You know.
What traditions? What traditions do you have? You live in America now, right?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
What traditions do you have? What the hell traditions do we have anymore, Avian?
I'm a Soto or Rensai Buddhist. One of those, I don't go in that direction. Well, you know, there were Buddhists in Central Asia, even in Iran and ancient times.
We're talking about America though. We're in America right now, Avian.
Yeah.
Okay, Italy has been totally taken over, okay? They're not even in control of their own country anymore. Iran has been totally taken over. Iran has been totally taken over. What tradition do we have left, Avian?
Italy is fine. I don't see them sanctioned and starving like Iran. You know what I mean?
Italy is fucked, bro. You're mistaken. Italy has been in a grip of terror for fucking hundreds of years. Look into the Ndrangheta and tell me it's fine.
It's fine. I don't see them sanctioned and starving the way Iranians are from the sanctions.
Bro, there was a mafia controlling Italy for fucking centuries that nobody even knew about. A global mafia that nobody even knew about for centuries. That if you said anything about, you'd end up in the fucking paper the next day. And that's a fact, and that's a mainstream fact. You didn't even have to believe in the Illuminati. This shit was a global mafia. Bro, Bro, look into Propaganda Due, P2, Monte Carlo Lodge. This is all public knowledge. No, Italy is fucked. Trust me. People lived in terror. They still do. They've taken over the banking, they've taken over the Vatican, they've taken over... Bro, trust me.
I'm not gonna
go to Italy. Go to Italy and tell me. Go to Italy and tell me it's okay.
Yeah.
Go to Italy and tell me it's okay.
Pretty good. You know, like, not as bad as some other countries. I don't know what you're talking
Bro,
about.
it's not good,
what
bro.
traditions did they
Look at
have
Sardinia,
before
okay?
the Vatican
Look at
took
Sardinia,
over?
you know.
Bro,
Look
we've
at
lost all our tradition, Fabian.
They have close community. What, you know, like, they have a close-knit community, the Sardinians. They have long life expectancy. They have good food. They don't eat processed crap. They eat
Yes, we're cooks. We're cooks. We're cooks. That's our tradition. We cook. Yes, we have that. Yes. We've kept that. My whole family is fucking cooks, and I'm a cook. Yes, we have that. Thank God.
So you think the Catholics are going out and you know, like, you know, executing people or assassinating them silently or whatever?
They used to, apparently.
What do you mean? I think. Do you know who the Jesuits are, man?
That's just one of them. What about the Franciscans?
You scream about the fucking Jews. You really want power? Look at the Jesuits, bro.
The Franciscans seem okay to me. I mean, I don't see the thing here. I don't see like the Franciscans. You have more orders than just Jesuits. Like, what are you talking about? That you can like put it on the chat. You can Google it. You're like saying something about like Carlos Dodge or something. Like I have to like type this down. You know, like start to like type it based on what you're saying. You can just I'll Google it and stuff. You know, this time I'll just put it on the chat.
What, the Ndrangheta?
You were talking about this mafia that was controlling Italy.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah, you look into it for 5 seconds, you'll be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, okay.
He's not crazy. I'm telling you, Avian, you can think what you want. You can think I have agendas. You can think I'm not transparent. But you can talk to anybody who's fucking known me for any length of time, and they'll tell you you're out your mind, bro.
Yeah.
I'm the most transparent, straightforward fucking person you'll ever meet in your life. You're out your mind, bro. You're out your fucking mind.
Yeah, I'm looking at I don't see how they controlled Italy. All I see is that they had strong presence. Where is it that they controlled Italy?
Bro, look it up! For real.
Yeah, I am looking it up.
Okay, well, if you can't find it, I will, and I'll send the video, and Muhammad can fucking stream it. Or I'll do a video myself, and you can come on, and I'll show you, because you're being ridiculous, because I can find it in 5 seconds.
They seem like very dangerous mafia, you know, but you're claiming that
they're a global mafia.
Yeah,
the biggest one on earth.
Oh, there's fucking Russian mafia. There's Chinese mafia. They're all pretty big, you know, but they don't.
Dude, they're a global mafia, AVN. It's not even debatable.
So is Japanese, Chinese, not Japanese, Chinese, no, but.
Okay, dude. The point is that you're just simply not looking at reality now. You're simply not looking at reality. It's not debatable.
You're the one who's not looking at reality. Look at Italy's, you know, fucking sanitary conditions, their health. You know, it's way better than America. What are you talking about?
Because we're clean? Because we're clean people? Because we're clean people? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have good. They have good urban design. They have walkability. America
because we take care of ourselves. We know how to cook. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? Like, yeah, you're changing.
We know how to cook.
See, that's the thing about you. You keep changing the goalposts. You know, you just
no, not you are. No, you told me to prove to you that there was a mafia, and I did.
Now you're talking about health.
You're the one changing the fucking goalpost. You said to prove it to you. I show you there's a global mafia, and now you're changing it.
Okay, let me respond to that. There's a global mafia. Okay, I agree.
Yeah.
Do they control every facet of your fucking government? That's what I'm saying.
They did. Yes, they just were recently exposed. Yes.
So they controlled every facet of Italy's government. Like
they
like
did
all the
more
leaders-
than Italy. They're based in Italy. They did more than just fucking Italy. They're based in Italy. They're bigger than Cosa Nostra. They're bigger than anyone.
Our story begins.
Their fucking base is inside of a mountain. Underground.
With an arrest. It is November 5th, 2007. In this villa, located a few kilometers west of the city, a
Like,
meeting between
what
several
are you
Cosa Nostra
talking about?
leaders is about to take place. It's 9:20 a.m. Two men arrive. They don't know it, but the police are filming them from a distance. The police are sure of it. This is where a very big fish is hiding.
Like, Propaganda Due, the dude was hung on a fucking bridge, upside down, masonically.
Yeah, I'm not claiming they don't have influence or.
He was
pull
part of the
on you.
Vatican Bank.
Interrupting you,
A
man.
Vatican Bank.
Like, I don't get you, man. Why you keep interrupting me? Like, this is not a conversation. You know, like, what the fuck? Like, seriously. I'm not saying they don't have any pull on any politicians. They don't have, like, fucking...
I don't really care what you're fucking saying because you're just denying reality.
Finish. Like, you interrupted me again. Like I don't interrupt you half as much as you interrupt
What
me.
are you
Like,
talking about? Interrupt you? You're just not looking at reality, dude.
You're the one who's not looking at reality. What the fuck?
No, I've already proved to you that what I'm saying is true, and you
Oh, you
still
didn't.
want to keep going.
Yeah, like I can't even.
You just want to keep fucking going. You have no points.
Yeah, my point is
I've
they
already
don't control.
proved what I was saying.
Each time you come on, you fucked up shit. You know, like it's just like you don't let fucking people talk. You shut over them. You know, like let me fucking.
Dude,
talk.
that's all you've done. That's all you've done.
That's all I've done.
You wanted me to prove to you, I did it. What more do you want?
You didn't prove shit. What are you talking about? They don't.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did?
I actually did. Yeah, I actually did. Why don't you put down the fucking bottle, dude?
I'm not drinking. What are you talking about?
Well,
Like,
then
you
really
you're
got
just-
you really
you're
got a
just
problem
saying
with that.
shit, you know what I mean? You're just twisting shit. You don't let people talk. I'm saying they don't control every
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Let Avian talk.
You know, like they're not involved in some deep illegal activities and that they have like connections to your deep state. What I'm raising, you know, skepticism about is that they fucking control the entire fucking government. You see what I mean? That's I don't know. I don't really find that believable. Because if that were true, Italy
If you
would be
shut the
far
fuck
worse.
up and actually look, you would see that I've already proved you wrong. It's
Then
not
why
a
is
debate.
Italy- why are their living standards higher than fucking America? That's my point. Their living standards are pretty good. I mean, like, you know, their infrastructure, their food, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, if it was as bad as you were saying, they would be in the slums, like I don't know, like Afghanistan or something, or they would be like Syria. You know, Syria is a failed state, right? Syria is in fucking gutter. You know what I mean? So Italy is not as bad as Syria. It's not as bad as Afghanistan or Yugoslavia. Or
Apples to
something like that.
oranges, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that what you're saying is a half truth. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. That I can't believe they
Then
have
prove it, Avian. Prove it. Get the evidence and prove it.
Yeah, let's look at, you know, the living standards. And
Prove it,
how-
Avian. I don't want to hear your mouth. I want to see proof.
Okay, yeah. Let's just go look at Italy then. You know, what he's saying, but like, Italy life expectancy, I guess.
Is
See, like,
female playing music?
yeah, the life expectancy in Italy is like 84. And stuff. Like the
Yes,
GDP
it's
is
very
like,
quiet.
stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, Italy wealth income disparity. That's the main thing to look at. The wealth income disparity. Let's look at it.
What does that have to do with tradition, though?
Everything.
Well, you see, you have to think, though. You know, he's saying that the mafia that is corrupt and plundering the nation and making the people suffer controls every facet of the government, down to every politician. If that were the case, you would expect Italy to be a bigger slum. You would expect it to be like Syria. You would expect it to be like India in its more messed up areas, stuff
Why
like that.
should it? Why would someone need to expect it to be that way?
Bro, I literally just asked fucking AI on fucking DuckDuckGo.
Yeah.
That's how open it is. This is not a conspiracy theory.
Oh, I actually asked it.
The Andromeda has significantly infiltrated Italian politics, exerting influence through corruption and intimidation.
I actually asked
God.
AI right here. Let me share it right here. I asked AI. I'll share the screen and I'll show you what they said. Okay, so you can get what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Who cares what AI say?
You know.
Well, you're not gonna
You
hurt
can
their
get my
feelings.
point. You know.
Oh
You
my
can say that.
fucking God.
Can you share the screen? Like, I just want to read it quickly.
Oh my gosh. Dude.
Yeah. No, that
it's
claim
been
is an
going
exaggeration.
for
You fucking- that was
centuries.
exaggerating. You know, and the data is extremely powerful, especially in Calabria and transnational
For
trafficking.
centuries.
Yeah, and it does infiltrate parts of public administration and politics through corruption, intimidation, and influence over public procurement and local decision making. I said that. Europol and blah blah, for example, have described networks able to influence procurement procedures and divert European Union funds. Academic work documents patterns of collusion and local politicians and distortion of public spending and organized crime is interest, but controls every facet of the Italian government doesn't hold up. Italy has extensive anti-mafia institutions and enforcement, specialized prosecutors, anti-mafia measures, parliamentary inquiries, major coordinated arrests, precisely because the state is not uniform.
This is garbage, bro. Come on.
Yeah. The state is not uniformly captured. That's the thing. It's not uniformly captured. A more accurate phrasing is neither
I thought you were better than this, bro.
specific local institutions, contract networks, and sometimes reaching higher via corrupt intermediaries. Not run.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask it if Israel runs Iran. Let's ask it if Israel runs Iran. By that logic.
beats your AI.
You think
Yeah,
Israel
let's see.
You think you can't even fucking pronounce Iran? God damn it! It's fucking Iran, not Iran. Learn to fucking pronounce it at least. The country that's
Let's
going
see.
to Islam.
Let's see if it runs Iran. Let's see if it runs Iran. Yeah, let's see if it runs Iran.
Iran.
Yeah, I know how to fucking say it. I'm trolling
Yeah.
you.
So.
Because you're acting like a child.
Yeah.
Saying no. No.
My pronunciation is American.
Yeah, but they do. They assassinated like the fucking nuclear scientist, and then they killed all his children, everyone related to him.
Yeah. Let's ask. Let's ask. AI.
Yeah, asked it. It said no.
No, Iran is not run by Israel. In fact, the two countries have a long-standing hostile relationship. Iran's government does not recognize Israel's legitimacy and has called for its destruction. Oh, see? So Iran is bad because it called for Israel's destruction. Iran is not run by Israel. It is an independent nation with its own government and political system. Yeah. Historically, Iran and Israel had a cooperative relationship. Yeah. Iran's leadership has openly called for the destruction of Israel. Yeah. Yeah, Hamas and Hezbollah. Yeah. So Iran is wants to destroy Israel. So according to AI, yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about. Iran is the aggressor by your logic. So it must be true, right?
No, it's
that's what it says. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You're saying no, and Dragon's no way. A global mafia worth billions of dollars is not no. It doesn't. It didn't have the whole country in fucking terror.
Okay, so
for centuries.
Italy. Okay, I guess Italy is a shithole. Well, that's what you're basically arguing.
I didn't say it was a shithole. Just because someone was not a shithole doesn't mean that people weren't fucking dying all the time, being murdered. Like, You know, but I just know that, you know, Iran is the aggressor and they should leave Israel because that's not nice.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of nice people in Israel. And Netanyahu is a piece of shit. And there's actually, you know, I don't know if you know this, but LARPs aside, LARPing aside, Netanyahu actually assassinated the prior president of Israel who actually wanted peace. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, I know your
Like
kind of
supposed to
game.
helicopter,
I know the
crash
game
or
you're
whatever it
playing.
was.
Yeah, I can see
And then
right
that's
there.
what.
I know the
And
game
then
you're
that's what.
playing. You know.
And then that's what happened with the
Yeah,
IDF
I think
and
you're
all these
not
other
better than
people.
you. LARPing as an
These
Italian. That's what I think you are.
these
I think you're
these
North
these
But you're
IDF.
as an Iranian, like why would you say that?
Wait,
Yeah,
say
I
what?
know, right? I sometimes wonder if he's Iranian.
Say what?
I think he's Jewish.
You think I'm Jewish? Why would a Jew be against Israel? Like, I don't get it. Like, why would a Jew?
I
you know,
mean, I don't know.
like
I've seen it.
or something? Like those guys are against Israel, but they breed like crazy, or something.
I
No,
don't
I'm
know.
not. I'm just look at the.
Like, you can't even like believe he's actually Italian. Like,
Yeah, I don't.
seriously,
Yeah.
like you can't
Yeah.
give him anything.
Yeah.
That's fucking funny.
Like, what the hell, dude?
Like he wants.
I'm Italian as you can get, bro. I don't know what the fuck you're talking
The
about.
past president of Israel was not making peace with Iran. He wasn't. You know, he was just. I know who you're talking about. He was Mizrahi. But he's just, he's just his own thing.
He wanted peace with everyone, bro.
What are you talking about? Like, it has
He
to do
actually
with.
wasn't bad. He actually wasn't a bad guy.
He was a bad
He
guy,
wanted
yeah.
peace with everybody, and
Yeah, okay.
you know,
So Israel just needs reform. It doesn't need to be removed. It just needs reform.
there's a lot of people that hate Netanyahu, man. I'm not saying the leadership isn't bad. Of course, they're terrible fucking people. But I'm saying the citizens of Israel aren't bad people.
Yeah, no, Israel is illegitimate. It's illegitimate.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's why there are rabbis who are against it. That's what I'm trying to say. There are rabbis that are legitimately against it. Yes. That's what I'm trying to say. People are like, well, if there aren't any good Jews, if there are good Jews, why aren't they against it? There are. They talk about how Zionism is legitimately antithetical to Judaism, and that the Zionists are all fucking atheists.
Yeah, but you know that.
And they are.
President
But they're not
before-
really atheists. Sabbateans.
that
They're not.
president before Netanyahu, before Bibi, he was also a fucking Zionist. You know that, right? Like,
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Big
So then, what the
surprise
fuck are you
there.
talking about? Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh, why you keep taking it to the other side?
I'm
This
lost.
guy's like a fucking crackhead.
I'm
It's
really.
Like, I don't get. He's like a crackhead. Like one moment he's like I'm against Zionism. The next moment, oh, it's
If he's
this
a crackhead,
fucking-
Against Zionism. I am against Zionism. 100%.
Okay, then what are we talking about here?
I am against Zionism.
We're talking about.
But what I'm saying is what I'm saying is Israel is already a country, dude. So unless you plan on like destroying Israel, it's kind of too late. So what I'm saying is what we need to do is get these fucking parasites and psychopaths out of there and reform it.
Reforming.
And there are Israelites in there who legitimately have talked about they don't want to fucking be there anymore. And there are rabbis who say that it being there is legitimately against God. Because they're supposed to be in fucking exile.
Diaspora.
Still. Yeah, they're supposed to still be in diaspora. And they say that for man to try to basically fulfill prophecy artificially is war against God. And I respect that. Because because that's exactly what they're doing.
You know, see,
and so like the Zionists are, they're I mean, they claim to be atheists, but they're really Sabbateans. Most of them. I mean, I'm not saying they all are, but most of them are.
It's like a fucking script. If you're anti-Zionist, then Israel goes. That's it. You know, it's 100% Palestinian. Then no more Israel. You know, all the Jews go back to Poland, or they go back to wherever they came from. It's that
Poland?
simple.
No, they didn't come from anywhere, bro. That's the point.
Most of the Ashkenazi came from Poland or whatever. Like their old home.
No.
Hey, a lot of them came from Britain or whatever. Also, I wanted to say another thing is that, you know, the
Mustache Man wanted him to go to Madagascar.
Let me ask you, do you think Yakuza control Japan? Like, I just want to know what you think. Do you think the Yakuza control?
No.
Okay. Well, they do have tremendous power and pull with some politicians.
They do, yes.
Yeah, that was my point, and so that's what I was leaning towards.
Oh, Rocky's here.
Otherwise, okay. I don't really care.
Rocky's here. What's up, Rocky? Vatican were the first to wear the small hats and created the Zionists. Yeah, exactly. Vatican is not Italy, it's its own state. Exactly. Yeah, the black nobility. Yeah, see? Rocky knows.
Yeah, and outside of the Vatican, it's like really not that nice. It's like quite.
Yeah, well, the Vatican has worked with the Edomites, is what I call them, the Edomites. Because, surprise, surprise, I'm not anti-Semitic. There are good people in everywhere, in every nation. Exactly. Zionism is based on false eschatology of futurism. Yeah. Exactly. Let the tares grow up among the wheat. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. How you been, Rocky? It's been a minute. We have our disagreements, but
for the
most part,
exaggerations and hyperboles and stuff like that. I don't know. Like, I don't know if Italy is that bad. You know what I mean? Like when I heard about my friend's trip to Italy, it was pretty good, and so
it's bad,
it's
man.
perfect. I never claimed it was fucking perfect.
It's not as obvious. Trust me, it's bad, man. That's my homeland. I know.
Okay.
Okay. No. You're talking about my homeland. I know how it is, man.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be interested in another Italian's opinion, to be honest. You know, I want to see their take.
I've been there, man.
You've been there.
It's just it's
we don't
clean.
need
It looks
Pinoid.
It looks clean.
I trust Pinoid. I do trust Pinoid. He's pretty cool. I like how rational he is. He doesn't speak of hyperbole.
He can be.
He doesn't speak of exaggeration. He's pretty.
He can be cool.
Yeah.
He can be cool when he's
boomer brain sometimes, though, bro.
It's possible we're related. It's possible we're related. So yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, Rocky, it's been a minute, man. Iran doesn't have a Rothschild banking system. Well, of course, that's why they're targeted. The same with Japan. That's why they were bombed and all that. That's a whole other story, though. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, the Vatican started Zionism, too. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
So did Mustache Man.
The Vatican started.
Let's not
the Vatican. The Vatican infiltrated the National Socialists for sure, 1,000%, 100,000%. That's why I'm not a neo-Nazi, because that shit is a setup. I had friends that were, and I lost them as friends because I refused to be anti-Semitic, and I refused to try to bring the Reich back because they're fucking fools. And that's actually what's kind of funny is like I legitimately lost friends because they got stuck in all this shit and they're trying to like bring it back. And I'm like, y'all are fucking stupid. Like, as much as you've looked into conspiracy theories and you can't see this as a dialectic, like, it's fucking dumb. Just like I had friends that were like black Hebrew Israelites. And they always talk about the white man this, the white man that, but they were always like friends with me. And I was always like, isn't this like a disconnect? And they're like, nah, you're different. And I'm like, yeah, but like, you hate white people. Like, what the fuck? It was just weird. You know, it's weird because like everybody has like the same propaganda. Like literally, it's all the same propaganda. Like everyone thinks they're chosen. Everybody thinks they're special. Everyone, you know, it's just a matter of it's white, it's black, it's Jewish, it's whatever the fuck. It's the same propaganda. It's nuts. I've seen all sides of it.
White is such a like overgeneralization. I mean, like, what is really white? I mean, I think most people that are considered white nowadays are not like Indo-European.
Right. but no, it's just crazy though, Zephyr, because everyone is told the same thing, just from a different
Yeah,
lens.
well, that's relatively new delineation. I think it was 1930 census in America was basically like, that's where the big delineation came between whites and not.
Right.
And then eventually Italians and Irish people became white. And
Well, we weren't allowed to be white. We were hung with the melanated.
not at first, but nowadays you're considered white. Yep.
Well, people don't realize that.
Yeah.
We were hung with the melanated people. We were too rowdy.
Yeah, I know.
We were too fucking rowdy, and we were rambunctious, and we acted. We weren't European enough. We were.
My family were listed
we were troublemakers. We were troublemakers. And
my
so
family
they
was
fucking hung
listed as free coloreds, and then they married into a German family, which were white.
and then we were always friendly with the Jews too. And yeah. So it's that's the thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm
So,
like 132nd Sephardic, you know.
like that's that's history. That's actual history. And so that's why like it's fucking hilarious to me that everyone's like has this opinion of me, because it's like I get into arguments with like even with Moontan, because she's like, you're Volk, and it's like, look, I had friends and girlfriends of like every race since the time I was 6 years old. What am I supposed to do? Just like disregard that? It's too fucking late. You know, I had friends of.
Is she a purist? She's not a purist, is she?
She is kind of a purist, and I understand it. No, I do. She's not against. She's not like against it.
Yeah.
She just thinks that people should stay with their own. Like I'm saying,
Well,
like
she doesn't
romantic.
have a problem with my Mexican boyfriend, so I don't care.
I'm just she doesn't like, she's not like totally against it, but just like for the most part,
that's
you know,
fine.
she just thinks that people should stick, you know.
I don't think there's any problem with that. People thinking that, as long as they don't enforce it on other people.
No. She doesn't.
Yeah, I don't.
But she just thinks she just thinks it's better that way. She doesn't know. She doesn't push it at all. But like I've had arguments before where it's like, you know, same with you with Hyperborean, you know. And it's like, look, like if someone's attracted to me, okay, and it's mutual, it's supposed to be like, no, you're the wrong shape, you're the wrong color.
Yeah,
you're the wrong...
my dad was very he would not let me date this like Indian boy, like Native American boy that I had a crush on in high school, because my dad was he was like friends with a lot of Native people and Mexican people and stuff, but he would never let me date them.
Well, Zeph, from the time I was literally a child, like I've had, you know, friendships and relationships with people of all, you know, backgrounds and races.
Me too. As non-diverse as New Mexico actually is, it's actually like white people are minority here now, which.
Well, I mean that's
like I was dumb. I didn't learn Spanish. I should have, but I didn't. I learned French because I was.
Well, I know Hebrew.
Yeah.
You know,
and I just thought French was cool. I wanted to be French. I look French.
French is cool, like if a woman speaks it, but it's fucking aggravating as fuck if a man speaks it. In my opinion.
Some of the southern dialects are pretty like. There's some gangster rap in French that's not bad. Like,
I mean, I like Polish rap. but that's because of my girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Polish rap is like the strangest rap
It's so
ever.
good. It's so good.
In the
Do you
best
like
way. In the best way, it's like the strangest rap ever because it's like the
Do you
most
know
uplifting
Paluk?
shit you'll ever hear.
Does she like Paluk?
I think so. Sounds
Oh,
familiar.
I love Paluk. It's like so 1980s, like.
It's just crazy because it's like when I first heard it, I'm like, what the fuck? How is this allowed to be in existence? Because it's like the most
so good.
uplifting music. It's the most uplifting music you'll ever hear.
Yeah, it's like a cross between polka and gangster rap. I love it. It's so good.
But it's
The
uplifting.
Mossy rap that I heard was pretty uplifting.
Yeah,
Bro,
it
it's
is. It's
uplifting.
like very
It's wild. I'm like,
energetic.
how does this exist?
Yeah, it's very energetic. I like it. I like it. The Polish rap.
Yeah. It's all like be yourself and
Some
don't
Ukrainian rap
don't
is really hard too. I like Ukrainian rap, and some of the Russian rap is decent.
Ukraine is not
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, stop, Zephyr. You're a globalist.
Oh darn! Only
I
with my
know.
rap. I
Right. Yeah,
just
like
like
I
global
cook
music.
food. I cook food from like all different cultures. I date women from all different cultures. I
Is it
use like
cultural
different
appropriation that
spirituality from all different cultures.
my
I'm a
mom
globalist.
invented Mexican egg rolls? Is that cultural appropriation?
Yes. Yes. You are a
Darn.
globalist.
What's
We're
Oh, darn it.
even a
Zephyr,
Mexican egg roll?
They're so good.
Zephyr, we're
They're like
globalist.
tacos inside of an egg roll. So good.
Can you
Oh,
get me
man.
into like B'nai
I wanna
B'rith or
eat
like the
one now.
Mossad? I'm ready to join. I'm ready for my bar mitzvah.
Yeah. Well, just you know what that involves, right?
Can you get me in?
I don't know any.
Yeah, but I'm a
goyim.
Gentile,
I
so
don't
like,
know-
can I
I don't
just
know
like
any.
do
I
the
don't know any.
Mohai?
They'll just shave a little off the tip.
Sad trombone.
Can I just like go the Gentile way?
Yeah.
I mean, I just need to make some money fast,
I heard they're hiring at OnlyFans. You know.
Oh,
I could do that. I made one like years ago as a joke.
I thought about selling feet pictures, but my feet aren't that pretty. I don't think that the feet people always care all that much.
I mean, people don't care. You could probably like pull pictures off the fucking
Those
internet. No one would even know.
Dudes with foot fetishes probably don't care that they still want them.
Right. That's the
I don't
thing,
know.
Red, is like you could get photos like off the internet and
I
like no one would
honestly
even
think
know. How
that-
the fuck are they going to know it's not your feet?
I think
They've
that
never
that
seen
is
you.
less. I think that's less degrading than working a 9-to-5 job for sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And probably way
Wait,
easier.
just the
Less,
feet or
just the
I thought
feet,
about
yeah.
infiltrating the
All right.
Freemasons.
I was a little
What do you all
confused
think of
there for
that?
a second.
Like, I'm actually serious. What do y'all think of that? About me infiltrating the Freemasons?
Why?
Like recently?
Why not?
They're nice
Oh,
people.
like
Some
you're
of them.
like doing
Because I want to know the truth.
They're nice people. I know some.
I know. I know they are.
Why would they tell you the truth though?
But I think that in order to know the not nice ones, you have to get way up there because
I
that's
know.
it's a hierarchical thing.
But I could. But I could. Because
you
I
could,
know the
but-
occult like the back of my hand. Like, I know. Because I've talked to them. I talked to a Masonic Knight one day. And, like, I've read, like, the degrees and, like, I have, like, a ton of books on Freemasonry. And I've
Well, if
read,
you're
like,
into
more dogma and...
There's no point in infiltrating then.
Yeah, why?
Well, no. But see, that's the thing. Like, I really want to know.
From personal experience, you want to know because you
Unless
could know
they
without.
just keep lying in all of their books.
No, dude, here's the thing, bro. People say that. Like, that's just their mythology. You're buying their games. You're blah, 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 blah. But here's the fucking thing, dude. These books were written in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they thought, hey, someone's going to read this 150, 100, 200 years from now? No! When they wrote that shit, it was for them and them only. They didn't anticipate the fucking internet. Okay.
Yeah.
Like these books were 2 Masons, and the shit was like burned afterwards or returned to the lodge. Like that's how it went. So these books that are older, okay, like they revealed shit that they didn't think anybody was gonna get. Most people were fucking illiterate. Like people like don't really think about these things, and it kind of blows my mind.
And now it's kind of a moot point because like the whole knowledge is supposed to be being shared with everyone now. That's the decree. It's free knowledge.
The decree.
Yeah.
From
That
who?
From
the Freemasons?
Yeah. Like the knowledge is not to be like.
It's like,
followed up
we're
anymore.
going open source, brothers.
Yeah,
We're going
pretty much. That's what they
source.
said.
I can tell you this right now. The Masons aren't the ones in control. The very top of Masonry are Templar degrees. Okay? So the top is the Templars and the Jesuits. When you get to the very top, okay, the very top of Freemasonry and the top of the Jesuit order is the same fucking person. Okay? So the Freemasons are subservient to the Jesuits. And the very top, you got like the Martinists. They call themselves the Eles Cohen, Royal Elect Knights of the Universe, or whatever the fuck. They have some like totally absurd, like narcissistic. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up because
I like the Oddfellows. I think the Oddfellows are interesting.
No, they were
They're
like traffickers. Shit.
I still think they're interesting. I wouldn't want to be one, but still.
Yeah. So they're called the Order of Knight Masons, Elect Priest of the Universe. How's that for a title? Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on. See, I have a lot of information on like these very obscure paramasonic orders.
You should send me anything you have on the Great White Brotherhood.
You see that? That's their sigil, if you want to say. All right. So after the 33rd degree, which everyone thinks is the top, you have what's known as the Memphis Mizraim, which goes to the 100th, really, but usually only the 98th. And you know what's crazy? To get to the highest level of the Memphis Mizraim, you know what you have to believe? Lucifer, right? No. The Trinity. The Trinity.
The Christian Trinity?
The Trinity.
There's a bunch of Trinities.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so many infinite trinities.
So you have the Sacred Military Constantine Order of St. George, or the Imperial Constantine Order of St. George, and the Order of the Constantine Angelic Knights of St. George. Is a dynasty order of knighthood of the House of Bourbon of Two Sicilies. Oh boy. Look into that one. Reigning House of Bourbon of Two Sicily as heirs of the House of Farnese. Look into that family. They created Zionism, among other things. When I say they created, okay, so owing to a notable success in liberating persecuted Christians in the Peloponnese, together with the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, it is one of a small number of Catholic orders that still have this status today. It is not an order trivially under the patronage of the Holy See, but its membership is restricted to practicing Catholics. Interesting. So it must be good, right? Founder, Constantine the Great.
He was a secret worshiper of Mitra.
Oh, so Constantine started a secret society?
Yeah.
One of the highest?
Yeah, pretty
much. And then there's another one that goes even higher called the Order of St. Janarius, which is connected to Charles of Bourbon, King of Spain. But hold on a second. This is a Masonic order, a very high Masonic order, connected to nobility and the Vatican.
Yeah, my line went through
So I just want to make this very clear.
through the Portuguese.
And this is officially started by Constantine. And when I say Constantine, I mean that Constantine.
Uh-huh.
And this is way above the 33rd degree. So I just want to make this clear to everyone hearing me, okay? This is official. This isn't a theory. And everyone talks about the Freemasons, the Freemasons, the priests. Well, guess what? This is the tippy top of the Freemasons. And it's telling you right here, Constantine started it. Look into Farnese, Orsini, Aldobrandini. Don't let the Italian names fool you. They're not Italian.
Nope.
They go back to the Canaanites and to Zoroaster.
Yeah, right.
It's
No.
a deep.
What are you
deep
talking
rabbit-
about? Canaanites and Zoroaster? You don't know, like, Zoroaster,
Yes.
where he was and stuff? I mean, if you just said Canaanites,
They
it would be okay.
infiltrated. You do realize there's a connection between Italy and Iran, correct?
Not really, no.
So all this nonsense that you keep spouting, like, we're literally brothers, man. And it's like really infuriating to me.
No,
I don't care if you believe it. I don't care if you believe it or not.
You're playing
I don't-
mind games, you know. You're
Okay,
playing
Esau.
you know.
Okay,
I like to leave-
okay, Jacob. Okay,
Yeah.
Jacob. Okay.
Jacob?
I can provide evidence, man. I'll do a whole presentation and show you how wrong
Yeah,
you
brothers
are.
block someone and crap like that. Whatever.
Yeah,
you
brothers
know,
fight sometimes. Just have your drink and sleep it
I'm
off,
not
man.
drinking. I'm not drinking. What are you talking about?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I really don't believe that. Like, at all. You sound like you've been drinking. I have no ill will towards you. I have no fucking agenda, man. But if that's what you want to think, then you're free to. And then you ask me why I banned you. It's
Yeah,
because
it's
you're
fine. No,
constantly
let's don't
telling
talk about
me.
it anymore. I was just
No, it's because
questioning
you're
the
constantly
historical.
telling me how you suspect me. I have an agenda. I'm blah 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 blah.
So you do
And it's
care.
like, bro,
So you do care.
when you constantly tell me shit like this, why would I want to talk to you?
That's
When
fine.
all I want to do is be your
I don't
friend.
really care anymore. I got over it. I'm over it. And so I was asking for the
But-
historical claim. You see what I mean?
But yet you felt like it was necessary to bring it all up when we're trying to have a conversation about philosophy.
But I wasn't bringing it up. I was asking, how
But
do you
you
know
did.
that the Geobrandi
But you
and the
did.
Calvinists have origin to
But-
Zoroaster? Because that's
but you
news to
did.
me. I mean, that's news to me.
Well, I will do a whole presentation for you, and you can get your pen and pad, and you can check all the fucking sources if you want. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I can
Canaanite
bring
and
all the
Zoroaster,
sources.
like, that's
I don't
fucking
just
weird.
spit things out of my mouth with with nothing to back it up. So you're more than happy to look into it. I don't ever push anything as absolute fact.
Just
I don't ever push anything as absolute fact, but I can tell you right now that there's plenty of evidence for it. And Italy and Iran are connected, and I don't know why you have such an issue with Ashologos, because he has plenty of evidence for what the fuck he
Listen,
talks
man,
about.
I talked to Ashologos. Okay, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Ashologos.
you talk to everyone, and Giordani
Wait,
stole your ideas.
You can't interrupt me. Have I interrupted you? Let me respond. You said Ashologos, and let me fucking respond. Okay? You know, I know Ashologos. I talked to him. He's a LARPer, okay? He thinks that we're fucking misogyninated, that all these ancient fucking people were Nordic and they had blonde hair. That's what he believes. Ashologos. And you know, I've same as Giordani, you know, like yeah. Like
Giorgiani, and no one ever said they're blonde hair. Does Giorgiani have blonde hair?
red hair. Listen, they say we were German in genotype. German in genotype or closer to them. You know, we were closer to them in phenotype and genotype. Genotype. Yeah. Listen, I can fucking pull it up for you. You want to go on his Twitter and find it for you? Ashologos basically calling Indians and Persians mongrels. He says that on his fucking Twitter. Like, you think I'm just
Dude, how can he call Persians How can he call Persians Mongols when we
You
are
said it
fucking
too.
related?
You said we were fucking mixed, okay? He said
Bro,
that
we're
too.
all
By Arabs,
related.
by Turks.
We're
by
all
Turks.
Aryan.
Yeah, you see,
We're all Scythian. We're all Scythian. He believes that there was a Scythian empire.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah,
book
no.
on it, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I
And he
can bring
thinks
up
they
the
were
book
the-
about the Scythian empire.
And he thinks they were the upper caste and they were racially distinct from the brown masses. From the brown masses. Okay.
Oh
He
my
thinks they were that's what he thinks, and I can pull up his Twitter and point it out to you because I don't like to jump around. I don't like to be scatterbrained. I like to be fucking single-minded. You know what I mean? I don't like fucking jumping around haphazardly.
Oh, you definitely like to be single-minded, that's for sure.
I am single-minded. That's what he says. You're gaslighting me. You're acting like
I'm not gaslighting anything, dude. I can bring it up for you. It's fine.
That's what he says.
It's
That's
really
what
simple.
Astrologos says. Astrologos sees fucking Iranians. And
Bro,
even
he has
some
15 fucking video. He has like 20 videos on this shit, bro.
I've seen
You're
it.
you're using you're creating what's called a paper tiger, a straw man.
I'm not creating a straw man. You see, this is your
Yeah,
game.
he has,
You know,
he has like 20 videos on this shit.
yeah,
20 videos.
I've seen it. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the fucking videos and I've seen his Twitter. You think I'm just pulling shit out of my ass and stuff?
I know you are because he has like 20 videos.
Yeah. You know, and it is
Okay, so you're not addressing his videos. You're not addressing everything he says. You're cherry picking.
No. See, it's complex. If you want me to talk about it, it will take too long. But I'm saying what he argues.
It is complex.
He
That's my point.
argues that Scythians were racially distinct from the brown masses of Iran, and then they formed a caste above the people to rule over them and stuff when they invaded. That's his claim.
Right.
That's what he
Everybody's
says on Twitter. That's what his friend Scythian Bro also says. And all those people on Twitter, they basically view Indians and Persians as misogynized, low-class savages. You know, that's how they see it. You know, and I can pick up the evidence. You can go on his Twitter and find it. You can just search it and sift through it. And it's there. Just like Giorgiani says also.
Okay, so everyone's racist.
Yeah.
Then. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Well, you know what?
Right.
Everyone's trying to say that Europeans have no culture and Europeans haven't done anything.
You're reading from a
But the
fucking
fact of the
script.
fucking matter is,
Was I saying that
the fact
Europeans
is
have no
no,
culture?
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that's what people have been doing.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
That's what people have been doing. And so
Okay.
when we try to actually look into our history to see if this is true and we find the opposite, then everybody gets mad.
Europeans
and I
have
just
great
find
cultural
that
legacy.
really,
okay?
I find that really disingenuous, really.
Okay. You see, but my issue here isn't with
That-
Europeans taking pride in their cultural legacy. It's when they fucking claim
We're
my
not
cultural
allowed.
legacy.
We're not allowed. We're not allowed. We're
You
not
are
allowed.
You are
No,
allowed
we're
to do
not.
that.
Everybody freak
Yeah,
the
you
fuck
are. You are
out.
allowed to do that. You can go and talk about fucking Vikings. You can go talk about Greeks and say I take great
No,
pride.
we're not
No
allowed.
one's not fucking bashing.
We
for
get
it.
annihilated. We get all of our culture destroyed, and then everyone tells us we have none.
What are you
No,
talking
yeah,
about?
we don't. It was
What
destroyed.
do you think TML and I are reading? We're reading your fucking Greeks, okay? We're reading the Greeks. We like Parmenides. We like all of these Greek thinkers. No one is fucking attacking your culture in the way you're saying. Except
Greece was
maybe
a melting pot, though. Greece was a melting pot, though.
Wait,
So
what?
was Iran. This is what I don't understand with everybody. Greece and Iran were both melting pots.
Okay,
So was
it's
Egypt.
tribalism
It
for you, but
was.
not tribalism for me. Okay, it's tribalism for you,
Bro,
but
Greece
not
was
tribalism.
loaded. Bro,
No,
Greece had
no,
many
you stick
cultures
to
in
your
it.
fucking tribe, and I'll stick to my goddamn tribe. Okay, you don't tell me what my fucking culture is. Okay, you know what I mean?
I'm not telling you what your culture is. That's what
Then
you're not
that was
getting.
the fucking issue here. You know what I
You're
mean?
making it
You say
that.
I'm straw
You're
manning
making it
special
that.
logo
You're making.
and stuff like that.
You're
You know,
making it that.
you really fucking drive me up the wall, man. Like
You drive
really.
yourself up a wall. You
No,
drive
I just
yourself up
don't.
a wall.
You know, like
No,
you know,
it's true.
you know, it's like
You do it to
fucking like
yourself. You do it
just
to
agree
yourself.
to disagree. You know, but don't fucking say I'm straw manning.
You do it to yourself. You do it to yourself. No one's doing it but you. You only have yourself.
Yeah, go ahead and gaslight me and stuff.
I'm not gaslighting you. You're gaslighting me. I'm not letting you do it.
I haven't made any shit up and stuff like that.
I'm just kind of you know, bedazzled on how you managed to gaslight yourself. Like I don't understand because I didn't say any of this shit, so I
It's
don't
like
know
you're
what
reading
the
from a
fuck
script book.
what you're
That's
talking about.
what I find fishy of it. It's like you're reading from a script book. You know.
I'm not. No, I've said
Yeah,
the same
it is.
thing from
Yeah,
before.
it's like that. It's like some
I've
kind of
said
weird
it
mental
from day
gymnastics
one.
or whatever.
No,
You
that's
know.
what you're doing.
No, no, you stick to your tribe. I'll stick to my tribe. You know, we're not fucking Italians and
I don't
Iranians.
have a tribe. I don't have a tribe.
Okay, then that's your problem. Don't fix your
Oh,
problem. You know, go ahead and deal with it.
but my tribe was wiped from the earth, so I don't know what you're
Okay,
talking about.
okay, got you. And your tribe, you have no tribe. That's good for you. Okay, you deal with that. So don't
I'm
make it
gonna
my problem.
reform, but you know,
Okay, whatever.
you're the one who's literally admitted that you're racist. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I am kind of racist. So what?
Okay, yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm the Hitler lover, and I need to build statues and all that. But you've literally admitted that you're racist and you're anti-Semitic and all this bullshit. But I'm the one with the problem. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I respect people's space. You know, they can
No.
fucking preserve their tribe. You know, like Pinoy, if he wants his
You're
tribe, he can
disingenuous.
preserve it.
You're disingenuous.
Also, tell me how I'm disingenuous. I'm
You
curious.
talk out both sides of your mouth.
Yeah, tell me
Depending on
how.
the circumstances and depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah. Well, I
You
have
told me very different things. You told me very different things privately. I say what I say to whoever I say it to their fucking face. I don't beat around the bush.
Yeah, me neither. But I have been like
No, you
refining
do.
my.
No, you do. No, you do.
Yeah, I have
No,
been
you
refining.
do.
So
No,
so like
I say what I say, and I don't care what anyone thinks about it.
yeah,
I
good for
say it
you.
with respect, but I say what I say.
That's good for you.
I don't
That's good.
start shit for no reason.
Yeah,
But if
that's good.
somebody comes at me, it is
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah, I'm not coming at you. I'm just
Yes,
like,
thank you, Rocky. I agree. The adversary comes to kill, steal, and destroy, and cause division and discord. Absolutely, I agree.
yeah, right. So then, like, I'm confused here. I don't see how I'm like concealing anything. I had been refining my views. You know, my views do change as I like.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago you wanted to end humanity. So I'm sorry, dude. I can't really take you seriously.
Yeah,
You
good
wanted
for
to
you.
end humanity. You're mad that
No, I don't want
you're mad at Hitler because he didn't finish the job.
No.
You're mad
It's
at
not
Hitler
that
because
I
he didn't
want to
finish the
end
job.
humanity. It will end itself, you know, because of the unsustainable system.
You were mad at Hitler because he didn't finish the job. That's what you told me.
Yeah, Hadrian was better. Hadrian was more interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't finish the job, and so you were mad.
Yeah, Hadrian.
He was too compassionate.
Yes.
That's what you told me.
Yes, I agree. Yes. That's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hadrian was
That's
more
what the problem with Hitler you have.
Yeah, that's one of my problems with him, yes.
Not that he was a madman, supposedly. Not that he was supposedly a madman and a genocidal maniac, but that he wasn't a genocidal maniac. You wanted him to be a genocidal maniac.
Yeah.
Let's start sort of like moving towards like maybe like shutting it down soon.
Yeah.
Because you wanted humanity to be exterminated.
No, I don't. No.
That's
not what I want.
No. I have the chat. No, I have the chat. You did.
It's like 7 hours in.
I said if mankind cannot reduce to 12th century technological complexity, then it's better it goes extinct. That's what I said.
Right.
Because
so you're God. You can choose whether people live or die. Yeah, you sound like them.
You realize how much the ecosystems around the world are being disrupted? How many species?
I do, Avian. Yeah. And it hurt. But it doesn't mean that I can play God and decide who lives and dies. That's what dictators
I'm not
do.
playing God. I'm just saying that
if evolution is right, then species go extinct way before humans ever came around.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. You know, I've actually talked about that matter with others. That's actually a valid point. But let me say this though. You know, I'm not saying that I want to like
If you
sadistic.
can butthurt because of
I'm
human
not-
Avian, the point is, Avian, I blocked you because I got tired of you pretending to be my friend.
I stopped caring.
I blocked you because I got tired of you pretending to be my friend when I legitimately, genuinely wanted to be your friend.
Yeah,
And
I don't believe that one bit. Shut up.
and
I don't believe that one bit, you know.
I just got tired of you constantly saying these things about me.
You can't
When
even write.
all I tried to do is be genuine with you
Whatever, like, what the fuck?
and be kind to you and
kind.
bond with you. And I even wanted to watch anime with you and maybe watch nature stuff with you.
Oh, that's why
And you didn't care.
With a
All you
30-minute
had was venom. And honestly, it wasn't even out of anger. It was out of frustration and just hurt, honestly.
yeah, you see, this is just
You want to vampirize me, and I'm not going to allow it.
You don't let me speak.
I'm not going to allow it.
You're not gonna
Why? When all you have is vitriol. Why? All you have is
You
vitriol.
want to portray yourself as the victim.
I'm not attacking you, Avian. I'm not saying all these nasty things about you. I'm not attacking your character.
What's up now, you pretty punk chick? Yeah. Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Toothpick? I said, do we have a problem? Oh, you got a problem, boy. Right here. Here's your right there. Right there. All right. Say, little game. Right here. I said, do we have...
Yeah, maybe I should be reading a book too. Yeah, that's a good thing. Rock Shepherd said maybe I should be reading a book. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I have many books to read. Also, I'm gonna read those books, share my reviews, and such like that. You know, and now I'm gonna have to. Now I want to talk, and I don't want to be constantly interrupted. Okay, you know, I'm not gonna attack you, or I'm not gonna like bash you, but I don't want to be your friend. That's it. I do not want to be your friend, Twilight. Okay, I'm sick and tired of it. Okay, I don't like how you like twist the rhetoric, how you want to portray yourself as the victim, how you're only concerned with how people perceive things. You're not really honestly after the truth. Okay, you don't have fucking honor. Okay, but it's okay. I'm not gonna attack you anymore. If you come on here, I'll be polite. But I don't want to get close to you. That's it. You know, that's it. You know, that's it. You know, I don't want to get close to you. You know, I'm tired of it. You know, and about Asha logos and about fucking you know, those guys like Citian bros. You know, I'm not pulling shit out of my asses. I've talked to them. I know what they're saying. They're fucking think that the fucking Scythians were like all like closer to Swedes or Germans, and then they ruled over the brown masses. So then that way I cannot claim my legacy. That's what they claim. You know, I'm not making shit up. You know, I'm not, stop gaslighting me and crap like that. That's fine. You know, you go your own route. You go on your own truth for honor. I mean, for the truth. You know, I respect that. You can do whatever you want. I don't want to enforce my way on you. I don't want to impose on you. But I'm just gonna respect from now on, mutual respect, but not getting close. Maintain distance. Does that make sense? Okay, that's it. Okay, that's all I have to say about this matter. I'm sorry if I derailed things and other stuff. You know, and that's it. And don't portray yourself as a victim. I'm done with it, and I'm not gonna continue this. You know, I'm not gonna continue. That's it.
No, it's all good. Let's just like, you know, like it is getting super late, and we did say like, you know, like you know, a lot of stuff. So I'm just calculating, you know, the gains and the losses here, and also I'm super stoned, and it's been 7 hours here. So so that's just my perspective. It's not a big deal. I'm not directing that at anybody in particular, but.
Beep.
Need a drink?
What was that? What's that? I don't know. I think he's talking to somebody else. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I think Twilight's off to his next engagement, and you know, and yeah, blessings to the people. We had a bit of a lot of different themes there, you know, for a little while. You know, I mean, we moved pretty quickly. Right? We moved from you know, from the notion of being and becoming, right, to the ideas about Parmenides, all the way to, you know, the ideas about nature and you know, time and all these ideas about, you know, language and whether it's part of a divine order or whether it's part of a sort of man-made construction. And then we moved to discussions about Machiavelli, right? We also had a bunch of discussions about the amoralism, as we ventured off into a bunch of discussions about that. And of course, we had
Yes,
lots
fire.
of music. So yes, we had tons of.
Yeah. And Muhammad, I actually also wanted to apologize
Yeah.
for our disagreement,
Yeah, and then we went
man.
into the Gnostics, right? And that's you know, sort of when you know, Twilight showed up there, you know, and then we had Avian, we had a bunch of back and forth. So yes, it's been all good. It's been an interesting episode. So, I mean, episode if you want to call it that, but yeah, definitely.
That had more to do with Moontan. Her and I both get like
Hannah
really
Montana.
sensitive. Her and I both get really sensitive about each other. It's like an uncontrollable thing that I don't really even understand. And Avian, I'll even apologize to you just because that's the type of person I am. Okay, for blocking you. Maybe that was a bit much. But when I honestly feel like you don't really give a fuck about my boundaries, how I feel about anything.
Okay, yeah.
you know,
Whatever. Stop there. I want to just say
it's
one
really-
thing. Just want to say one thing. You know,
It doesn't have to go any
yeah.
further than that. I'm just
Yeah.
like I really am an
I'm
honest
not
person.
fucking arguing with. You know, I'm not like attacking Moontan or anything like that. I don't know. That's fucking slander. You know.
All I know is Moontan knows exactly what I'm saying, dude.
Okay, that's
you can ask her yourself.
Ask her what?
Dude, she saw how you were treating me, bro. Like it's not a debate. She saw it.
Okay, you know,
and we're really close. This is what I'm trying to tell you. No.
It's like some very duplicitous. Listen, you know,
no
you
one's
speak with
duplicitous.
exaggeration, hyperboles.
Bro.
You twist what people say. You take things out of context. Then you gaslight people.
Red, does that sound like me?
Yeah, it does sound like you. Yeah,
No. Red, how long?
For you.
Am I duplicitous? Am I?
I think Twilight's been consistent for ever since I began to know him. In my opinion.
Okay, yeah. You go ahead and do that. You side with him and vilify me. Okay, yeah, that's
no one's about vilifying you, dude. You're talking about slander. That's exactly what you're doing. Red's known me from the beginning, dude, which is like over a year now. So I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Anyone who's known me on panel or even like I know some people in real life, is going to tell you, dude, that it's not my character, bro.
Yeah,
it's
that
all
one
good.
guy who was.
Yeah, it's all good, guys. Buddha, Twilight, don't take it personally. People are going to basically.
But anyways, I apologize, man. I apologize to Muhammad because we've never fucking argued, and all the time we know each other. And Muhammad will tell you, dude, I'm a straight shooter. I'm a straight shooter, dude. Whether you like it or not, I'm a straight shooter.
Man,
so whether you like what I'm saying or you dislike what I'm saying, I'm always fucking a straight shooter. Muhammad will tell you, dude. Like, I'm a straight shooter, bro. I'm the farthest thing from duplicitous. I don't do passive aggressive. I don't do fucking shit behind people's back. Like, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. I'm consistent.
What's up, nigga? You want to talk some shit?
Like, whether you like it or not, I'm consistent. And I'll say it right to your face. Like, I don't shit talk, dude. Straight up. I have no ill will towards you, but you have lots of ill will towards me. And that's why I blocked you. Because it's obvious.
Yeah, I didn't have ill will before, but now I
And
do.
before
But
I
I'm
even
just
asked,
like-
before I even blocked you, Moon Chan was asking me what's going on with you and Avian. I can show you. I can fucking show you, bro. We talk all the time.
See, you're just
See what you're not understanding.
okay. You see, you're twisting stuff. You're taking them out.
How am I twisting? Bro, I can show you. I'm not twisting anything. This is reality.
No, you are twisting stuff.
I'm not asking you for an interpretation. I'm telling you facts.
You believe what you want. You know, I don't give a fuck.
I'm not reading what I want. This is reality, bro. I can show you in black and white.
No, I don't want. I don't care if you see it because you know I can show.
Yeah, I know. You don't want the reality.
And that's it. You know.
Bro, I have the message.
You don't care, but then you want to keep saying the same, repeat the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah, just like I was lying about the mafia shit, and then he's like, "Oh, this is not real."
No, he's
it doesn't really matter. They're not really in control. It's like, okay, bro.
Like,
AI doesn't say it, so it must not be true. Okay, well, yeah. Well, according to AI, Hamas is declaring war on Israel, so that must be true, right?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong about the
October 7th, Muhammad. October 7th was Hamas's fault.
Ooh, baby.
Sajamon.
It was Hamas's fault.
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen. Yeah.
It was Islamic extreme.
Wires going across. Oh shit! Oh shit! Fire!
Muhammad, because Muhammad is honorable, and that's why we've only had one argument.
Yeah,
and the whole time I've fucking known him.
If we're the fucking same people, then we're the same Volk, okay? And you say you won't betray your same Volk, then you block me. You see the fucking paradox there? You're just fucking using baseless rhetoric.
What are you talking about? You're not my Volk. You made it very clear. You don't want to be in my sphere of influence. You don't want to be around my ilk. That's what you said. You don't care about Europe. You don't care that I am. It's not about like I'm not interested in Europe. Okay, that's fine. You don't care about it at all. So because it doesn't interest you, you don't care about it. So you hold vitriol. You hold venom towards it. You have hatred towards it. You don't give a shit.
Wrong.
It could blow up and you could care less. No, it's obvious. You don't care.
Yeah,
you don't give a fuck. Yeah, so that's my point. So why should I?
You lose connection?
I guess. I think he basically
that was
hit
weird.
the wrong button
That's
because
all.
he's on the cell phone, so he must have hit the wrong button.
That's true.
Oh, he said
It's pretty
he
easy
never.
to hit
Also,
the
let me just say
button.
one more thing. He said he never argued with TML, but just 2 days ago they had a big argument. So I don't get where the fuck that come from. So yeah.
What are you talking about? He did say that like a minute before he just dropped.
He said what?
Yeah,
He
it's all
did
good.
mention it.
Yeah, it's no worries. We quickly sort of resolved it, and I was on a low level of sleep for maybe 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll avoid, bringing up any personal stuff from now on. But I'm not interested in being his friend. That's it. Yeah. That's just the end of it. I'm not gonna bring up personal stuff or whatever. And I do think he exaggerates a lot. He uses hyperboles a lot. He takes things out of context and whatever, but that's fine. He can have his own views, whatever and stuff. That's it. Yeah, I don't have anything more to say. I didn't mean to derail.
Also, his phone could have died. Incidentally, that's also a possibility. So he could have not been paying attention to his phone. So this actually happens. So it's all part of the sort of game here. But we'll sort of wait 10 to 15 minutes for his duly arrival. If not, as I said, I told him we'll be sort of shutting down soon. And
Yeah. Well, if he comes here, I guarantee you, all he'll do is self-victimize himself and just fucking gaslight me and portray me as the villain. That's all that's gonna happen. You see, but I'm done with it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to just drop it. And so that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I plan to read Plato, and I'll share you my reviews of the Republic. And
Nice.
yeah, let me see here.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Actually, I have a bunch of outlined stuff from the Republic, the same as with the Prince, and I'll try to find those passages that I was referring to earlier.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
That
but
I
first
couldn't
I'm going
really
to read
cite them. Yeah.
the
But yeah.
5 dialogues. I'm gonna read the 5 dialogues first, then I'll read the Republic.
Yeah.
And I'll give you my review of that. After finish my book on the pre-Socratics, I read the Parmenides, I read Heraclitus, I read
Nice.
and let me think what else. Pythagoras, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I read most of Empedocles, but I haven't read Anaxagoras or the other ones. Yeah, I have to finish those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, once I finish all that, I'll give you my reviews and stuff. I have a lot to read, and so I have to get through the important works.
Yeah, it's been interesting reading this stuff, for sure, looking into it and seeing how influential some of the ideas are, because some of these foundational, concepts, there's no other sort of place for them. That you can sort of see the historical trajectory. They sort of start with this guy, and then they sort of build up, snowball, and then you can sort of see that certain people spawned certain ideas that became influential. They were quoted on the lips of poets and philosophers and theologians, and so on and so forth. And 1,000 ways to spin it, 100 ways to slice the pie, as it were. And yeah, we're just exploring some of that here. It's been actually a fantastic, sort of and dynamic conversation today, despite the bunch of sort of several queries have came up. Obviously, there's lots of unanswerable questions, and that's the goal of this show, is to sort of show you the paradoxes, and then sort of vanish, disappear, right? And so on and so forth. So a lot of the work is sort of shadow work, as they say, in the underground.
Deploy smoke bombs. Poof.
Poof. Snake cow. Sand ninjas going their own way. And yeah, blessings to all the people. I appreciate the people that have been hanging in here. I know there's a lot of other sort of live streams that are available. You guys have been rocking here with us. I sort of appreciate the time and the energy that you guys have put forward in sort of analyzing and sort of corresponding with the words. And yeah, a lot of these comments, I noticed that YouTube actually keeps a lot of the comments.
I was just saying something. I like to be meticulous. That's why I write reviews, and I even put the page numbers when I write the reviews. I like to be meticulous and careful, because sometimes a lot of people overreach based on new things they learn, and they get excited based on the new things they learn. But there are always, the devil is in the details.
Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that quote for sure.
Yeah, the devil is in the details. You gotta be careful. You gotta take things slow. You can't just jump to conclusions and then make a totalizing narrative. You see what I mean? That's the problem. That a totalizing narrative, a hodgepodge of so many different things that you put together to the point where it becomes hard to determine where something is exaggerated, where something is a hyperbole. You see what I mean? You got to be careful. The devil is in the details. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll wait a bit, like 10 more minutes here. We're sort of waiting for Twilight to show up. I'm guessing maybe his phone died, and so on and so forth. So we'll sort of see what happens. obviously, if he pops in here while we're playing music, we'll sort of, let him give a sort of closing remark and so on and so forth. But yeah, we're sort of nearing towards the close here, as I've described. Right, we've hit on many sort of topics today. Yesterday was a huge show, huge. Sort of the last defense of, Parmenides. Of course, we had a special caller, Untrackable. He's given us his sort of view on life. He's sort of a Zen philosopher in and of himself. He likes to go surfing. And yeah, he's an interesting guy. He's sort of a very, sort of calm thinker and so on and so forth. And we sort of had the discussions about Heraclitus and sort of how his ideas are very abstract as well. So we have a lot of sort of interesting ideas about becoming and change, and and also this idea about the use of definitions and how things can be sort of, as Heraclitus says, be and not be at the same time. Sort of escape definition. And I appreciate you guys. Yeah, we got a lot of things going on here. Yeah, I appreciate you, Alchemos. Yeah, so what else, guys? It's been an interesting show for sure. On here. For sure. Yeah, we're doing it big out here. The machine lies. And yeah, we got like another show on Wednesday. Saturday. Wednesday and Saturday are sort of the longest shows. And as I said before, we sort of gone, playing like sort of after stream. We noticed that, YouTube will cut off the end of the stream, right? But you could still play extra stuff. So we'll play books and material and music. So, if you guys are bored in the morning, you might hear a little motivational message here on The Machine Lies. Anyways, I'll replay a lot of material there. Explanations of different things that we think are important to consider. Not saying that we agree with all of it. So, yeah. So, what's going on, guys? You guys getting sleepy? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, we had sort of a weird day today for sure, in terms of with the family. If I told you guys the weird stuff I got into today,
Better left unsaid.
Better to left unsaid, yeah. But yeah, the young kids today, they are wild. They get into some crazy stuff. There's designer drugs and, the kids could get into any number of things. Wild times, man. A lot of delinquents, for sure. A lot of truancy in the schools. People just don't show up to the schools. Kids, they communicate digitally with their teachers and so on and so forth. They cheat a lot, look up everything online. And there's obviously the hookup culture, the parties. And TML, have you read Demonology and Devil Lore, quote unquote? It's not exactly philosophical, but I think you would enjoy it nonetheless. Yeah, we'll look into it.
That seems like something that Twilight would know about. Sadly, he is not here. We have 2 or 3 people that are into the different occult text and so on and so forth. Yeah, demonology and devil lore. Yeah, we'll look into it for sure. It's like the Ars Goetia or the Theozoologica. It's interesting, right? But anyways, could you do a reading of The Law by Frederick Bastiat, TML? How long is it? The Law.
I think it's a whole book.
Frederick Bastiat.
It's not too long, I don't think, if I remember right. I never read it, but
I'll look into it. Looks here, there's a published 1850 by a great French economist. And the first link is by the Mises Institute. So, Mises Institute, I don't know if you guys know about that.
Austrian school.
Yeah. So anyways, so yeah, what else you guys want to say?
Yeah, it can be overwhelming to read all the important books. But you just gotta do your best, because every book you read, there are 10 important books you haven't read. It's easy to get overwhelmed. Yeah, it's easy to get overwhelmed.
Right.
You just gotta do your best and such, and keep an inquiring mind and such. Yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, I think Twilight either left and but anyways, yeah, we'll figure it out as we go along. But I appreciate his company all the time, and we'll figure it out. I appreciate his correspondence on the stream. I appreciate everybody who called in today. I believe we had Max Vision right earlier in the stream. We had several sort of characters show up here. But yeah, I appreciate the time. Yeah. So we'll see who else comes through. Yeah, I'm sort of drawing a. Oh yeah, obviously Zephyr, right, called in, right? We had Zeph on for a long time, so I greatly appreciate Zeph and her correspondence as well, right? Yeah, I may be sort of drawing a blank on if anybody else called in, right?
I don't think there was anyone else.
Yeah, kind of a sort of a quiet stream today for sure. Not a lot of activity. But yeah, I appreciate the correspondence, rather the people in the audience. And yeah, of course, as I said, we'll be back Saturday. And yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we'll continue a lot of these discussions. Do you guys want to give some closing, say anything to these people? Play some music here. What do you guys say?
Do not seek the treasure.
Yeah. Always do one's best. Yeah. Yeah, do one's best and keep an inquiring mind, be meticulous, take things slow, stuff like that. Don't constantly compare yourself to others, and always maintain your self-worth. Such, yeah, that's it.
I appreciate that. And yeah. So so we got some interesting things to sort of replay here. But I think you guys will enjoy it. You will enjoy it. And whatnot. So let me throw like a different background here. Maybe this thing here will play some, or maybe take away the backgrounds right for the music, right? And yeah, we'll be right back with some music. I appreciate you guys. Oh yeah, I have this loaded up from earlier, the Doppler effect. Let's finish this.
Nice.
it all away, this love would fall apart. I say no way. You don't know the size of my heart. Vicious suspicion. It doesn't matter what I say. Users and losers. There's nothing here to make me stay. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame. Love tracks on a loose train. Blood stain. No gain with no pain. My scars are deeper than you think. Tie me, try me. One more time before I sing. Big lines, big times. This love is not what we're about. It's too late, and I'm too straight. It's time to blow this fire out. Blood stain on a blue vein. Take it with no shame. Love
A dragon which escaped from the underground lab. Physical and historical evidence of one of the most notorious figures of hip-hop blast. The spider web helps to solve a killing. You try to find who killed the MCs and why their bodies are mummified in my building. For 200 years, blood was spilled in the name of God. Is that a critical statement? Bomb shelters, jungle hideaways, underground missile bases. Professors murdered in their homes, memoirs decimating victims. There is a majestic death when a computer virus penetrates the radio operating systems. Warships and submarines lurking around. Deep combat conditions, battlefield photography. At night, something unusual falls from the sky in the distance. A time traveler is sentenced to death for violating laws against technology. An ex-convict in a swamp, nobody follow me. There have been the remnants of 1,000 explosions. Ghostly descendants arise from the old down from the mountains. They leave you broken. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, the invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, where archaeologists tell of dangers they face, the sole survivor of a parallel world dies in an earth place, a military tactician thrift stores Hawaiian objects. Listen, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. You die on Christmas. A whale attacks an 1820 whaling ship and inspires Moby Dick. Beware sport. I've infiltrated and isolated an airport. I might write 161 books. I am the night like the glowing eyes of a wolf. At the urging of a dying author, there is a redemption. Serial killers, both real and fictional, consume their victims. 18 enemy soldiers die on this mission. I will be heard throughout the future span, seen on the computer scan. Arise with newer fans. I'll take a swing at Superman. A microchip with red numbers like an inmate with a murder conviction who slumbers and re-risen. A sword cut your eye with precision. A giant ocean eel preys on your henchmen. Some believe Satan roams the earth in the quest to destroy mankind, detested by a bishop. I rip your vocal cord with my sentence. In the heart is true religion. I dance with a dead mistress. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, the invention of death, the shrinking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, the sound of 6 large explosions, MCs bodies found in a helicopter crash. As I'm coasting, a series of bizarre deaths that coincide with strange astrological phenomena. Cherokee and Choctaw, you're poisoned to death by a tomahawk. Threat stories, the crowd treks through the Amazon rainforest. Night vision technology, the shot that started the Great War was probably seen. Thrown from a man in broken MC's collar and spleen. Tank destroyers, elephant gun, dive bomber scream. I initiate psychoanalysis, where the uninvited die this year, the longest Halloween. After your battleship sinks, because of me, hundreds of fans survive in shark-infested waters. The sky strikes lightning, race to locate a device that will obliterate this Viking. A military plane and its crew disappear while investigating a UFO sighting. You are an incompetent commander who costs lives in your destruction. Incomparable war machines, a man is brutally attacked at night in his living quarters above his bar for dealing with corruption. The crowd investigates death cases on this production. I will give a king into the hands of his enemy if he can't be trusted. Of all supervillains, blood spilled into their descendants, the divergent series of Legion Diligence. I take over Fry's Electronics, consumer electronics company. I kill rappers in the countryside comfortably. Up shook, the place looks while I shatter your install messenger on Facebook. The death of Voltron, but he rises again from one of the world's biggest brooks. Tourist attraction, contraction, lightning action, causing a brain extraction. I do the exaction with fractions at your side distraction. You're impenitent, that means unrepentant. Obdurate, recuse it. I murder you with all surgery inventions, abuse it. I harass,
gas, laugh, and kill with chloroplast. Animal cells do not have chloroplast. I blast like a cannonball and explode. Great world wars taking place fast. I'm sharp-sighted at night. It's the discomfiture of titans. A robot monster frightening. I sock you through a diving helmet and you start crying. Well, what happens when I start rapping? Rappers shit themselves. Peace to Celts who rock pelts. You scream for help. I cause your musculophrenic artery to melt. Strong advocate of human rights like Eleanor Roosevelt. The rhyme explodes Orion's belt. No stealth, I'm overfelt. Where I dwelt, Darth Vader knelt. From word spelt, collapse shelf. You wreck your car, crash dealt, and die in a seatbelt. I kill a couple MCs in a tunnel. You crumble, your interface is pummeled. Your girl stumbles. Rappers are troubled by heart attacks in a huddle. You're disgruntled. The ground conks out under you. An asteroid trudges your group. Galactus hovers above you and smothers you. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hitting rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hitting rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. Godzilla's the king of all monsters, great your bonkers, secret space launchers, boxers and daughters at my concert. I conquer doctors, gangsters haunter, dollars and honors, horror hunters ponder. Prehistoric lobsters and rap rosters, robbers, flying saucers, stronger sponsors, kill imposters. I explode dishwashers, rhymes like armed Navy helicopters over foreign waters. Peace to Cookie Monster, I comatose watchers who don't moniker. Mr. Commodore 64, the monitor auditor, blockbuster, too popular for gossipers. Gobbler of astrologers, omnivore orbiter, gravity softener, explosion vomiter, an astronomer who used a barometer, binocular to kill a biographer, radio interferometer author, resistance thermometer, destruction cinematographer, vinyl polymer. I kill rappers with a magnetometer and mass spectrometer, the interlocular goniometer photographer. I electronically, chemically castrate MCs at kilometers, consular, foreigner, polar, forester, globular, mud wasp, sonar, heart donor. I colder solar explosion your molar, because of Arnold Schoenberg, your soul hurt. Kids rap along in strollers. The comptroller controller that drops on soldiers is steamroller. You have an odor. Industry dozer with a cola. I've captured the Joker's broker. Photovoltaic, the wind blower. Archaic, the owner. Mosaic and truth beholder. Ribonucleic motor. I kilowatt shoulders. Come closer. I smolder the president's folder with a flamethrower. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hitting rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition. Aerospace is chicken, dope hitting rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison.
That sounds like some Pink Panther music, by the way.
It's interesting. It's like, I think it's Scandinavian. So yeah.
God made was top down.
Is it just me and Lorp here?
See the scenario from aerial planes. I rain to rains and modules, a monsoon. My mental lyrical style BC to Mongol. Physical beings a vehicle. Fiends glean my freestyle. Meanwhile, my degrees wild, exceeding normal range. Course to gauge writtens. Sitting in deja vu, spitting seeds from numerous breeds of verses. Vintage that existed in vineyards. Past tense, intense, immense like internet. Syndicate juggernauts. Not lyrics that stop traffic in your whip. When your audio clit is broke, you take deck jokes. Causing vehicular wrecks at intersects grande, flip sponde style, selective sonnets, Caribbean out goddess, possess a process that cause stress to your harvest, providing the antidote for your prowess.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, that was pretty much it. Seemed like, from what I was looking at from the screen, YouTube did not flag any of those videos. So it is what it is. Yeah, you there, Neuro? Is it just me and Lorp here?
It would seem so.
Damn, son. I'm trying to share the screen, though. Oh, well. I guess I'll practice my LARP for the Tuesday show. Flow from the dome. Y'all best believe. Yo, is Calix watching? Yo, you here, bud? Who else is here? Yeah, man, we on that techno side. Technocalypse. Holla back. Technocide, Technocalypse.
And we're live, E. Michael Jones and I, this time to talk about the Great Awakening.
You see this shit on the side?
And again.
Is this the real E. Michael Jones?
It says chat is disabled. What the fuck?
This is live right now?
I gotta refresh this page because that chat box won't go away. Right,
and we're live.
They probably wrote weird shit in the chat or whatnot.
E. Michael Jones and I.
It was live like a minute ago.
This time to talk about the Great Awakening. I believe it's it happens in America. It's called these Great Awakenings because America does not have an official religion, and the fervor or the spiritual hunger of the American people tends it's called the Great Awakening on these particular occasions. And I remember Mike, you telling me about nearly going to Woodstock. Isn't that a kind of American Great Awakening too?
I think it is. Yeah, you could say that. It's a revival. The word is revival. It's a fixture in Protestant culture in America, and it happens periodically.
Yes. Yes, I was going to say it wouldn't happen under the Catholic Church because it's organized religion, and the Great Awakenings are not organized religion. It's the very nature of them that it's spontaneous and rather disapproved of by the established churches, or not.
You're right. It's a Great Awakening would be a grassroots phenomenon from the bottom up. The United States, the Catholic Church, would have periodic meetings. They had a Eucharistic Congress in Philadelphia in 1976 when I just got back from Germany. So that was top down. The church, the Cardinal Archbishop of Philadelphia talks to the people in Rome. They decide they're going to have a Eucharistic Congress. It's a worldwide phenomenon. And so they organize it from the top down. And they have one in Chicago in 1920.
So yeah, it's pretty interesting, right? This seems to be like a pan-religious sort of awakening, not from any particular religious type, but he's almost saying like it's sort of not related to the established order of religion, but yet and still you have this great awakening, and they gave different things as an example, like Woodstock, but now he's talking about the Catholics. So I'm interested to see where he's going to go with this. Because, like, Eucharistic Congress, like, this must be somehow
Eucharistic. Eucharistic.
Right.
50 years earlier. But again, it's the same thing. You have a large number of Catholics coming together as for a public manifestation of their religious beliefs. But that's not what the Great Awakening was. The Great Awakening was something that happened spontaneously among the people of the United States of America when there was no United States of America. You had 13 colonies over here, pretty much all of which were founded by different denominations. So you had the Quakers in Philadelphia, you had the Puritans in Boston, you had the Anglicans in Virginia, you had criminals in Georgia. These were all different groups of people that didn't even belong in the same country.
Why the criminals in Georgia?
It was a penal colony. It was like Australia. My son had a friend who they met they were living in Russia at the time. The friend flew to Australia, and when he got to the immigration official, she asked him if he had a criminal record, and he said no. Is it still a requirement to get in? So that's what Georgia was. I'm not exactly sure what religious denomination predominated there, but what you had in common here was the fact that they're all on a new continent. They're all, in a sense, pressed up against the frontier one way or the other, or they're all pressing forward into the frontier where there is no civilization, where religious life is tenuous. Religious life is changing constantly because it's coming in contact with the frontier. And so you had people like Samuel Stoddard, who starts off in life as a Puritan. By the time he gets to the middle of Massachusetts, he's got to revise the religion. And so he comes up with the halfway covenant, which allowed, before, when you were a Puritan, you had to be a saint in order to be a member of the church. Well, now he dropped that requirement and liberalized it, because if he didn't, people wouldn't have come to his church and he would have been out of business. So he liberalizes, come up with the halfway covenant. One of the things they specified or solved was that your children could go to church, participate in the church services, even if you weren't sure they were saints. So this is the problem. When you come up with these ad hoc, crazy ideas, like somehow that you're a saint, a visible part of the invisible elect on earth, you always get into trouble. Or are my children part of the elect? Did they inherit it? The Jews obviously believe this of themselves, but they solved this problem, if you want to call it that, by saying that election is transmitted through the mother. So you inherit it. You inherit election. That's what the Jew believes. They don't call it election, but that's pretty much what it is. Well, I don't know. They think they're Jews, but they know they're not Jews. So they solve this problem. So you're constantly moving forward, constantly changing, and you've got this sense of
democracy or something like that. It's pretty interesting the way he's saying that, because like I know that like he doesn't mean like election, but it is kind of funny, like, you know, the overlap between like the political theory, the genetic theory, I don't know. That's kind of interesting. It's like I wonder if you were to like extrapolate out like the political implications of like Christianity versus Judaism versus Islam from like that perspective. That's kind of interesting. Like I never heard anybody say it exactly like that before. I mean,
well, this sort of to counter what you know, we were hearing from Bruce Gore the other day, right? Because he was saying like sort of Calvinism created America. Then he read a bunch of quotes, right? But all these Puritans and Quakers, right, they seem to have drawn on some pretty strange religious influences, right? Like some of the Quakers are influenced by like weird dudes who are basically Kabbalists, right? And then like some of the Puritans, they just sort of willy-nilly just started their own sects, right? And they, you know, and this had to do with the way they established like their colonies, right? So it's actually pretty interesting how the history is tied to like different religious sects starting the colonies.
It seems like the basic, you could say, is like Puritanism and or a lot of Protestantism is basically like Shabbos Goy on steroids, essentially. It's like, how do we get these Shabbos to love their Shabbosary? It's like, well, we'll just tell them that they have to be elected, but we're elected genetically, or I don't know. Seems like something like that going on.
Yeah, but also like, you know, the earliest times when, you know, you would hear about why America was started, you know, it said like the people came here to escape religious persecution, but then also like there's other people who came here to break off from the government, right? So they were revolutionaries, right? So it's pretty interesting like how those two things either.
Also, couldn't you argue that the Puritans were kind of like a little bit persecutory themselves when they got power?
I don't know if they had a little bit of power, it might have been very short-lived, right?
Well, wasn't Oliver Cromwell a Protestant though, right?
Yeah, like it certainly opened things up, right? Because around the same time, like, you know, you had like Locke, and you had all these people like William Penn and all these other guys, right? So I mean, like in the 1600s, you had tons of, you know, things popping off where they were, you know, because, you know, Cromwell, the thing with him is his relationship with Manasseh ben Israel, right? Who was like sort of like a messianic J and like a Talmudic like priest, you know, and whatnot. So, you know,
right. Because he's like basically like he's like, we need religious freedom, and the first thing I do as a Christian is bring back all the Jews or whatever, right?
Right, yeah.
Insecurity building.
But then they got,
and the problem is,
but then they got overthrown, and then the Catholics said no, and then they kicked, or the Lutherans or the Anglicans or whatever, right? So I don't know. I'm just saying there seems to be like some kind of dynamic there. Then they're like, okay, let's go to America.
Yeah, he kind of lays it
project.
out like he lays out the different sects by state. So it's pretty interesting, right? So yeah.
The problem is the Reformation. It's always the fundamental pillars of the Reformation are always going to cause trouble. And in this instance, the fundamental pillar we're talking about is sola gratia, by faith alone. I'm sorry, by grace alone. So it's sola fide, by faith alone, sola gratia, by grace alone, and sola scriptura, by scripture alone. Okay? They're all going to cause problems one way or the other, but sola gratia. The Reformers announced this at the very moment that they cut all of their followers off from the source of grace which Jesus Christ created, namely the sacraments of the Catholic Church. That is the source of grace. And one of the sacraments is confession. And confession plays an enormous role in the psychology of all of American literature, but certainly at this point, at the beginning. The man who was the great psychologist of American religion was Nathaniel Hawthorne. And the great piece of work, art that he created was the Scarlet Letter, which is about confession. It's the absence of confession. There are long passages in that, the dialogue between Dimsdale and Chillingworth. Chillingworth is supposed to be a physician, but he's really a kind of psychoanalyst, and he's really trying to destroy Dimsdale, which is what psychoanalyst tries to do to you oftentimes.
So, sorry, Dimsdale is... I'm a bit lost with the names. Who's Dimsdale again?
Okay, so we got Dimsdale is the minister that is the main character of the Scarlet Letter. And the brilliance of this novel is that it starts on the scaffold scene. That's the very first scene. And the scaffold scene is basically Dimsdale, who is the town minister, standing there with the magistrate. And there's this woman, Hester Prynne.
Yeah, sorry, Earth Supporter. Yeah, this is both of these people are pretty interesting, right? But yeah, E. Michael Jones is pretty well-known author, right? Yeah, he's really well-known in alternative views of history and all this type of stuff, but he's seen as a legitimate scholar. So yeah. So he's written tons of books like The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. I think he wrote a book on Hegel and Fichte and some other stuff, on Germany. And he wrote a book on American cities. So he's written a bunch of books. And then Claire, she's kind of interesting. We've interacted with Claire. She thinks that white people should adopt Sharia law in a sort of secular way, right? Because Christianity is basically promoting liberal values instead of, sort of fighting against liberalism. So she thinks if white people just adopt Sharia, right, like the Europeans, right, and they take the code from the Quran, right, and they update their law with the Sharia, then they will improve their society and protect it from spreading liberalism, right? So she's pretty, she's got a pretty interesting position. She's written a book on that. So yeah.
And Hester Prynne is pregnant, or not pregnant, she's had the child now. She was pregnant out of wedlock, obviously committed some type of sin. And because of that, she's going to have to wear the scarlet letter, the A, which says she's an adulteress. Mm-hmm. And so the depth of the psychology, here's Dimsdale. And he says to her, if you know who did this, if you know who the father is, speak now. Well, he's the father. this is the brilliance of this psychological analysis here. What you see in Dimsdale at this moment is a desire to confess. He wants it out in the open. He's suppressing this sin. He has no way of dealing with the sin because you broke with the Catholic Church. You can't go to confession. You're the paradigm, and now you're a colossal hypocrite leading a double life. And you can't stand it. Even here at the beginning, you're saying you need release. I need release. I wish what he's saying, really saying, Hester, please tell everyone that I'm the father of this child. Please do this. But he can't bring himself to do it. And that's the drama that you unleash with this. It's a brilliant, absolutely brilliant novel. He is the man who finally understood the psychology of Puritanism, certainly, but of Protestantism as well. Because you're always in a situation like you're saved. You have this emotional experience. Like, I'm saved, brother. I had this deep-seated emotional experience, and now I'm convinced I'm going to heaven. And then the next day you commit adultery. Well, now what? What now? What do you mean? So there are two options when you do this. Either adultery is not a sin, or you're not going to heaven. And so you naturally want to choose adultery is not a sin.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
But how could such a thing have been different under Catholicism? I mean, other than
because you can go to confession.
Priest, but
what do you mean other than? That's the whole point. There is no other than. You do go to confession. It does forgive. Jesus Christ does forgive sin through the priest, and your conscience is cleared, and you can go on with life. You can't do that in a Protestant church.
But you could confess, and then the cops would come for you, and that could also be the resolution.
I don't know if that's actually the position, right? The official position, right? Because I'm pretty sure that Catholics may be in communion with other people and they bless their church services, or they find continuity in them to some degree, right? And then so there's also some sort of idea where I think maybe I'm not sure if Orthodox or Protestants have some sort of confessional thing. Do that?
That is the only solution, the final solution.
Yeah, I mean, he gives a pretty dark example here because he's like, if somebody did stuff with a kid, then all they need to do is confess, and the priest will hide it from the law officials. And if they tell the law officials, then they're held liable to sin under Catholicism. Yeah, did you hear me there, Neuro?
No, I didn't. That's why I had to reset.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he says that if somebody goes and confess to a priest that they're a PDF, right? That priest cannot go and turn them into the law. That would be a sin under Catholicism.
Well, that sounds about right.
Is that true though? Is that really a part of their thing?
From what I understand, yes. Basically, it's
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as far as they're concerned, like the sin is forgiven. So that's pretty dark, isn't it?
Well, the only way I could see that would make sense is if like they would say that, okay, we're going to actually like hold this person accountable and monitor them from within the church. Maybe I could see it, but if they're just saying there's zero consequence, then I don't think that makes any sense.
They're saying there's zero consequence and their sins are forgiven just because they confessed it.
Did he say that? I didn't hear him say that now, but I mean,
let me go back a little bit. Let me go back a little bit. He does say it, just like Just listen to what he says.
Go to confession. It does forgive. Jesus is no other than. You do go to confession. It does forgive. Jesus Christ does forgive sin through the priest, and your conscience is cleared, and you can go on with life. You can't do that in a Protestant church.
But you could confess, and then the cops would come for you, and that could also be the resolution.
You mean getting arrested by the police?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that would be the whole point. That
people do.
You know,
People do. There are all kinds of people. People have a compulsion to confess. You could say there. You're right. There is a psychological release oftentimes if you tell anyone. It doesn't have to, but you can't have the sin forgiven. You can get some psychological relief, and the man who figured this out was Sigmund Freud, because psychoanalysis is really the Jewish form of confession, where he'll forgive your sins. He can't forgive your sins, but he'll tell you it's okay as long as you pay me money. So the great, I told you this before, but Fliess, the other quack, invited him to Berlin, and Sigmund Freud said, "I'd love to come, but I'm afraid my patients will get well in my absence." So psychoanalysis was keeping these people coming back, paying money, trying to absolve their sins by having this doctor say it's okay. Okay. I had a professor, Jewish professor in graduate school, who suddenly decided, after marrying and having 2 children, he decided he was a homosexual. And of course, that he was killed. He abandoned his family. Of course, you're going to feel guilty when you do that. So he naturally went into psychoanalysis. And then he woke up one day and realized, this guy's just taking my money. So he called him up.
Oh, yeah, I heard what I heard. I mean, I don't know if they cut it out of the show. I mean, it's not post the live stream, right? So it could be that they cut it out, but I'm pretty sure I heard him say that. You know, he's going to say it down the road, that there's anti-Catholic laws, right, that are basically saying that if a priest hides the fact that somebody, you know, did PDF activities, right, that they could be held liable by the court system for protecting, PDFs, which is a correct stance by those law courts, right? But then he says that those Catholics, if they turned in the people, then they would be considered sinners, because the confession itself forgives the sin. So it's pretty dark stuff, man.
And he said to a psychiatrist, I'm not coming.
Yeah, I've never looked into that deep, because I've never really been into Catholicism, but I do find it very, if that's the case, then that's a problem for sure.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Claire just left that in the video.
In anymore. And the psychiatrist said, well, let's talk about it. These are the type of pseudo confessionals that people erect when you destroy the power of, when you abandon the sacramental system of the Catholic Church. And I'm saying, I'm going to go on record here. I am the only guy in the world, in the history of American literature, American studies, American whatever you want to call it, to say that the Great Awakening was about the lack of confessionals, the confession.
Do you still go to confession, Mike?
Yes, I do.
Right. And does the priest ever rat on anyone?
Cannot do that. If it's he makes a vow that he will not do that. Now we've got laws being passed in places like Washington, I believe, where the anti-Catholic laws that make it a crime if the confessor or the person comes in and confesses that he's had sex with minors or something like that. That has to go. The priest, according to these laws, has to go to the police and inform on this guy. That priest will commit a grave sin if he violates the seal of the confessional. So he can't do that.
Did you hear that?
Yep, there it is.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's pretty, yeah, I mean, maybe there's something he's not saying in that, but if he's just saying, like, if he's just simply saying, like, well, nothing beyond the confession happens. If somebody confesses something like that, then you know, I think that's atrocious. I mean, if somebody's confessing to, you know, PDF stuff, and then they're saying, well, the priest can basically never go to the police. I mean, that's I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That is what he said. I mean, I'll go back and play it again. It's weird.
Yeah, I was a little distracted. People were talking to me, so let me listen to that one more time.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Can I?
Does the priest ever rat on anyone?
Cannot do that. If it's he makes a vow that he will not do that. Now we've got laws being passed in places like Washington, I believe, where the anti-Catholic laws that make it a crime if the confessor or the person comes in and confesses that he's had sex with minors or something like that. That has to go. The priest, according to these laws, has to go to the police and inform on this guy. That priest will commit a grave sin if he violates the seal of the confessional. So he can't do that. So that's called the seal of the confessional.
Okay, yeah,
the priest can never say anything
So
about any particular person.
Okay, yeah, he's made it crystal clear. Yeah, so he's saying they can never, ever, ever rat on anybody for any reason at any point.
Boy, it's starting to remind me of Blackheart from Ghost Rider with Nicolas Cage. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I've sinned a lot.
Well, see, no. Well, here's the thing: is like, so that means if somebody's in the church or part of like the Freemasons or some sort of organization subverting the church, they can never rat them out to anybody because they confessed it. So therefore, I mean, that makes no fucking sense. I mean, right? Like, I mean,
Welcome to corruption.
I mean, that's the question that should be asked. So like, if somebody's, so let's put aside like sins of the flesh. What if somebody's you know, directly subverting the church and they're a Satanist or like, you know, worshiping Satan, and they're in this Catholic church to, you know, subvert it and turn everybody evil or something? I mean, like, right? Like, I mean, is he saying that nothing can be done in that case either, or what? I mean, nothing can be done.
It sounds like they pick and choose which sin they want to chastise and crucify. And it seems like diddling kids is one of those sins.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't even imagine like how this is even a real. Is this? I mean, I gotta ask Unseen about that too. Like, is that? I mean, is that something in the Orthodox Church too, where nobody can ever say anything about
I straight up
some grievous sin?
I straight up asked him.
You know, like, oh, I murdered 600.
Yeah, I sent him a question.
You know, or whatever. It's like then nothing happens.
Well, remember, that's a trope that they put in a lot of movies where, like, someone does something bad and they go to, like, the, you know, Catholic confessional and, you know, oh, Father, I did this. Oh, it's okay. And, you know, the person walks out of the church feeling liberated, but they're, like, still a piece of shit. So, I mean, they put that trope in a lot of movies. And, I mean, to be honest, if you probably went to some high-end Catholic churches, it probably really is like that. I mean, when was the last time you went to a very, like, high-end old cathedral-like Catholic church, you know, one that's been around for like a good few hundred years or something? I mean, you can't imagine the levels of corruption that doesn't just go from, because they want to give you this idea that there's a separation of church and state, but church and state have been completely intertwined for a long time now, and they just make you think that, you know, I mean, why do you think they always have politicians or people doing things at churches? Think about that for a second. How many famous politicians or something have you seen, or like in movies, they have them standing in front of old cathedral-like looking churches? Oh, most of them are Catholic churches. So, I mean, let's just face it here, like the Vatican and other places, a lot of these places get away with untellable amount of actual sin while they chastise the masses for what they do. So, you know, he basically put it right out there in the open that, you know,
well, I mean, he's basically saying, like, in a sense, like, the Catholic Church is like Sabbatean Frankist almost, like from my from my point of view. I mean, if he's saying it like that, it's like, okay, so I mean,
I'm just saying.
unless there's some other like internal thing where they're like, we take care of our own, and they like disappear the guy and drop him in a vat of acid or something. I mean, maybe they do that, but I mean, he's not saying that. So,
I mean, I just from my religious perspective, I mean, I understand the perspective behind it, but for me personally, like I still think that Jesus would want me to turn in a mass murderer to the authorities. So, you know, to me, it's just a perversion of what the original whatever is supposed to be of the teachings, and you know, all these establishments have just found ways to pervert it. That's why, let's face it, how many priests get sexual favors from choir boys, and turn around and got the gall to praise God or pray to the masses while they're doing it. So I mean, this shit's just, I'll just put it this way, man will reap what they sow, and God sees everything. So these people think that everything that they do in the dark won't be seen by the light, but buddy boy, it's gonna be on you like white on rice. So everything's mere speculation at this point. I mean, you don't really know what these people do behind closed doors, but we all know that there's abuse and, religious establishments and churches and shit. I mean, even to the few that I've been through locally in the places where I lived, like, people were ignorant to the shit that was going on even in them churches. So, I mean, if a small little redneck backwater church can have a preacher who basically molests his younger female audience with his eyes, then imagine what's going on in places where they get thousands of dollars, probably a day in charity, allegedly, and donations and shekels, and probably one of the largest proprietors of the trafficking itself, allegedly
yeah,
for the algorithm.
This is actually a funny comment down here. People should confess to having feelings for the priest's wife just to test. I mean, I don't know about that, but yeah, this is funny. I mean,
well, it's okay because Elon Musk said that we're going to probably meet aliens, so it's okay. Oh, you didn't hear about that? Elon Musk said we may meet aliens. Elon Musk has been listening to me, Neurojack. He heard where I said that UFO technology can't be hidden no more.
I thought he said that we would beat our meat to aliens, but
we probably will. I'm just looking at the video of him talking up here at the Grok AI thing, and he just looks. We're so fucking screwed. My heart goes out to you. Anyway, but did y'all see where the sky turned pink? Didn't y'all like that? Didn't y'all like when everything turned pink over there? And then I complained on social media. I said, why hasn't it been covered by any major news outlet? And the next thing you know, Daily Dose of Internet does it 47 minutes ago. It's okay. It's normal.
What are you talking about turning pink?
I think it's in Birmingham or some shit. I don't know. But anywhere, somewhere over there, it turned extremely pink.
When I was a kid and before it snowed, it used to turn pink.
Well, this is like pink, like Pepto-Bismol pink, everything pink.
Really? I gotta look that out. I never saw that.
When
I was a kid, when we were about to have a blizzard, the sky would turn totally pink, and then it would just like dump like 3 feet of snow.
Everything is strange.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was the snow bomb going off or something. I don't know, but yeah, I gotta ask some Orthodox guys about that. I've never heard that expressed openly like this. I've never heard any Christian ever openly say like, yeah, there's zero consequence for whatever. I don't think I've ever heard that before in my life.
And look, we talked about the Truman Show and how it was a Gnostic allegory, and this guy goes and does it and gets 85,000 views. Getting paid by the system.
Well, we just got to figure out. We just have to find some like agency that's gonna like bot our shit up, and then I think here's the thing: is like if we had like 50 people that all went and liked each other's stuff and commented on each other's stuff, like we might be able to catch an actual algorithm that way too.
Well, from what I've heard,
if we can't, then
from what
then
I
there's
heard,
no
YouTube,
there's no chance.
it's something that might actually explain what's been going on with some of our views. YouTube is doing something weird behind the scenes with terms of service or something with the algorithms. And a majority of people who push like nicer, good content, their views are like being hidden in the algorithm, while people who are like pushing the more like current world chaos kind of like content is being promoted in the system. So it's kind of funny that that video popped up in my algorithm 2 days ago, right around the time that everyone, both of y'all especially, were having viewing issues. And even me, even my stuff has dropped in views. So, you know, just saying, like, they're definitely fighting our content, that's for sure. That I know for sure. Unless you're putting a lot of money into your content, you're willing to pay like $200 to push yourself through the algorithm, we're probably not hitting past many of the people
I'm just
who
trying to figure
already
out how to
view
get
us.
I'm just trying to figure out how to get monetized, because like I keep checking my shit, and then every time I check it, it's like, oh, you didn't meet this qualification, didn't meet that qualification. I'm like, dude, I had like crazy watch hours last year, so to say that I don't meet any qualifications, like, okay, maybe if I get a strike, then that resets the thing. But I'm like, that doesn't really make any sense, because you can get a strike for fucking almost anything. So it's like you're telling me, like, I don't know. It's just pretty weird. It's like the hurdles must be insane to get through to fucking get monetized. Like I don't even want to get monetized. It's just kind of weird. It's like all the fucking effort you put in, you can't even do it. It's like, what the fuck?
Literally, I think they've made it so you have to pay services to get your channel monetized.
Yeah, you had to have, from what I've understood from the nice guys who were trying, because I was trying to really get into the Star Wars stuff, like making the actual generations, not just the stupid shit. And that guy told me, he's like, if you want to get anywhere near the level I am, you will have to have money to get what I'm doing, to get paid what I'm doing. And he's rich and he's getting paid to do them fucking. He stole my goddamn idea. He fucking stole Emperor Skywalker. I don't care what the motherfucker claims. I fucking posted one of my fucking PSYOP videos in his fucking chat one day. Next thing you know, oh, what did he come out with? Emperor Skywalker sitting there. What if Anakin never burned on Mustafar? And next thing you know, fucking 300, 400,000 views within, 1 to 2 days. So again, they whoever these people are, they probably already had family or knew people who like were in the industry, and then by the time that they got old enough to get into it, their parents already had the money to throw, and already like these people with the VR systems. You're not going to convince me someone at 18 years old is convincing over $20,000 worth of equipment. No, there's no way. No.
Well, next time you talk to Pillater, you should ask him, because Lucasfilm tried to hire him to make Star Wars videos. And but they gave him such a weird contract that he's like, oh hell no. Like they basically said like you have to jump through so many hoops, you have to pay a certain amount of money, and then like they'll approve you, and then you have to like once you're in, but like you're not allowed to do like so much shit. Like you just have to jump through
That's
so
why
many
I had
fucking
to
hoops.
That's why I had to change. I found out real quick they were going to come after me. Disney was probably about to try to slap me with a lawsuit. So rest in peace, Emperor Lorp. I mean, I'll still be Lorp, but
but that's interesting. So, here's the thing. Here's what I want to do. If you guys find out what services it is, let me know what it is. I want to find out. I want to learn about this. Like, if there's a service that's doing this, please send that to me so I can look into that. And what I think we should do is we should hit a goal. And we try to get like Machine or whoever wants to do it. We get one channel monetized this way, especially if it's like not super crazy expensive. Let's just get one channel monetized and then try to learn how they're doing that. And then I don't know. I mean, I think that I want to learn how that's working, right? At least for the fact that maybe we can expose it or something like that, because yeah, that's insane. Like I don't know. I kind of figured something like that, but I've never seen like the companies. I've never been able to find the companies that get that done for you. So if you guys ever find the companies that are doing the
He
service, I
wouldn't
want to
tell
know.
me, but from what I
may work with
understand,
the people in the Discord with the juiceable thing, right? And just test out if we can get that running, right, on a different channel, right? So that might be the option.
Yeah, well, definitely. If anybody you know who does that as a service, like I want to talk to them because I want to know what does it really require, like how much money, how much time, how much effort. Because like we've been doing this for a while now, and like, dude, with all the effort, especially that you put in, it's like, and I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
want.
talking
I'm
about
not saying
like
to get monetized, but it's like just to see
yeah,
like how does it work, you know?
yeah. I'm talking about like we save our channels and we just go as different fruit characters or different drugs. You know, like maybe like a coffee pot, a weed leaf, or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
And we can just like basically just have a different show. Right now that we know all these people, they can make cartoon graphics for us, right? And then we can just proceed with original backgrounds and original avatars, right? So nothing is like copyrighted, and we'll just do a show where from the beginning to end we talk and like react to things that is like totally like legitimate the whole time, and it's only like an hour long or something like that, short, right? And then we get like a payment service attached to it, that somebody has built, like the Streamlabs thing or like the Andrew Wilson thing.
Yeah, the dono chat. I could probably build one of those, or I'm sure somebody else we know could build something like that for sure. Like,
I'm just saying, the old TV show, whatever, that had the robots and the dude that would sit like they were in the movie theater in the shadows, and they would sit in front of the screen whenever they were watching something.
Mystery Science Theater or
Yep.
whatever. Yeah, that'd be pretty
that shit
sick,
would
yeah.
be hilarious.
Yeah, so we're gonna have like basically like try that on the Juiceable to have like that like with the dono chat set up, and then maybe we can start doing it from there, right?
Yeah, that'd be sick. I mean, and then we could do like movie reviews or whatever I mean, whatever it is, I don't know, but just
because the
make
thing
it
is
like a
like
legit thing.
yeah, because then we could just continue doing our channels whatever we want. Just like
Yeah, no, I
talking
agree with.
about-
No, I totally agree. I think we should like just have our
say
independent
whatever-
channels that are just
say
doing
whatever we
whatever.
want.
Right?
Like, we get to say what we're like scared of getting banned because we just say whatever we want, right? And then we actually have this other thing, it's like that we're building up,
Right, and it becomes like a platform. Yeah, I mean, I'm all down for that because like it's just ridiculous. For me, it's like I really truly thought that like there's some way to just organically grow a YouTube, and I mean maybe there is, but I've never seen any way that's possible. I mean, I don't know.
I
if
can tell
anyone is
you,
doing stuff.
I've organically grown my YouTube, and 204. No, wait, I had 208, and then I lost all them subscribers, and then I stayed at like 190. So for someone who's never paid and has actually I've never like dropped my videos anywhere. All the stuff I've ever uploaded, people just found me. So I mean, that's about as natural as it's gonna get if you're not pushing out some type of content. If you're
not
in the next new thing like video games or something.
But I feel like if you do like a script or like I see like a lot of these girls, for example, I mean, I think the girls are the easiest one because like I think you pretty much put a pretty girl up, like she's gonna get more likes.
Yes, that's
no matter
right.
what.
You want to know why I'm not a famous streamer compared to most uwu girls? Is because I don't have gigantic tits for you to stare at while I wear cat-shaped headphones. Yeah, uwu.
Right. So that's number one. But number two, like if you notice, like almost all the successful channels, they do like a format. So it's like, like pattern interruption, rage bait, something sexualized.
OnlyFans self-promotion.
Yeah, well, that's like 90% of fucking. Well, not 90. I don't want to exaggerate. That's like 30% of fucking Instagram right now. So, yeah, it's like it's crazy, man. Like it's so. Well, I listened to just a few seconds of the Stefan Molyneux reviewing Pearl at that. What's that thing called? Machine, that debate channel you're telling me about. The what's that called?
Spit on that thing.
whatever that new debate channel essentially is or whatever. And they were saying, and they said a statistic, it's like 5 to 10% of women under like 40 or something, or like
Wait, what are you talking about?
what's the Stefan Molyneux, what was he reviewing? What's that
Oh
show
yeah,
called?
World War Debate.
World War Debate. Okay, yeah. So
That's pretty good.
which is so gay though. But
Yeah, I think
but
it's Anna Kasparian versus some other loser, right?
well, I know it's Pearl, and then so
Oh, yeah,
Pearl was
Pearl
saying something
Davis,
like,
yeah.
yeah, so Pearl was up there saying like 5 to 10% of all women in America or in the West or something like that are doing OnlyFans right now, and I was like, wow, that's a huge number.
Wait, what?
She said 5 to 10% of all women are doing OnlyFans or something similar.
I don't know. I think that's like just like
That might be I ain't gonna lie, that's probably a little inflated.
Well, but my point is that they're basically like.
But I don't doubt it. I'm not gonna lie. Probably just in my town alone, a lot of the girls mentally, they probably would do it just from what you see walk around on nightclub night. So I don't know.
I mean, if you go to AI and ask it how many accounts are on OnlyFans, you could probably probably very easily just refute that statistic.
True that.
You just like look up what percentage of women are in the U.S. and how many accounts there are.
Right. Well, if that's the case, then why would they? I mean, I guess that's the whole point, is they're just trying to like rage bait men to be all pissed off, and I don't know. It's kind of funny because I mean, it's not really funny, but it's
They're
kind
probably
of
trying to get them to go on OnlyFans because they're like trying to find like their neighbor's like daughter.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I'm not gonna. Let me just say it like this: if you go look at the accounts that people that may be involved in that endeavor, let's say, I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to get sued. But they're tied to some, let's say, adult industry advocacy groups, and so yeah, I would say that. It would not surprise me for sure. So like I think you could actually make a very strong case that you're right. Like not beyond conjecture. Right. I think you can make like a strong case beyond conjecture that that's probably what they're doing. Right. So like they're saying we're really against this whole OnlyFans thing, but it is pretty normal now. So I mean, and you wait, young man, you want to wait to get married, right? Well, between now and when you somehow in the future get married to a trad wife who's been in the Orthodox or Catholic Church for 30 years, somewhere between now and then, like you're gonna have to goon, so you might as well go to OnlyFans.
Well, I mean, that probably coincides with the amount of alleged female teachers coming out with messing with students. So, I mean, while I don't want to push in too much into the theory, let's just face it. I mean, the detrimental effects that most porn and OnlyFans culture and stuff like that, and Instagram kind of culture has kind of pushed, and even then TikTok trends for a while. Remember, they were doing them them trends with the red filter. Almost, some of them were even doing it naked, thinking that people who didn't have a way to remove the filters and brighten it up and could see your bits and pieces. So, I mean, I'm not saying that while everyone is involved with that mentality, because obviously like someone like my wife, your wife, and other people's wives usually would like be abhorrent to that type of behavior. But I mean, a younger generation,
Well, from my little bit of time on TikTok, they're definitely pushing like a very extremely sexualized culture.
Same thing on Facebook.
Beyond anything that we've ever witnessed when we were younger, right? Like it almost makes like Baywatch or Carmen Electra or even Playboy look like really innocent comparatively, because it's really pushing a very unique style of I saw this video today. I put it on my YouTube. I re-edited it, but it's this woman saying like, well, Marxist feminists have opposing views on sex workers, but we can all agree that sex workers should never be shamed because they're women and we need to have solidarity with other women. It's like, what the fuck? It's like you're literally saying basically like there's nothing wrong with women like selling their body because that's just what we have to do in a capitalist system. It's like, okay, but it's like if you're saying that like marriage is really evil but sex work's not, it's like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's like they're pushing simultaneously marriage is really bad for women. Women should never get married. And then on the other end, sex work's, maybe not ideal, but it's, it's definitely not a bad thing, essentially. And it's like, okay, like, I don't know, like that to me is like seems totally contradictory. But
while you have an entire fucking space quadrant completely dedicated to promoting pedophilia on Facebook and other social medias. Welcome to the PSYOP, my friend, where everyone and no one is an agent.
Well, I mean, yeah, and like every discussion around this issue is like on the negative side, meaning like, okay, if you look on TikTok, there's a bunch of panels that are open every day, and the panels are like, should someone who's 50 years old date somebody who's 18, or somebody who's 30 and 18, or 25 and 18, or 22 and 18? It's like, it's literally like, just basically like, basically it's trying to imply that like all men are pedophiles, all men are rapists, all men are whatever, and simultaneously you should sexualize yourself to get money from men. It's like, okay. Like it's I don't know.
I think it's to me is to help devolve people more into the debauchery. The more that we can desensitize people to grape and beheadings and rip apartings, the less that people will bat an eye when it's happening in front of them.
But it seems like it's just I don't want to say normal people, but everyday people that are participating. So I saw one of these panels and I went up and asked. I was like, so if somebody's I was like, here's the thing, is like, if somebody's 30 and the girl's like 18, 19, 20, and they get married and have a family together and stay together for the rest of their life, you have a problem with that? And they said yes. And I was like, okay. Now it's like, if an 18, 19 or 20-year-old woman goes and like decides to sleep with 30 guys over the course of 2 years, do you think that's a problem? They said, no, absolutely not. That's her choice. And I was like, okay, but is it also not her choice to like marry somebody who's older and get married and do all this? And they're like, well, it's her choice, but she's being exploited by the man, so that's bad. I was like, but the people who are sleeping with her and never seeing her again are not exploiting her? And they're like, no, that's her choice. And I'm like, okay. Like, it's like it.
I can only imagine who you're talking about.
No, but this is literally like, this is what they're promoting to. And again, I saw this great quote by Stefan Molyneux. Let me actually read it to you. And because I actually wanted to ask Machine about this. And you as well, Lorp, and a couple of other people. But let me see if I have this quote right here. Let's see. I thought this was a really good quote. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. In the modern world, people are not quote unquote victims of propaganda any more than they are quote unquote victims of fat and sugar. Better information is a click away. They choose the easy route, the lazy route. No forgiveness, no excuses. So what would you say about that?
I would say that sounds about fucking right. Why would I want to go out there and build a log cabin with my own hands if I can just pay an illegal immigrant to do it for me for cheaper? Yes.
There you go. Machine, what do you think of that quote?
I'm sorry, read it again.
Okay. This is from Stefan Molyneux. In the modern world, people are not quote unquote victims of propaganda any more than they are quote unquote victims of fat and sugar. Better information is a click away. They choose the easy route, the lazy route. No forgiveness and no excuses.
Yeah, it's totally false.
Oh.
All right.
I aim to demonstrate that. Yeah, I aim to demonstrate on my show that that's totally false statement. That the information is controlled from the top down. That there's stuff that they're hiding from you.
Well, even would you say
there's
that
no
even
way
like
that's not possible?
But would you say that even the how they distribute it is a part of the deception, not necessarily that the information itself is not available?
Yeah, most people can't produce the sources. They can't reproduce the sources of the information. It's just that simple.
So, do you think that someone like Stefan Molyneux, and again, this is assumptions, but if you were to debate him on this topic, which I would love to see, by the way, would you try to trap him in the sense where he was forced to answer the question of like, well, have you considered that the how is just as important of the what?
Okay,
If that makes any sense.
Merovingian.
I mean, I would explain the mechanics of propaganda, right? Like I'd use Ellul, I'd use Marshall McLuhan, right? And then I just proceed further with those critiques, and I'd say, well, are you saying these critiques are totally illegitimate?
I wonder if we could like rage bait someone like Stefan or some of these people like internet personalities into like debating on some channel or something.
I don't know.
Like,
I've tried
that would
before,
be
and
sick,
they seem to ignore the name "The Machine Lies." I'll just put that out there.
Well, no, but I'm saying like what like I mean, if we just do, I mean, I don't know. I've been really thinking about making a new Twitter, simply for the fact of like rage baiting people and trying to get them to say, well, let's debate, and then get them onto a debate show or something like that. I think that would be kind of, if we could do it in a coordinated fashion, that would be really sick, actually. But I don't know that because someone like Stefan Molyneux, like he was like when he started reviewing that thing. Actually, if you want, could we review a little bit of that? You don't have to. I know you got to go soon, probably. So, but I wanted you to see what he says at the beginning of that.
In which one?
The Stefan Molyneux like review of the Pearl debate or whatever.
Yeah, if you want to watch some of that. Yeah.
Well, no, I just want you to see like how he introduces the thing, because like you could tell that he like wants to get into debating or something, and or back into it because he's like, oh well, I was a master debater, and he he looks like Captain Picard. I think that's why I like Stefan. He just looks like a Stefan. I mean, he looks like a Captain Picard basically.
Yeah, he reminds me of like one of my cousins that like he put like hot dogs in the microwave, and then he put like hot sauce on the on like the hot dogs, and he would just put them in the microwave and just eat it with a fork. And I remember him doing this because like these hot dogs would start whistling in the microwave.
Hear the pig squeal.
Pigs in blankets.
Sure,
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Boy.
That's pretty weird. I don't think I have known people that put hot dogs in my I know people in my own family
like one
who's
of
done
those
that.
guys. Like he's wearing like one of those like shirts. You know, like t-shirt. He looks like a weird dude for sure.
Yeah, he is. He is a weird dude for sure.
Weird looking dude for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Stefan Molyneux is one of these people that like I like him for like a couple reasons, but one of the main reasons I like him is like if you bring him up in any circle of like intellectual stuff, he is one of the most divisive people if you drop his name. It's so weird. Like people get so pissed when you drop his name.
Yeah, have you seen that Slavoj Zizek? That guy?
Yes, I hate that guy. Yes.
He's a lot like that guy. Like he looks weird. He's very hard to listen to because he has like this weird tick where he like sniffs through one of his nostrils like every 5 words. It's kind of weird. But
yeah. No, but Stefan. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to defend Stefan, but I do think Stefan's way better than Zizek, because Zizek is like I definitely could believe that Zizek has like done some bad shit in his life for sure. Like I get a very bad feeling about that guy.
Yeah, he might have been on the Epstein plane or whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, and I don't want to defame the guy or something, but like he just gives me a really bad vibe, and especially for the fact that like I said, like Pilliter sent me a video of him, and I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, this guy's definitely a crypto Trotskyist, and he's like, oh yeah, that's what a lot of people say, and I was like, oh really? I was like, okay, so I'm not just like perceiving that out of my bullshit. I'm not just like bullshitting my way through it. Like, okay, there is something there, because like he just sounded so dishonest and like with what he was saying, and apparently that's a big thing. Like he kind of like halfway like admits that he's like a Trotskyist, but he's like saying he's against it, but he's like, well, the only way to beat the Trotskyist is to be a Trotskyist, and it's like, okay, like, all right. So I gotta have my arsenal of like bombs to throw in. It's like mention Zizek, mention Trotsky, mention Stefan Molyneux. I need a few more. Like just like I need like a list of like 10 people You know, like whenever I go into a debate, I just mention these like 10 people and until somebody like reacts, you know. I saw this girl on Instagram, and she's like promoting. I sent the link in the back for Twitter, by the way. But I'm not sure if he might not have it on YouTube because it might be too controversial. But let's see.
He had a call-in show.
Yeah, he's been doing call-in shows for like 15 years, so he does them all the time.
He's only got 3,000 subscribers. So did he get canceled?
Yeah, he just got his YouTube back after like 10 years or something. So he's on Twitter. So you have to look at it on Twitter because I think that's the only place you're gonna be able to find his stuff. Now I sent you the link in the back.
Yeah, it's gone here.
Yeah, I put it in the back chat for you. But yeah, I want a list of like, you know, like figures to name to troll in any debate, you know. So Trotsky, Stefan Molyneux, Zizek, and I don't know. I get, you know, got to think of some other ones. I guess the people that like for like intellectuals, right? Maybe I should name like Anton LaVey might be one.
Anton LaGay.
That's right. So you drop name. I'm just trying to think of like people you can name drop that would like rage bait somebody, but like in an intellectual setting, right? So, like this. Oh yeah, this Asian girl was on Instagram yesterday, and she's like talking about like, Sator. You know, like what's the guy's name? Like something Sauter, Sartre. And she's like, oh, he's the grandfather of
Sartre.
Sartre, yeah. And there's a lot of weird accounts that are like using his name now for some reason. Like, so like there's a bunch of people dropping like Sartre quotes for whatever. I don't know why, but
yeah,
it's very
this is
common.
anglicized, you know. But if in French it's like Sartre or something.
Yeah, exactly. But why is everybody like why would you think everybody's suddenly quoting Sartre or whatever? And you could share your screen if you can or want to. If not, I might be able to pull up my screen and do it actually.
It's he's super like gay, like
Existentialism,
crybaby, cuck. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just weird. Like why? Like everybody's like it's like a Gen Z thing. It's like anybody under 24 or 25, they're like, oh, Sartre is like the end all be all of like philosophy, bro.
Yeah, I think like Sartre and like Camus, I think some of that stuff's for wimps, honestly. It's like, oh, I'm gonna push this rock up the hill. It's like, just shut the fuck up, dude.
Well, and what I wrote as a comment, I was like, what about Girard or Plantinga or I can't remember. I think I said Zizek or something. I just like pulled some random names out of my ass, and they're like, I said Lacan. I was like, what about Lacan or Girard? And she was like, oh, I don't know. I haven't really looked into them. Maybe I'll do some research. But like the amount of engagement that these like random philosophy posts are getting, I'm like, there's no way it's real. Like 15,000 likes on a philosophy page about, you know, a couple random quotes from Sartre or whatever.
The guys that are like pushing that type of stuff, like on YouTube, you know, like postmodernism or like, you know, existentialism or like Nietzsche or something like that, they're getting paid.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking like, there's no fucking way to do it.
Yeah, and they're totally set up their pogo operations to get people to like adopt like nihilistic viewpoints and shit. It is what it is.
But see, that's the thing is like, that's why this is why it's so frustrating to me. Is like if there's so much even inorganic, you know, traction around the topic of philosophy, it shouldn't be that hard to figure out some way, you know, even if it involves like dumping money into it, like there should be some way to like hijack that and like twist it back towards, you know, something like maybe like invite, you know, somehow, you know, get a hold of their agents or whatever and say, hey, like, let's do a debate on like, you know, Sartre versus, you know, I don't know, pick some other retarded philosopher person. and then just inject your philosophy into the whole debate or whatever, you know, or anti-philosophy, perhaps. I don't know. That's just my idea. I figure there must be some way to do that.
That's assuming that if these people aren't so big that they're. It's not like what they claim about presidents and stuff that you gotta
let's see
get a
How
script
much time
before
before you
they
got to
let
go,
you
Michelle?
talk.
Let's see, because I'll if we still got
Yeah, I can
time,
open
I'll...
that up. Yeah, I got like 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
All right, cool. Yo. Let me. I'll pull it up so that way when you got to go, you can just go, and I'll keep this burning as long as possible.
All right.
Let's see here. Let's see if I can figure out how to turn this thing on.
Stefan you.
Hello, this is Stefan
Why is he
Melanie from
reviewing
Freedom
this?
Radio.
Wait, what?
No, I was just doing an impression of Stefan. Like, hello, Stefan Melanie from Freedom Radio.
Yeah, but why is he like
Well,
reviewing this trash?
that's why I wanted to see, because I heard him do the intro, and I think there's something.
It's goy slop.
Well, I know why actually. So here's the reason why. Because Pearl Davis is styling herself as a men's rights advocate.
Yeah, but
and
she's
and
got
that's
no
how
like hang time, man.
and that's what he's tried to style himself as when he first started. So like he was kind of known as like one of the primary men's rights advocates in the proto alt-right, right? And so I would say that that's probably why he's interested, is because, and I think he kind of laments the fact that he's kind of been cut out of the discourse. If I had to guess, I mean, why is my thing not working here?
Well, that guy did a hit piece on him on the Joe Rogan, where he said his wife has like a cult where she tells people to like leave her family, like leave their family and shit. So yeah, some weird shit about that. Yeah, I don't know if you're there. If you want me to share it, I can. Oh shit.
What you want there, Jack? What the fuck we doing?
And like all of a sudden the witches come back. And then watch him say he didn't even turn it on. I honestly think when he breaks out of the studio, there's like witches with the pentagram. It's kind of weird. So yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, sorry, I had to jump on the computer. So I'm gonna bring up the Stefan Molyneux shiznit for a second, and then maybe some other shit. Can you hear me? Okay, semi clearly.
Yeah, did you put these witches in the background?
I think it happened. I think I realized like it switches to whatever the default I had on the computer was, I guess. So I guess that's what's going on. but I didn't manually do it, so it must have happened when I clicked on the desktop version of, this shiznit. All right, let me share this. Let me share this Stefan Molyneux shit. Stefan Molyneux. She turned me into a Stefan Molyneux. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can find this shit. Yeah, he has some funny takes though. Like, I just like his trolling. Yeah, he said some funny things yesterday, or recently, I guess. Let's see here. Find this. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't like the way that Anna lady debates. It's just really queefy.
What? Oh, Anna Kasparian?
Yeah, it's really queefy, but like the other lady is just as like bad. So it's literally like a queef sandwich.
Oh, you listen to some of it?
No, I have not listened to any of it, but I could predict that it'll be terrible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure it is too. I'm just more interested in Stefan's reaction to it more than I am. Like, to me, the fact that they have Pearl Davis as like a serious commentator on the stuff is, honestly absurd to me. I mean, she's like okay to look at somewhat, but not really. I mean, she looks bizarre in a lot of ways. But she is a redhead, so I got to give her a little credit. She's one of our fellow soulless genders. So. All right, let's see if I got this here. All right, can you guys see this now? You can't see this. Right?
No.
All right, hold on. Let's see here. Oh, okay, I didn't share it to screen. My bad. All right, cool. All right, let's go back. Let's hear. I just wanted you to hear how he introduces this thing. I'll just increase the speed a little bit. We're definitely not interested in watching this whole thing.
Hi, everybody. Stefan Molyneux from Freedom Men. Hope you're doing well. So, as you may or may not know, I was kind of a champion-ish debater back in the day. And I'm going to have a look at this debate at Word War Debate. They do these fantastic debates in Atlantic City. I'll be out there March 28th, 2026. I hope you will join me there. It's going to be very cool and exciting, and I promise to bring the fire. And so Anna Kasparian and Pearl Davis were debating.
So he's promoting.
Listen, and I haven't watched this debate. I'm going to just dive in, and we're going to have a look at some of the...
So he's cross-promoting his own appearance here.
Yeah. I missed that when I watched this last night, so I guess he's going to be there. So,
right.
Interesting. So that's to me, that's very curious because it's like, okay, Sam Tripoli of all people is like the person who started this thing. I mean, to me, that's just bizarre. I mean, I've never ever really watched Sam Tripoli about anything, conspiracy or otherwise. So I'm not sure why he would be the headliner of this whole thing. But
yeah, they're gonna turn it into like how they have like fake moderators that bet on, like, that people pay to like bet on the victory of the thing. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is just like another gambling operation where they're like, okay, let's swap our money with some other bullshit.
Yeah, like the sports, so.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. All right, let's see what he says here. And I'm going to turn off this in a minute. I just wanted to get a few minutes of this.
The opening statements and how the reasoning and articulation and arguments are set up. And unpack them a little bit. And again, these are both very intelligent and accomplished women. I'm sure they're both making great points, but let's dive in. This is going to be at 1.25 speed because I just can't listen to things at normal speed. And so we're going to dive in. Word War Debate, wordwardebate.com. You should check it out and join me there March 28th. And I'm also doing a VIP meet and greet. So I'd love to see you. I hope to see you there. And let's go straight into this debate on feminism.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce.
All right. So that is the first logical flipperoo. So I think, I don't want to speak for Pearl, of course, but when she's talking output, she's not talking about jobs like HR or, these sort of various government functional jobs that a lot of women do, right? Women work a lot for the government. She's talking about material productive output, usually in terms of manufacturing and stuff like that. So saying that women don't produce much in terms of output when she's mostly looking at manufacturing, and then saying, well, but women are part of the workforce, almost half the workforce and so on, is apples to oranges. So you could hire a guy in your backyard to dig a hole and fill up the hole over and over and over again. Completely pointless exercise. You could pay him $100 an hour and that would add to the GDP, but is it adding to actual productive output, right? So that is a change, right? Saying, well, what do you mean this guy's not producing anything? Look at the income he's generating. It's like, but that's not the same as output. A birth rate going down is important because one of the ways that women contribute to the economy is having children so that there are future workers, right? So if women are in the workforce consuming a bunch of often tax dollars and so on, which we'll get to more in a second, and doing a lot of not essential jobs or jobs mandated by the government, by government regulations and quota systems and requirements and other various forms of compulsions, then they're not having children. And so maybe the women are making some economic output in the here and now, but people make $1 million to $1.5 million over the course of their lifetime. So if a woman goes from having 4 children to having 1 child, right, then she's making some money. Let's say she makes $1 million in the here and now, but by having 3 fewer children, that's $4.5 million that are taken away from the economy in the future. And the answer for that, of course, tends to be endless immigration, but a lot of the immigrants are net economic negatives on the economy as a whole. So I just wanted to sort of point that out at the beginning.
The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the U.S. economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement.
Well, it's not the feminist movement, it's the government. It's the government saying you have to hire women that gets a lot of women hired. And this is just a sort of basic biological fact. In the past, women generally weren't hired when they were young, and especially when they were married, because they started having children. So baby boom, you had 3, 4, 5 kids a family, and women generally aren't working because they're home raising the kids, running the community, doing all of that wonderful work that women do. So it's not feminism directly, it's feminism using its power and influence on the state to force employers to hire women that has caused the rise in female employment, which is, there are lots of wonderful, remarkable, amazing female entrepreneurs, but I'm talking on the whole, on average. So it's not feminism that caused men to hire women. It is, obviously talented women out there, and some women are great in the economy, but as a whole, in general, it's the government that make people hire women. So it's not feminism, it's state power, and feminism's influence on state power is not unimportant. Unimportant, of course, but that is reality. Now there's something else.
1970.
Oh, yeah. And so she's saying that there's been a productivity rise or an economic growth since 1970. My rebuttal to that would be no, there hasn't. Wages have been flat in real terms since the 1970s. Because it's just basic economics, right? When you bring half the population into the workforce, it simply drives down wages for everyone else. I don't know that that's hugely complicated, right? If you're going to say, well, now we got to hire a whole bunch of women, then male wages simply going to go down. So no, there's not been big economic growth. There's been growth in technology and so on, but it's not been big economic growth since the 1970s. And part of that, of course, is going off the gold standard under Nixon, and part of that is all of this stuff where raw meritocracy is not pursued anymore, but
Yeah, I know the Appalachian Gorilla is going to have a take on this too, so I'll figure out.
Oh, 100%, man. Listen, we ran out of a lot of that easy, low hanging fruit shit. You know what I mean? Back in the 1970s and 80s, just the really easy, inventions and shit, just kind of evaporated. We had computerization, right? That helped with productivity, but in the end of the day, we just didn't have that, that easy, basic ass shit where, we went from in the 1920s, 10% of the population having a refrigerator to 90% in 1950. That stopped existing.
Yeah, and it's just, well, I'm surprised he didn't just cut straight to the principles of it, where he'd say, well, like, it's kind of weird that a woman's like making a woman's entire self-worth, you know, an economic unit in a political system or something like that. Like, it is kind of like anti-feminist, although it's claiming to be feminist. It's like, is feminism basically like, what women make X amount of money, therefore women are valid or something like that? I mean, it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah. Well, you know, like it's and the whole reason like they did civil rights and like they brought women in the workforce was literally just to drive down wages. That was it, right? You know, I mean, there was absolutely nothing more to it. Like all of that shit was literally just because like there was rampant fucking inflation due to the fact that like our workforce was, you know, I mean, basically like the factory of the world up until the 1980s when they opened up fucking China. Right, and the rest of the world started getting caught up after being bombed out after World War II. It took them 30 or 40 years to get rebuilt. To be honest with you, like, you want to hear a crazy thing? Berlin wasn't finished being rebuilt after World War II until fucking 2007 or 2008. Right, like this is the catastrophic shit that like we don't have that conversation about. Because we want to assume that like all of the things that, you know, I mean, like happen to us is our like, it's because of our ideas and our politicians and like our fucking systems and our way of life. You know, I mean, it's just better than everybody else's, and that's just not fucking true, right? There's so much physical stuff that's involved with that. And once you start adding in the fact that like, you know, with the Marshall Plan, you know, I mean, after World War II, where like we shipped like all this fucking goods, and you know, even with Lend-Lease during World War II. The amount of resources that we dug out of the ground in America ended up like causing us to have to like stand here and dig deeper for shit. And then you also got to start adding in like, you know, how about this one? We ran out of fucking oil in 1971, like flat out. Like U.S. oil production peaked 71, and it didn't regain until 2017. You know, and that's because of fracking, and nobody's made $1 off of fracking yet. There's zero profit has been made at all with fracking because it's so fucking hard to do, and the production time, it's not about like the amount, it's the time. So like literally like a fucking fracking well only produces right for a year, and then you got to move on and frack another fucking well, right? So it's not like back in the day where like you stick a hole in the fucking ground, you know what I mean, just start sucking it out and it stays pumping for like 50 fucking years. That's not it. Right, you like it literally just produces for, you know what I mean, like fucking a year, and then it trickles down to like 2% of like original peak, and then it just stays there for a while as long as you can, and then, you know what I mean, it basically just dribbles into nothing after 10 years. We don't talk about these things. You know what I mean? We don't want to have these real fucking conversations about resources and geography because everybody goes, what about thorium and fucking, you know, fucking all the entire fucking shit's like that. Do you know how much it costs to like process fucking, you know what I mean, thorium? Like, that shit ain't cheap.
Yeah. Well, and I kind of see where you're coming from as far as like the whole solve the problem by forcing people in America to pay Americans a decent wage, especially if you take women out of the workforce. Like that is like something that you could actually, I mean, it would be hard to get that kind of law passed, but if you could get it to pass or find some way to like force it to be like, you know, or find some way outside of the law to make it enforceable. Let's say, I mean, I'm trying to speak code, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah,
somehow
all you have to do is like get out of the way of unions, right? And that shit'll happen tomorrow. But like the problem is the government fights against fucking unionization because it's bad for like GDP number go up. Like it's all right. So there was an 18.
The way that they measure GDP instead, though, or.
Well, no, all right, so here's where it is. All right, so like when you talk about like a company with profits, right? And I mean the share of like profits that has been going to like the stockholders and, you know what I mean, like the CEO and all these type of things, right, had an 18-point swing from 1965 until like 2001, right? And so like the problem is that that amount of money, right? Like there's a certain amount of money that you have to pay to your workers, and I mean just as an in general thing because of supply and demand, right? But like before we get to like actual slavery, where it's like, hey, listen, we're gonna have to like set up company towns and shit. Right? Get back to like some old models. But like, so when you have all this money being pumped to the top, right, into stockholders, what that's really doing is supporting the baby boomers, right? At the end of the day, it's supporting the retirees. That's what they're doing. They're using, you know, I mean, they're basically taking the blood of the young and transfusing the fucking old. You know, like it's what's going on in the end of the day.
Sorry, I stepped away from the computer. I couldn't hit the unmute button. But well, have you ever listened to Stefan Molyneux at all, or do you have any opinion on him?
I talked to him back in the day, right?
I think I might have called into a show once or twice. I can't really
Yeah,
remember.
I called him a couple of times, right? I don't know, like I feel like he's an asshole, right? He's like Aaron Clary, like he's one of these guys who thinks that individualism will save this, and that's just not. It's not how it works. Like his whole like libertarian fucking NAP fucking retarded nonsense, right? Like it's fucking dumb. You know what I mean? Like all these people should probably be fucking thrown into the ocean. It wasn't for the fact we needed him as a voting block. Like I'd just ignore him the whole time. Like he's trash, right? Just as a whole. He's fucking hot garbage.
Well, what's remarkable to me about him is that I can see his ideas have permeated a lot of this kind of like Christian nationalist, libertarian-esque, you know, post-alt-right nonsense, you know, and I think it's kind of weird that like he's kind of like some of his points are good, but it's also thrown in, like you said, with so much garbage. It's, to me, it almost seems like it's battle, like he's, you know, he's a Fed. I mean, essentially, I mean, I would have to say, like, he's definitely working for the man, because if you look at the consequences of what he's saying, like, you know, it does seem to be like he's trying to lead people down a path where it's like corporations are good. They're going to watch your ass for you. It's just this dirty government that's in the way. It's like, well, I mean,
Yeah, that's that Reagan era bullshit, bro. That's a Gen X Reagan era ideology. That's that Milton Friedman fucking shit. Remember, like most millennials like started off as like libertarians, and the reason they did is because like our whole lives we were taught live and let live, right? And I mean, like, oh man, listen, you know, fucking, you know, fight the powers that be, and the powers that be were like Tipper Gore and, you know what I mean, fucking Barbara Bush and, you know, Nancy Reagan and all these people who were like their satanic panic back in the day and shit. So like, you know, we hated these fucking people because like they were like shitting on our fucking music. You know what I mean? Like, and that was, you know, kind of like the vibe when we were kids. And so these guys here internalize that long term. And, you know, this is the Ron Paul revolution shit and all that things that ended up leading up to it. Right. But like the libertarianism ideology is just complete dog water, because in the end of the day, you need communities. Right. And I feel bad for Gen X because like they were surrounded by baby boomers who were like the worst humans in the history of humankind. You know what I mean? So like they didn't trust their neighbors, you know? And on top of that, they like their moms and them and like their fucking wives and their sisters and like their grandmothers were propagandized on the news every day, right? The stories were like, something in your house is killing you. Your neighbor's a pedo, right? Fucking get your kids' candy x-rayed at the motherfucking, at the fire department or the police department because people are putting razor blades in your shit. And all of it was lies. Right, it was all just ways to sell fucking advertising to keep eyes on fucking target, right? And like, but it just bred this distrust, right, in your community and the people around you and the motherfuckers who you're supposed to love and rely upon, and they ended up being like extreme individuals, you know. And there's nothing they could do about that. You know what I mean?
yeah, I do know what you mean. And I mean, I think I could always like pick it apart, but I think I generally agree with you. And I think, I don't know, it's just one of these fucked up you know, the lack of real conversation going on. Like, I guess he's reviewing Sam Tripoli's fucking new debate thing or whatever, and it's like, you know, Pearl Davis versus Anna Kasparian. It's like, you're really gonna start a debate league, and that's like the opening show. It's like, is that really like what people want to see right now? I don't know. I mean,
Oh, listen, that shit sells, dog. You know what I mean? Like, yo, internet beef debate forums fucking sell. Right? It's what it is. They make money off of it.
So I mean, what do you think of Sam Tripoli?
I don't really know Sam Tripoli all like that. I mean, yeah, honest, I don't really know him.
Nice.
Isn't he like one of them comedians from like Joe Rogan or some shit?
Yeah, some shit like that. Some retard.
Yeah, I have no idea. Right? Again, like, these are all grifters now, right? You know, Pearl's a grifter. You know what I mean? She like bangs black dudes. Anna Kasparian, you know what I mean? You know, is a like Armenian motherfucking like like an Armenian Christian who works for a guy who literally named his fucking show about
the Young Turks.
The people who displaced her entire fucking people while she's in America and committed the genocide against them, right?
Right, yeah. That's what's so weird about her is like, yeah, like the Young Turks. She joins a show called The Young Turks and she's Armenian. I knew people from Armenia, and they never left that bloodline. Well, I can tell you that, the ones that I talked to. So, you know,
well, like,
you know,
she's you know, I mean, a prototypical feminist. Like, remember, man, like, yo, immigrants, right, in particular, and like Americans, right, American, like what it really means to be American is to say that your bloodline begins and ends with you, and there's nothing else. That's really what it means to be an American.
That's what you're saying. So you're saying it's just like extreme individualism, like worship yourself as if you're the end all be all or whatever.
No, I mean, like, literally, you are all that exists.
Okay, American exceptionalism equals solipsism. I like that.
Basically, right? It's main character syndrome, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, that there's nothing else, and that's why libertarians are retarded. They're the worst. They're the most Americans of all Americans, right? Like, that's why if you go to like a libertarian like a fucking rally or whatever, like a libertarian chapter or whatever political thing, right? You go there and it's like you will have, you know, Bitcoin criminals, like neo-Nazis, fucking like trannies, homosexuals, right? Bureaucrats. Listen, they run the gambit, right? Because like literally all it is it's just like me, and just everybody smokes weed and wants to do coke and heroin, right? Like, it just, that's what it is.
No, you know what's funny is like I went to a few MAGA things, not only MAGA but also like just like generally like people who didn't like the mask and the vax, and it was very much like that. It was like mostly women of color, and mostly women of color who are immigrants or the daughters of immigrants, right? So I was like, isn't that interesting? And then, like you said, there's like gays and trans, and I was like, isn't that funny? Like, they always say that like MAGA is like the super racist, homophobic, whatever, but that's not what I saw. I mean, maybe it's because I'm in California too, but I think
it is. Kind of it is because like MAGA out here is literally like, it's all just like the base is business owning, like guys who run their own business, fucking usually white dudes, right? You know what I mean, who, you know, are tired of like the DEI and the bureaucracy. That is the majority of MAGA. Like, all like when you drive down the road, you drive down like a street in like, I don't know, like some backwoods place or whatever, or on the highway, like you'll see like a fucking like a machine shop or like a, I don't know, like a farm or whatever it is, and it'll have fucking Trump, you know, whatever, 2024, 2020 or 2016 painted on the roof. You know what I mean? And that's MAGA here. It's very white. Oh, and libertarians are extremely white. It's almost all whites. There's almost no black people in the Libertarian Party.
Well, but like you said, though, there's like this kind of like new version of that where it's like a lot of immigrants are like business owners, and so like, you know, they also see themselves as like this kind of hyper individualized like business thing. Like for me, it's like I never really looked at conservatism or even libertarianism as like a business thing. I was always like it's an ethics thing or a moral thing, right?
No.
But almost all of these people, they only see it as like I saw this guy one time. He's like, he said he's mixed race. He's like Mexican and like Irish or something like that. And he's like, white people need to say they're sorry for all the bad shit that they've done to people. Blah blah. I was like, but you're mixed, like Irish, like you know. And he's like, well, I don't really consider myself like a conservative and like or in that way. He's like, I own businesses and like I think he's like, I own properties. I'm a landlord and I own businesses. Like I don't want to pay tax. I don't want to pay my employees too much, and I want to like not pay tax on my landlord activities. I'm like, that's not really conservative in the sense that I would call conservatism, right? It's like if you're just looking out for yourself and that's it, it's like, you know, maybe that's something else. I don't know what that is, but that's not like. I mean, I know that people can kind of paint whatever they want. Like I don't even like the term conservative either, but I'm just saying like, if the end all be all of like why you call yourself a right wing person is like, well, I want to make more money and keep it in my pocket and not share with anybody. It's like
I made up a meme, right? Of fucking libertarianism. Let me see if I can find this motherfucker, right? Because like literally, like I made this. Oh, that's not what the fuck I wanted. There, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find it and send it to you because like literally, like it's just this is like libertarianism as a whole, right? Is just you know what I mean, fucking it's all just about profit, drugs, you know what I mean, like sex, and there it is. I found it. Hold up, bro. Like, hang on a minute. I'm a motherfucking new. Let me grab this motherfucker. Hold up. Word save. Okay. Yeah, listen, hold up. I'm a motherfucker. How do I show this to you?
You can share screen or you can.
Okay, hold up. Image file, quick access. Here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, listen. You have to like approve it or whatever the fuck you have to do.
Got you.
There.
That is actually pretty accurate, I have to say.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, when I counted myself as like a anarcho-capitalist, or I didn't see myself that way, but in retrospect, I can say that like that's all I really saw that was involved in it. So, yeah.
This is libertarianism, dog. Yeah, like, what do you want? You know what I mean? Like, this is what it is.
That's funny. That's definitely going to one of my.
Yeah.
Send that to DM that to me sometime if you get.
Got you. I got you, dog. I got you.
Yeah, I like that. It's so simple, but it's so true. It's like.
Yeah, listen. I'm a meme magic dude. That's why I wrote that article about memes.
You know, I read that article. The article was very good. I need to like really consider more what you're saying on that because it is very true. Because I listened without looking at the memes, and then I went back and looked at the memes, and I was like, oh yeah, you're right. Like,
yeah, you know what I mean? Like making memes, like it's an art form, right? In the end of the day, like a lot of people make like really shitty memes. Like, you got to make ones like this where it's just like very simple, right? You know what I mean? Very basic. And like motherfuckers go, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that's one thing that I've realized is like simplicity is really the king. And so like I've been making these really complicated, like, you know, like me doing an overdub with like all these images. But then I realized like less is more. It's like what you do is you take like your enemy's words and you just let them speak, and then you just like do like a very brief like commentary on what they're saying, and that's so much easier for people to get, where they're like, you don't have to explain it to them, you just kind of like frame it in your frame, right? And then people are going to get it more easy, I guess, if that makes sense, right? It's like the lady getting run over by the car. I just added like Curb Your Enthusiasm music to it, right? And I was like, and that did very well. And I was like, okay, like a 4-second clip of her like trying to run over the ICE agent, like it gets the point across, right? Like, you know, it's just very oops, you know, I just happened to try to hit a guy and got shot. I mean, it's like, you know, it gets the point across. I don't need to like explain it in depth or something, right? So yeah, I need to really think about the simplicity of it all. Like simple works much better. Like every meme that I've made that's like overly simplistic, it seems that the chances of being quality are much better for sure. So yeah, that was an interesting article you wrote. I didn't read the one that you wrote yesterday yet, but
yeah, I mean that one's a little longer, a little more technical type of shit. You know what I mean?
No, but watching how people react to what you're saying is really funny. Like I don't know how much of that you're doing on purpose to like rage bait, but don't comment on it. I'd rather just like not think about it. But I think it's like whatever you're doing, it's working. So just keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, you know, you gotta like the titles, right? As an in general thing, you know what I mean? Fucking like most stuff, you have to clickbait, right? Like you have to clickbait on your titles. You know how like fucking shit works with thumbnails, all that type of shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's working for sure. And
yeah,
but it's like to me, it's funny because all the comments are not something that I would see in it, but that's what's kind of a trip for me is like everybody's takes that I see, like everybody's takes on what you're saying is not what I would say at all. Like it's kind of funny. It's not. It's like it would never come to mind what their reaction is to it, right? But it's really funny the reaction. And then like this other person's like, you're a Nat sock, and then they're like, yeah, I'm a Nat sock. It's like, oh, tell me more about this. It's like, it's like, I don't know why it's really funny. It's like because it's a very diverse. I mean, for you know, as far as what's on, as far as what I've seen on Substack, it is a very diverse group of people that are reacting. So
yeah. Like I'll have everybody from, you know what I mean, like strange, you know what I mean, like fucking baby boomer civic nationalists to like fucking national socialists with fucking swastikas in their profile. Right, you know what I mean? Like, I have this crazy file, and there's like fucking women, you know, from like down south who always follow. I had a whole bunch of weird motherfuckers who follow my shit. It's strange, and heavily comment and whatnot. You know, like some of that though, like I was kind of testing something. Kulak wrote an article about how he thinks that like every time there's like an inciting type of article or like post written, you know what I mean, you always end up with like the three different Jones, which is the three different responses, which is, you know, nothing ever happens, you're not gonna do shit, and fucking like this black pilled, you know what I mean, just let it burn thing. Right. And I'll be honest, like I didn't see any of that in my fucking comment section.
What, the black pill stuff?
And any of the three.
What was the other two? The black pill, I understand. What was the other two?
Fucking nothing ever happens, right? You know what I mean? And then fucking you're not gonna do shit, right?
Yeah. No, I noticed like your level of discourse is actually it's impressive as far as like you're not getting a lot of like overly pedantic people. Like I saw you had a few of them, right? Like in previous articles, but recently you haven't had any of those like weird and so and what and you know actually, you know, I don't see any of that shit going on. So.
Substack is not for midwits. There's just not a lot of midwittery, right, in Substack.
Well, it seems that they're trying.
That's nice.
It seems like they're trying to push
maybe dangerous,
but it's not.
Hold on, what'd you say? What'd you say, TMO?
I said that's nice, but maybe dangerous.
Yeah, right. It's like it's actual intellectuals. You know what I mean? Like fucking like for real guys who like, you know, they know really, really big words. They start off their article and it's like, the fuck did you just say, bro? Like what was that? What was that shit that you were just talking about? That shit's fucking crazy. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find this article I was reading earlier, man. This shit was fucking just immediately started off with just going ham.
Yeah, I gotta break out of here in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But But yeah, if you guys want to talk about pre-Socratics, call into my show.
Yeah, man, listen, fucking like these guys, they go fucking crazy. It's fucking bananas.
Yeah, I know Machine's about to start a show, and I think we're going over the thing. I want to keep this running, but I've got a few things I've got to do in the near future too. So it's not fair to ask everybody to stay if I'm not going to be around. But I always do. I always ask anyways, of course, but it's not fair for me to ask. But I do want to cover some of the stuff with you. I've just got a sort of tight schedule now.
Yeah, man, listen, I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't know, like I called into work tonight and they were like, yeah, listen, we ain't got shit. Fucking it's slow right now because it's like fucking January. So you had like a lull after fucking Christmas and the holidays or whatever. You know what I mean? So like fucking, I had a night off and Shorty got naked and I was like, okay, down. You know what I mean?
Oh, good day. The stars align, you gotta run. You know what I mean?
Yeah, listen, guys. Yeah, you gotta go take care of business. Like fuck the bullshit.
Yeah, well, it's like you get some lemons, you make some lemonade. There you go. Literally a metaphor. So I was gonna ask, what would you guys, Machine? Are you doing music only, or are you doing a panel later on, or?
It's an open panel, but it's just gonna be about pre-Socratics the whole time. So it's up to whoever wants to contribute. I mean, I'm only gonna talk about it for like an hour, maybe only half an hour. It depends on who joins. So it is what it is.
Sure. Nice. I know. So you're about to go right now and start your thing up. Tom, you'll be around later today, so go.
Yeah, probably. I gotta go write an article myself. You know what I mean?
All right, cool. Yeah, I got the young one over here. The youngling getting ready to break some shit.
Go spend some time with your kids, man. You know what I mean?
So yeah, I appreciate you guys. We'll go ahead and end here, and we'll pick this up next time. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, peace, brother.
Take care.
No, you're not. You're doing it in the most non-sequitorial fashion imaginable because that's your lane. Like we're all riffing and we're in a solid groove, and you're like, but fire hydrant, gas station, beehive. And that's the non sequitur into whatever we're talking to.
FBB? What is that? What's the acronym? So this is via Trap Appalachian, two ends there. This image is making the rounds on the social medias. Do you see something here? And this picture here, it looks like an ocean. I think the water is blue, but then there's some other lines here. Are you seeing it clearly?
Is this how to prove we're not a robot? Is this a CAPTCHA?
It could be. We'll evaluate your answers after the stream ends.
If we ran this image, the image on the right, through AI and told it to make it look like a snake head or a dragon head, it would look exactly like the image on the left. It would, but you'd have to tell it to look like that.
So
because
I know
it doesn't.
I know that David Icke is busy planning for Anarchapulco, and he's the resident reptilian expert. He's not available for comment at this time. We'll get back to him later, but right now, this image is the most important image on the internet.
I can call Gareth right now, but it's 4:00 in the morning in the UK, so I don't think he'll wake up.
Well, that's when I got my Easy Heat delivered. We have, the city never sleeps. We have 7 services, 7 days a week, 24 hours.
So where is this picture on the right supposedly representing?
Yeah.
What I would like to see, what is that on the overlaid on the North American map?
Right.
Yeah,
we have
this is tightly cropped. Yeah, I don't know. I could scroll down, but I think this is just the image. People are comparing it to
is this
the
the
Leviathan.
ocean?
This is the ocean.
Are the people that are talking and comparing, are they idiots?
Machine lies. In case you don't get it yet, feel free to jump in at any point, brother, and just.
Oh yeah, you kind of got to get in where you fit in. It's elbows out, knees up, keep moving. If somebody falls down, pick them up.
For sure.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just here because of the name. Ted. So I was, I'm just really interested in that subject.
You look like you might be able to charm snakes. You put a snake in a
right, exactly right.
A bowl, a jar, a pot, or a basket, and then if you could just whistle the tune correctly, I think you'll charm this Leviathan and save the entire eastern seaboard. I get my east-west mixed up sometimes. I'm in the Midwest,
right.
So I don't know.
You actually, Machine Lies, you look like every member of Soundgarden blended together as one human being.
For sure. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
And I mean that with all love and respect. I do. But you look like the entire band just smushed together as one guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So the meteorologists have been replaced, and now we have to sort of crowdsource the analysis of these weather maps that they're sending us to our social medias. And people have analyzed the snake eyes to see that there is a snake image in this weather map.
What's the rest of it?
Is it coming or is it going?
What is it? Like, this
is it birthing or is it dying? Yes. That's the story. So we're trying to find the mythology that matches the climate change situation here.
Do you know how much Google Earth is just made up? Especially in
right,
the oceans.
What is this?
Then that's the conversation we're having. What is this? Is the question everyone's asking. It's a weather beyond the fact that it's clearly a weather map. But what are we seeing here, and what are the dangers?
Weather?
I don't think
it's some kind of structure under the water. Is it a?
It might be approaching the Bermuda Triangle, if that helps.
Do you know the location of it? Approaching the Bermuda Triangle. Is it the Bimini Road?
The Atlantic Ocean.
I mean, like, is this in? I guess the Atlantic doesn't get super deep, super fast. It's kind of like shallow, and it goes out for a really long ways. So you could probably see stuff underneath of it. But so is there more than this little head image?
It might be upset about Greenland, but I don't want to read too much into it.
I have for everybody in the audience.
I don't think it's Antarctica. I think it's Anacondica.
Anacondica?
Yeah.
Getting off the planet with these fucking snakes.
Right?
Was Jenny from the Block in that movie? Jennifer Lopez?
In Anaconda or Anaconda 2?
Yeah.
Oh, they made a sequel of that?
I put the Machine Lies and Neurojack's YouTubes in the main Benjamin Balderson horizontal chat for anybody that wants to check those out.
Yeah, Neurojack gets more banned than I do, actually.
Ted's, I thought it might be fun to take a look at some of the emergent technology for the year that we are currently inhabiting in 2026. And I know we did a segment a few weeks ago on the CES humanoid robots and stuff like that, and the CES technology, but this goes a little bit further.
Perfect. Oh,
let's talk about the Noki neural earbuds, because this is where everything starts getting interesting. These just won the Best of Innovation Award at CES 2026 in the accessibility category. And the moment I understood what they actually do, I realized we're crossing a threshold we can't come back from. These aren't earbuds in any traditional sense. They don't even prioritize audio. What they do is read the micro movements inside your ear canal combined with facial gestures you don't even realize you're making. Clench your jaw slightly, lights turn on. Tilt your head left, thermostat adjusts. Raise an eyebrow, your wheelchair moves forward. I spent about 2 hours testing these, and the learning curve is real. The first 20 minutes felt like I was trying to write with my non-dominant hand. Every command took concentration, and I accidentally triggered things I didn't mean to. But around the hour mark, something clicked. My brain started mapping these micro gestures automatically. It's the same way you learn to type without looking at your keyboard. The technology uses air pressure sensors that detect changes in your ear canal as small as 0.1 millimeters, combined with motion tracking that picks up head movements down to half a degree.
Now, before we go further with this, how much micro radiation do you think is being pumped into your cerebral cortex at all times with these things in your ear hole?
Well, Ted, do we have the tools to measure that, or is it just too small?
I think there are tools to measure that. I mean, you could probably check it just based off of frequency to what, and compare that with frequencies that are currently known to be disruptive or even, almost antagonistic or harmful to human beings. Seems like that would be pretty easy.
The human brain chooches along at like, is it like 8 hertz or something? It's the same sort of frequency as the Schumann resonance. So like if you're putting some stuff in your head, it's going to change. It's going to affect the way that the frequency of your brain chooching along. The electrical signals in your brain are going to get dysregulated to the natural reality you're supposed to be in. That can't be good.
I mean, it is a seemingly a full alteration or augmentation of the environment, and that's going to throw off every natural barometer and sensor that we're born with.
I could imagine like a whole room full of folks wearing those things, twitching around like they got Tourette's, like popping their head around, and some of the technology, the way that people look when they use it is just ridiculous. Like people walking around talking on earbuds.
Yeah, like when the Bluetooth phones first came out and jackasses are just talking into the air, and you're like, "What the fuck is that guy doing?"
God damn, we're not in the middle of a movie. What are you doing being so loud?
Yeah. What's up, Toasty? Didn't see you, brother. Yeah, my concern immediately when I saw it was, what is that thing training you to do? Because, like, obviously, what he's doing is he's not training that thing. That thing is training him, that certain ticks and twitches and motions make certain things happen. What's it doing in his head? What's it setting up?
I know there was a patent that Apple Computer filed probably like 15 or 16 years ago before, well, who knows when they got the technology to make it, but it was like an earbuds, like the earbud pros or something. Anyway, it was like these earbuds, and they could actually read your brain waves with the like you had those sensors on your head. The magnetic field and receiver was so sensitive that it could actually, like probably the way that they can tell who's in a room by scanning the Wi-Fi signal in the room. They can kind of map the thing. So they can map the brain waves, and then as you're scrolling through your phone or watching a movie or whatever you're looking at, your brain maps. The thing sees what you're looking at, and it maps what you're looking at in the system. And so after a while, they could tell what you're thinking once the thing figures out how your brain works.
Yeah, they actually have this at MIT, and it's actually pretty old stuff. Where they have what they call it is a non-surgical brain implant. You know, so I put a video for it in the back, but the technology was already there. When they were beginning, because when DARPA created the MIT lab, they wanted to do a computer mind interface. I think this was in 1985, right? So this is when they started to begin to make computers.
Yeah, the whole the brain computer interface thing is realistically like a 60-year project that has been in development, picked up by, like, of course, Elon Musk with Neuralink, but a handful of other companies that have surpassed Neuralink over the last couple of years in terms of what they've been able to develop and release. But thanks, man. Let's take a look at this here real quick.
Yeah, that other one's also only 1:30, so you can play that one too after we get done with this one.
I've got one too.
Symbiosis, we have developed nanoelectronics at wafer scale and lifted them off the substrate to create free-floating, subcellular-sized wireless electronic chips with record power conversion efficiency. Then we have attached these electronic chips with living biological cells to create unique cell electronics hybrids, which fuses the versatility of electronics with the biological prowess of living cells. These hybrids can be placed inside the body with a simple injection in the arms, and they can travel seamlessly through the body fluids without being attacked by the immune system. These hybrids enable the first demonstration of electronics which can even cross the intact blood-brain barrier and autonomously recognize a target disease region in the brain and self-implant there. These electronics provide precise electrical stimulation of the brain, enabling surgery-free brain-computer symbiosis for transcending humans beyond diseases and biological limitations.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Yes.
Just one?
Just one for now. For now. We will, of course, discuss and dissect this. But I'm curious, do you think in the future all newsreel expository voices will be done in that particular Indian accent, and we'll all just have to spend eternity developing new humps in our neck, leaning in like fucking old people trying to drive with the sound down while we're trying to fucking park in order to parse just a couple of fucking words to see what we can glean from this? Is that our future?
Yes, when they came for the meteorologists who were speaking clearly and correctly and showing us the weather maps, they all lost their jobs, and we didn't riot. We didn't complain about it. We didn't demand to have our weather read to us by wizened white men. This is what we get. This is our technological future. It's brown.
There will be a parsing from the moral center point of the neurological specter of the sphincter of the, and that's you're like, but you could have had an AI do this in a classy British broad voice, or we could have had the dulcet tones of Morgan Freeman.
Tell or an Asian lady.
Yeah.
Can I inject a 16-year-old Wang real quick?
Please use it. Yeah, if you're going to inject.
I would rather not see your 16-year-old Wang, but
yeah, it's a video. It's
a new needle to inject with.
2 minutes long. This video was uploaded to YouTube 16 years ago, and this technology must have gone straight to DARPA after this video was made. Dr. Wang is the scientist who's in charge of it.
When you say went straight to DARPA and other military projects fund 95% of this science.
I'm sure that's what happened.
You have to say it twice, maybe 3 times.
Yeah.
So DARPA, or DARPA.
So this line of study, like, there's nothing about it. Like I haven't seen hardly anything about it. Like it went silent after this video, and I'm pretty sure that they jumped into something pretty awesome, and are way more advanced than it right now. But
dude, I got chills when it said it crosses, and she said it
The
like
blood-brain
crossed
barrier.
the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah.
It's
Like it's an accomplishment.
Yeah, and they have other devices that you basically just wear on your face, and you can
Mhm.
have two-way communication with devices, like just like you know,
wow.
you can control like apps and like your TV, and like instead of like a remote control where you just wear the thing on your face. I got like that video too, where it's like a device they made.
You're welcome to use the share screen for anything or drop anything into the private chat.
Yeah, this is the other one I got. I'll share it. You know, it's called Alter Ego. It's interfacing with the devices, right? So as she was saying, you can have a symbiosis between the person and the computer with the you know, when you inject the nanos, but yeah, but this is a different thing where you wear it on your face. And of course, there's another you know, handsome brown gentleman here, right?
They all go to MIT.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they're
they
all
use-
going to MIT. Getting
Right.
those scholarships.
Oh wow.
Hey, look, you didn't have to say anything.
On his face. God.
10:43 a.m.
Another item with the whole bone conduction, like the lollipops we looked at last week or the week before.
Total $10.07.
Could the technology look more retarded to wear?
If that's how you want it, it could be designed that way.
Hey, remember when we used to pick on all of the brace face queers who had the headgear and stuff like that? Strap that on, dork. Get out there in the world and go make it happen.
It's so much easier to do than just look at your watch to see the time.
Oh, watches are for either rich people or peasants, Ben. Everyone else has a phone to tell them what to do.
Yeah.
If you're not Riker or Joe Rogan, you don't have a collection of 850 watches bare minimum, then you're just, you know, some, you know, towel head Casio wearing freaking nobody.
Or Buzz Aldrin, he's got like 4 watches on each arm. You ever seen
Right?
that guy?
Heck yeah.
Batshit crazy.
He is engaged in drug smuggling operations with
Yeah.
that many watches on each arm. That's what he's going and converting cocaine money and taking it to the freaking Diamond District in New York and being like, lay a bunch of Rolexes on me. I'm trying to get across customs.
Can you play the screen I'm sharing?
Yeah.
Real quick. This is what I was talking about earlier. The let me find the play button here. Okay.
More and more, we will be able to measure and understand how our brain cells function. Deciphering our consciousness is another question. But the experiments of Dr. Yang Dan have proved that in principle, it is possible to read and to understand the brain.
I didn't know that we started this thing again. So this is a digitized movie. We present this to the animal, and we record the activity of their visual neurons. And these electrical signals that we recorded from were traveling through these cables.
She managed to tap the vision from the brain of a cat and to reconstruct what the cat sees onto a computer screen.
So this is a digitized movie. This particular movie is a short clip from Indiana Jones, I think.
Here we see the two images next to each other. On the left, the image that was shown to the cat. At the right, the image that is tapped out of the cat's brain.
The picture has a lot of random flickering, the noise. That's probably the noise of the actual neurons. because they sometimes fire spontaneous spikes. We consider those noise, but maybe they reflect something else, maybe the thoughts or something. But we can distinguish that. So when we use all of those, thinking that they represent visual information, this is the reconstruction that we come up with.
It is the first time an image was tapped from a brain. It proves that we can read and understand the grammar of it. The face is recognizable, but I still can't avoid the impression that the face has something cat-like.
That was from 16 years ago. This was uploaded.
Yep.
Ooh.
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
I think I heard that they have the technology this day where they can put those visual sensors on your brain and actually show on a video screen what you're dreaming.
Well, I mean,
true.
yes, that's true. And then this is, again, back to the emergent technology for this year. This is what people are putting out into the marketplace.
But enhancing what your body can do is only half the equation. What if you could also see exactly what's happening inside your body while you're pushing those limits? The PointFit Sweat Patch won a CES 2026 Innovation Award for turning something you already produce, sweat, into a real-time health dashboard. This tiny patch analyzes biomarkers directly from your skin, including lactate, cortisol, and glucose. Signals that normally require lab work, needles, and waiting for results. The lactate monitoring is where this gets practical immediately. Lactate is the compound that builds up when your muscles shift from aerobic to anaerobic energy production. Basically, it's the line between efficient training and fatigue. Serious athletes pay hundreds of dollars for finger prick lactate tests during training sessions. With PointFit, you see that threshold as it happens, continuously, with no interruption. The patch uses a nanomembrane sensor system that's been validated against clinical blood testing. So this isn't guessing, it's measuring. The first generation focuses on lactate, but the platform is designed to expand into continuous glucose monitoring for diabetics, stress tracking through cortisol levels, and even kidney health markers.
And continuous harvesting and selling of all of your personal data to any third-party company that wants it.
Really, then you could absolutely see people's reactions to any event, and especially in today's digital era where they can just absolutely make shit up and see how you react to it, and then they can make fine-tuning adjustments that we would never consider.
Yeah, and to think that all it's doing is measuring biomarkers for your health while you exercise is naive on a level that should preclude you from engaging in any sort of conversation or debate about the subject. Really should.
Well, it's the same thing as those people that think that Neuralink implants are just going to make them smarter and easier to argue with the computer with, and not realizing that that implant is going to corrupt your own brain and make you a slave to whatever inputs you're being fed.
Well, what are you going to be, one of them fags wearing the fucking big face mask one and not get the cool hidden implant one?
Right?
Yeah.
Pork.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't talk to this guy.
Nerd.
He's got band-aids on his face.
Doing walking around with a half a chin strap.
You trying to look like fucking Picard from the Borg episodes? What are you doing over here?
Embed that shit like a real man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where it's going. Yeah, it's very difficult to argue around that. I maintain that nobody wants this shit. It's just being forced on us, and we're all getting told that it's the only way that we're going to be able to live anymore. And it's to the detriment of 100% of us, even the people that are pushing the technology.
Steve, have you seen the video celebrating the life of Stephen Hawking?
What also bothers me a lot, people don't understand how slow their conscious mind is and how fast their unconscious mind is. one of the only things that I got out of when they forced me to go through drug treatment was they sat a whole bunch of people down and they were monitoring their brains, and they would show them pictures that would move so fast you never got to stop and recognize what any one of those pictures was. It just flipped through it too fast for you to register it. Your brain, every time your drug of choice would get flipped up in front of your face, even though you didn't recognize it, your fucking subconscious did. And it was like, ooh, like for me, ooh, weed. Yeah. Can we smoke some weed? I like weed. Like, and so whatever your drug of choice was, your subconscious caught that and activated and started actually making moves based off of that your conscious brain never ever had any part of. And so knowing that, they're dicking around inside your head. Again, just like when I was talking about that first product we looked at, where I was like, that thing's programming him, not the other way around.
Yeah.
What are they going to program inside your brain that your conscious brain will never catch on to?
You know, that's real stuff. Because I mean, like the first cup of coffee in the morning, I can smell that first cup of coffee and I have to poop. Like every time.
Your whole body starts acting like it already happened. They say that for a regular drug user, like anything that's in the ritual of you doing the drugs, you actually start getting high as soon as that ritual begins, not when you start using the drugs. So let's say every day you get off work, you go home and you sit down and you lay out a little setting and you pull out your pipe and your weed and you grind it up and you do this. When you started even doing that ritual at all, your body already started reacting like, yeah, this is the deal. Yes. Like, and so the thought that they're going to do that, they could possibly do that in so many different ways. I mean, imagine if they want you to be angry. Like, think about like the recent riots. What if they want you to be angry and they just start hitting little spikes in your fucking brain that make that show up and you don't even know why you're angry. You're just getting crazed.
Yeah, you remember those long distance commercials a long time ago, back in the 90s or something? They had these like AT&T long distance commercials, and like everybody was like, oh, it makes me cry. And like it was like an epidemic. Everybody was talking about how these like, oh, I miss my person who's really far away, and everybody would cry that was watching it. Well, I heard, I don't know if this is true, but they were experimenting with manipulating people subliminally, and they put a frequency in the commercial that actually made people cry. You know, an emotion triggering thing. So like it was a big experiment, like a worldwide experiment to see if it worked on everybody, and it did, because like everybody was like it was a whole thing where people would joke around about like, oh, it's so emotional. Did you just watch a AT&T commercial? I don't know if you guys remember those.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
I spent most of the late 90s and early 2000s without like TV entirely.
That's great.
Or like I catch shit in hotel rooms or something like that. Like I've seen 15 or 20 minutes of 40 Sopranos episodes.
Yeah, I watched TV pretty heavy until 1996 when I graduated from high school and moved the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
And then barely saw it.
I also graduated in 96. I did.
Where do you get the fourth dimensional Soprano videos?
I watched TV when I was in prison. That was pretty much my TV experience. And one of the only times in my life I ever had cable.
You know, they digitally added chemtrails to The Sopranos.
Uh-huh.
Is that just in the 4D version?
Like they re-released it on disc or something, and it came back out, and they put chemtrails in the sky.
Ha!
Disney has been doing that for years, man. I remember reporting on this on AM Wake Up like 4 years ago. but Disney had hired a guy to go back in and paint chemtrails
What?
into Disney films for when they re-released them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man. They're the memory hole in that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fucked up. I think this is where Berenstain comes from.
Dude, I found a weird one the other day, and I don't know if it's true because I haven't rewatched the movie, or if it was just somebody weirded out. But supposedly, the grape scene in American History X is not in there anymore.
Oh, they may have removed it. I don't know. I haven't
But
watched
the story
it,
I was reading, it literally says it never was in there, that it only mythologically exists and
Oh
possibly.
no, it doesn't mythologically exist, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all of us were traumatized by that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like that's like that in Pulp Fiction, like two of the most traumatizing moments of my young adult life. Like, oh,
There was secondhand and
I shouldn't be
third-hand
allowed in
trauma.
rated R movies. Why did I come that in that one with the Flashdance dude and all them and the little kids, and they're all graping the little kids in the prison and shit, and like the boys' home? I was like, I left that movie. I was like, I shouldn't have been allowed in this.
Is that a Stephen
Hey,
King book?
what the fuck am I in here for? Yeah, I'm leaving.
Yeah. See, there's some GIMP speak in chat. Have you guys seen the parade of Stephen Hawking's?
What?
Got a video here. Yeah, Stephen Hawking. There's multiple models of the Stephen Hawking's. It's the vertical video in the shares. This is Cadiz, Spain here. There might be better quality versions of it, but you can see, it's a parade of Stephen Hawking's. I don't know what kind of tan khaki jacket he's got.
What do you think of Mr. Hawking there, Machine Lies?
So probably just a fraud. I don't know. I'm not big on like science, and I'm a huge like anti-philosophy guy.
Is he wearing an ascot?
Well,
Yeah,
explain yourself on that.
If people from balconies start pummeling them with beads, they have to take their sport coat off.
I don't think he could take a pummeling from the beads. They would impact the skin. He'd turn purple. It's very
how come they
fragile.
don't have? I don't understand why they don't have a bunch of midgets running around.
They should all be on a couple of floats, dude.
Yeah.
They should have like just the freaking Hawking. I mean, sure. Run a wheelchair over the cobblestone streets of Spain. Why
I can
not?
guarantee this is not artificially intelligently generated imagery. This is an actual parade. Cadiz, Cadiz, Spain. It's a
Cadiz
real
nuts.
parade. These are real people.
So this is basically the opposite of the running of the bulls.
This is what happens when your country has universal health care and like fucking 85 days of paid vacation a year.
Well, this is what happens when we're all Stephen Hawking now, and to induce handicaps to make us stronger and smarter than the average man. This is the result of it. We all become a Stephen Hawking cyborg thing. There are downsides.
Invited to the island.
That's an interesting idea, but I think it is. I think you're right about the island, Ted Steves. I think these are the young girl on Epstein Island, Stephen Hawking's love children. He was on Epstein Island making these babies, and they're going to be
They
ruling the
built
world.
a tunnel from the Zorro Ranch to Cadiz, Spain. And they're just filtering all of the Zorro Ranch babies into Spain. And now it's the parade of the Hawkings.
Yeah, and rather than the running of the bulls, this is the rolling of the gimps.
You messed with science, Jeffrey Epstein. This is what you fucking get. You
Well,
bunch of frauds
will
and
never be the same.
wheelchairs rolling around with a fucking, auto-tune keyboard.
These gentlemen are all handy capable. They're all autonomous men moving at their own free will at a
They're
pace of
capable
comfort.
of committing felony fraud.
Oh yeah.
Well, that'll be decided in the court of law, not on a TED Talk on a Tuesday.
They're indicted in this particular court of TED.
Yes. The machine lies. You said you're an anti-philosopher. Would you explain what that means?
Yeah, definitely. I think that like religion is tied to like ethnos, right? So I think like I mean, and I think the original religion was about nature, how nature is intelligent, how it's got like spirit, aspects to it. So I think like the loss of traditions, the loss of the sacred, the desacralization of nature, right? And the global like sort of monoculture, right, that exists today, right, are sort of a product of like sort of science and liberalism. I call it techno-liberalism, right? Like I'm like one of the influences on on Uncle Teddy was this French guy named Jacques Ellul, right? And he said he said liberalism gave birth to its executioner, which is the technological state, right? So he said that liberalism sort of formed the technological society, and that's what sort of takes out liberalism, right? So there's no liberalism left, that like that science created liberalism and liberalism created the technological society.
Yeah, the mechanisms by which technocracy is implemented remove all aspects of foundational classical liberalism from society.
Right, exactly. So that's sort of it was actually Ellul and another guy, named named Lewis Mumford, right? Both of them had a huge influence on
Mumford was the dude who was like way into property rights, right?
Lewis Mumford is a guy who coined the quote, "Man is a symbol-making animal," and this sort of really influenced a lot of ideas, because he sort of brought this idea that culture, right, that technology that's influenced by culture is different than than the mechanistic technology. So the machine is sort of like an anti-social thing, right? So so Mumford sort of had this idea about mechanization, that it sort of creates a monoculture, a sort of global culture, right? As opposed to techniques that are sort of driven by tools, right? So he talked about sort of tools versus machines, and how tools are kind of superior to machines because every culture made their own type of tools, right? So so you can't sort of condense them into one way of doing things, right? But technology, especially like the machine, because the machine has a sort of collective incubation, right? So they talk about two elements that Ellul talks about. One is monism, right? Which is that once you use every, once you use one machine, you basically use them all, because, a bunch of machines contain, different parts for other things.
Yeah.
Right? So this sort of collective incubation of technology, like on a grand scale, right? With the development of machines. And then you have another idea called universalism, right? To go with the monism, there's universalism. And that means that technology sort of transcends like cultural boundaries, right? So it sort of creates a global culture, right? Because it creates a sort of need for international trade. It creates, sort of multiculturalism and all that sort of stuff.
I would have to agree. The machine, the high technology, like even something like changing our atmosphere and making our homes, our works, our everything, our cars, everything like you as a culture across the world, we don't experience seasons anymore. We don't experience variances and things. What difference does it make if you live in the desert or in Antarctica if you're constantly in climate control? Like,
right. And you get on the freeway and you see the same nondescript gray or brown McDonald's, Starbucks, fucking
Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah. It's just repetition, and it's the desecration of innovation. It's the desecration of art. It's the inversion of all things that are sacred. And people continue to cheer it on because for some reason or another, they wind up being like partisan hacks. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what goes to one of the huge things that Uncle Teddy and Ellul talked about, which is this idea of liberalism or leftism, right? And how it's sort of the default view of the technological sort of system, right? That sort of, it seems to like that it engenders liberalism as a sort of psychological landscape, because it has a dual effect in sort of massification on the one end, but also alienation on the other end. So it both isolates and collectivizes, and that exacerbates the two ends of liberalism, right? Which is the individualism and the collectivism, right? So it's sort of like, ramps this thing up, to where, you're a global citizen and sort of you have this, global identity. And that's where, Ellul sort of developed a sort of credo against that, right? Which was plan locally, think globally, right? He sort of, created the philosophy of personalism. And he said, we need to foster the local communities. And you see that, most of the people that understand the situation that we're in, they're going to point towards smaller communities.
Right, because the logical conclusion of that is like a forced imposed schizophrenia, where you've got multiple separate identities that are competing for space for all of your time and energy, where you have to be concerned about absolutely everything that's happening in every corner of the world that you'll never be able to have any impact in whatsoever. And then you have to be concerned about, it's just this mass propaganda machine that is structured to get you to have visceral emotional reactions to all of the weird shit going on everywhere in the world. And it splits you into so many different pieces of care that you don't have any left over for your immediate situation. And that's when they get you by the balls, because they can be like, oh, are you distraught, frustrated? Do you feel like you don't have a place in the world and you can't affect it? That's okay. We've got universal basic income, and we've got, the life in Avatar land in the metaverse, where you don't have to worry about that, and just plug in and give us your autonomy and all of your biometric data, and you too can live in a utopic little, basically hyperbaric chamber where you don't have to experience any of the bad.
And when they've already got something that is reading all your face and everything else and making it correspond to something else, how long before that's just Ready Player One, where he's got that special suit where the girl's playing with his crotch and everything? Why even leave your home? You get all the sensory experiences that you would get. You most likely are going to be able to act in ways that you couldn't act in the normal world. Woofda.
Yeah. Ellul wrote The Technological Society in 1964, and he pointed out that the decision to recall General MacArthur was made by an electronic brain called the Washington Oracle. And then he questioned how many other, key decisions, were made by electronic brains, where they simply just put the information in, and then it spits out the answer of what the next decision is. Right?
Sure. Briefly, if I may, reflecting back on the weather map that I showed, the point of that is IBM owns the machines that predict the weather and give you the weather forecast. So they bought out Weather Underground. All the local meteorologists have been released. They said, we don't need you anymore. So they're maybe streaming on their own TikToks and lives, but they don't have the full audience of a 10 o'clock news or a morning news to tell you the weather. So it's a global culture concerned about all of the weather events everywhere else but outside your own door. So people are staying inside because it's too cold outside, or it's going to rain, or the rain hasn't come yet, but if I go outside, I'll still go wet. There's too much moisture, fighting against the natural world. And that all comes down to weather. So you check your iPhone, it has the weather app on the screen. It tells you today is not a good day. The weather is not good. Your mood needs to be just terrible because the sun isn't shining. It's not a beautiful day. So it already sours your mood and already tells you, it already entrains your brain to be upset about a bad weather day. And every day is a bad weather day because the pollen's too high. It's never a perfect day. So don't go outside. Don't go outside. And that's connected to IBM thinking machines doing the thinking for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think another work that that ellul wrote is called Propaganda, right? It's one of his most famous works, and it ties to ideas that Uncle Ted explored in a work he titled The System's Neatest Trick, where he talks about two types of propaganda, right? One is integration propaganda, and the other is to antagonize people, right? And sort of to excite them against, certain issues. And the other is sort of like, just like, like the weather and the community guidelines and C-SPAN and that's sort of like integration propaganda, right? Where it sort of is to educate people on their sort of civic duties, right? So there's this sort of controlled opposition within the methodology of how the propaganda system works. And he actually said that the only thing that justifies it is the technological society. So he said the technology goes hand in hand with the propaganda because it's the first time in history that they can communicate with hundreds and thousands of people at once, right? So
yeah, we're in an age of unprecedented mass MK ultraing. We really are, and I feel like it's been slow dripped for about 40 years, 45 years, and in the last 10, they just opened up the tap a lot, because there used to be, every couple of years or maybe once or twice a year, a mass trauma event that would line up with something that Peter Dale Scott would refer to as a deep structural event. And now it's every fucking week or a couple of times a week. In fact, if you get the Marmot calendars from the AM Wake Up store, you're from Angela Anderson who does them, you get a whole bunch of different stickers where you can just slap them on the calendar for individual psyops as they arise. And then you can make a little note and be like, hey, this crazy shit happened today because we still haven't figured out how to stop being robbed by bloodline pedophiles with scoliosis and fucking, weak knees.
That sounds amazing. Where are they for sale?
Well, you can go to they're all in every description at AM Wake Up, but Angela has a Ko-Fi and a PayPal that you can order them from. They're fantastic. I don't know if this is last year's Marmot calendar, but it's just get delightful little images of all of the random psyops that come our way. Let's see. This is Dr. Fauci as a beagle, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure that's Deborah Burks next to her. But yeah, the beagle is asking if you got your Fauci ouchie. This was Christmas 2024 when Netanyahu bombed Bethlehem on Christmas Day. I don't know if anybody remembers that or not, but the Israeli occupation force bombed the birthplace of Jesus on Christmas because they're our greatest ally.
Celebratory bombing.
But we commemorate these things on the show and put them into cartoon form because we live in a fucking cartoon. It's undeniable. We're in the dumbest of all possible timelines. It is the fault of a marmot who got into the Large Hadron Collider and forced a hard reset and placed us here, the dumbest of all possible timelines. It's not our fault, but we've got to at least accept it in order to move in it properly.
Always varmints too. That happens like every time.
Are you saying varmint?
Marmot.
With an M.
Marmot. Yes,
those things that'll jump over a cliff after the one in front of them goes, and they'll just keep jumping over the cliff.
It's the longest running lore out of all of the shows I've been doing for the last 9 years, Ted Allen. You'd think since we do a show together, you might have watched something else that I do once or twice and picked up on that. But no, it's all right. It's all right. We're merely colleagues. That's okay. It's okay.
I have a video of a marmot. We can confirm that it's not a varmint.
Marmots are varmints.
They are, but they're also the best.
Not all
Truly.
varmints are marmots.
It looks like a beaver to me. What do I know?
It's like not all sings are Sikhs, but all Sikhs are sings. Not all marmots are varmints.
Not all Davids are. Never mind. I lost it.
Apply moisture to the marmot.
Not all Davids are Pajit, but all Pajits are David.
Right.
I don't know if they attempt to shave or remove the hair.
Oh, you don't want a shorn marmot. It is not attractive.
Are you getting the audio here?
No, you at least want to leave a landing strip on it. Something like that. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's gross.
Just kind of get one of those painter rollers and just kind of apply it liberally to the back.
The one you don't do though is the box car on a marmot. That it's awful.
Man, that is a relaxed ass animal right there. If Gomez acted like that when I gave him a bath, I would be suspicious. I would wonder.
Fuck, dude.
You're sneaking out of the apartment at night. You're going down into fucking San Francisco or over into Oakland. You on that heron.
I think it's just because the marmot heard that his
fucking the first time I gave McLickens a flea bath, he was the worst of them. He literally ran around the house like 6 times and then ran under the house the whole time doing this super high-pitched yelp and hid under the house for like 3 hours.
A couple of years ago when I was in Sonoma, I had to take Gomez to the feed store there and clip him into their dog wash station. And he was still trying to like move like it. He was not pleased with it. Now he's cool. I've figured out the proper schedule of bribery and everything else that like I need to do to get his fucking giant engine block headed bitch ass in the goddamn tub. Yeah. But
I just take a shower at the same time, and I just have Christy grab, because I got to do 6 of them, so I just fucking have her march in one at a time and drag that fucker in with me, like, you're in it now.
Yeah. No, he really got so much better over the last like year and a half.
These guys got better
so much.
It's not open WWF with these guys anymore, but they still don't like it. Like it's always the groups of 2, and whichever one's get in the shower, the other one sits out there and just shakes like you're about to abuse it or something. They just shake. Oh, you're like, oh my god.
Do you ever go down to the farmer or Tractor Supply? They've got the dog wash station there. For like $9, you can give your dog a bath. And they have like a dog washing bathtub that the dog can walk in. And then they used to have these like blow dryer, like reverse vacuum cleaners with heaters on them, so you could blow the dog dry. But
you gave your dog a blowjob?
Well,
Ted said blow the dog dry.
Blow the dog dry.
He's like, I did not word it that way. I did not word it.
Ted Jimsworthy, in my experience, that's not how those work.
You're not allowed to film that, and you're certainly not allowed to share that.
The opposite way.
Well, eventually the dog gets dry. So.
Right, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. But I never shower with my dog, Ed Bennington.
You know what? Like when I first became a dad, and I was 17, and my oldest daughter, I didn't we were very uptight like every brand new parent, especially being kids, and you fucking sterilize every nipple and every pacifier, and anytime they puke up a little bit, you get a new rag and you change their clothes and the whole nine. And you wash them in the sink in a very specific temperature and the little thingy. And I got 7 kids. So somewhere in there, I was just like, I just started yanking things in the shower with me. Like, you know what? We're just going to get this all done at once. And I don't give a shit. Funny thing about all that, my oldest daughter scared shitless of water. All the kids that shower, and my oldest son scared shitless of water. All the other kids, it was the first 2 I didn't do that with. After that, I was like, I gave up. Like the fact is you're going to end up soaked when you give the kid a bath anyways. And so you might as well, let's just get this all done with. We can clean the bathroom afterwards. It's all done in one shot. And the other kids, none of them are scared of water. And I truly believe it's because they spent that time in the water and with water running over their face and stuff, because there's a shower where it was getting water in their face, but I was there. So they still felt safe. So their experience of water was in safety, where the other kids, the ones we gave the baths to in the sink, they cried about it the whole time, and neither of them 2 swim or do anything in water.
Send me an email.
We're gonna entertain this. Yeah.
So, well, I'm gonna read it since we're all just gonna sit here quietly. It does have a podcast. Sincere query to Gem. Roughly, what's the going price for commissioning a bronze life-sized statue about the stature of Balderson with a regular viewer discount and is gifting statues legal?
Yes, gifting statues is totally legal. In fact, it's encouraged by me and this panel of Teds, I think. So yeah, I'll give you a killer deal.
Right? You can launder way more money when it's a gift.
Oh yeah.
Allegedly. Yeah. Nobody on this panel has had enough money to launder. So we have to say allegedly, not because we're trying to cover our asses, but because we just don't know.
Personal life experience of moving. Yeah.
I've laundered so much money.
I guess
that
maybe the Machine Lies does have like $1 billion back there that he's created out in artwork. I don't know. I could be speaking out of pocket with this.
Are you Machine Lies? Are you a multi-millionaire or nepo baby sitting on a fortune?
No, sir. No.
All right. No. If you were, would you tell us?
No, not I. No.
Yeah. That's kind of what I thought.
I knew it.
Do you possess a sweater, sir?
Oh yeah, great.
How many quarter zips do you own?
Could you for just a moment put the sweater on, pull the hood up over your head, so we may officially Ted-in you?
Oh yeah, we will give you. We will induct you as a Ted if you're able to come up with a hoodie and a pair of sunglasses, which you're already halfway there.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a hoodie. At this age, at this late age.
Do you have a towel or blanket, a shawl?
Oh yeah, we got like a.
Okay.
All right, well, fake it, fucker. We're trying to help you out.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Burger King napkin.
Yeah, I wouldn't go out with the towel on the head, it's type of thing. I think that'll, misconstrue certain, things here.
Valid
Let's give
point.
the man a Ted name.
Let's,
I
let's
don't
take
know.
care of
The
that.
Machine Lies seems rather Ted appropriate.
It's very Ted appropriate.
Well, then you're Ted Sheen.
Ooh, Ted Sheen.
You are hereby Ted Sheen.
Pronounced China.
Where's his lightning music?
I'm trying to fucking find it.
You don't have it on a little button somewhere?
I just
I
have it memorized. You don't have the tune
I
in your
thought I
head.
had it on this one. I guess I'm gonna have to go bring it back because I saw it on.
We'll just kind of rock back and forth and bang our head to the tune that we can hear. We like a silent disco. Have you heard of those?
What the hell?
Silent disco.
Or only the people in the silent disco can hear the music in their head and they all dance to it.
So
and
they're
no one
all
else can hear
dancing
it.
with no music?
Well,
Are they
you don't
sucking
hear the
on
music.
lollipops that make the music go through your bone things like that, the thing that Machine
Oh,
Lies
yeah.
showed us?
Well, I can't reveal the secrets to the silent disco on a Tuesday night on a free stream.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, better wait.
That would be ridiculous.
It would not be appreciated. I did hear earlier the word resacralization.
That dude, I was having so hard to fucking not laugh about that because I was
Yeah,
like,
it's desacralization. Yeah, it's like,
What I heard, Ted Chine.
it's
was
nothing to do with you,
resacralization.
Machine Lies. It's do you know who Marty Leeds is by chance?
Everybody knows
No.
who Marty Leeds is. He's all over the internet.
He's a Christian that does like gematria and has developed into quite the cult leader.
Lives in a yurt.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful structure.
Yeah, he starts talking about resacralizing things, and we have like this. I used to know
okay,
the
I
guy,
see.
so I mean,
resacralizing. I've not heard that one. Yeah, desacralizing of nature. Specifically.
yeah.
I think that's like Rene Guénon or something like that.
Oh yeah. He's an alchemist.
Yeah.
I know him.
Yeah, that's heavy duty. Yeah,
I have
yeah.
his fucking books.
Yeah, that's like Guénon and Evola. Yeah, that's a huge. That's heavyweight concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great. His shit's pretty fucking great.
Oh yeah, it's pretty amazing. Yeah.
Love the Renees. Can do no wrong.
Oh yeah.
Say her name.
I don't know how I missed that. Did you say that before? I don't know how I missed that the first time.
That's why I keep notes. I wrote it down. I use this technology called ballpoint pen. Sometimes.
All right, Helen Keller.
Do you keep those ballpoint pens in a sack vase?
Sometimes I have to replace the balls. But that's just a regular maintenance schedule.
That was gold, and Steve gave me nothing. For as many times he cries at you about not fucking laughing when he's putting them out, that was gold. I got nothing.
Well, because it wasn't Helen Keller, it was Anne Frank.
Anne Frank. Okay, I fucked that up.
And that's the whole freaking Clark 2 thing with Helen Keller and Anne Frank. And you fucked up the bit on two different parts. In fact, man, like that's it's
Damn it.
Have you not been taking your fullness?
You know what? Marcus has an English accent sometimes. Marcus has an English accent sometimes.
It's Ted Allen to you, Ted Bennington.
Yeah, Ted Allen.
And look, anybody, dude, you could be as blind as Anne Frank and get that right. You could be.
But I don't have a ballpoint pen.
Anne Frank did. You're correct, Windhammer. Anne Frank invented the ballpoint pen. Al Gore invented pants and the internet.
Well, what else are you going to do while you're hiding in an attic from the evil Schnazis? But invent ballpoint pens and write diaries. That's like need is the mother of invention.
And we need to invent our own vocalization for the tedding ceremony so that we can just immediately do it.
I know. I like how
we played it last week. I don't know why it's not on the soundboard this week.
We just want it to be
like removed from the internet,
like a chest drumming. We could just beat our chest. Like,
could we at least give him the? Could we at least give him the German one?
Do you hear that? Does that come through in the microphone?
Yeah,
poorly.
Or we could just plosives like a beatboxing.
Let me see what I can't come up with here.
Is it kind of a 4 on the floor thing? Is it kind of just a rhythmic drumming we're looking for?
She invented the vibrating pen also.
Helps the ink to cover the balls more efficiently.
Yeah, it gets that pen prostate loosened up so the fluid doesn't get jammed.
So if we rest the tongue at the top of our mouth and we just kind of, is that kind of what we're going for?
Well,
kind of like a marching band and a wind instrument.
That's not gonna do it, man.
No reeds.
This is actually kind of frustrating. We did the whole fucking bit with Scott last week. I put the thing on the board. It was on the board. I saw it yesterday. I don't know why it's not there. I really don't. And now when I go to grab a freaking MP3 of it, it's way more difficult to find than it was a week ago.
Don't want to jump to conclusions, but is this Russian interference in real time?
This is some 3-letter organizations, agencies.
It's Putin himself.
We talked about Pooh Bear over in China. We denied the existence of panda bears one too many times.
We also showed a fat black bear.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
We said fat black bear.
All right. Well, I get a bounce.
You haven't even played the Tedning music.
I have limited hours between now and my next show, and significant work to do between that. So
we'll have vocal band practice. We'll enunciate sort of the plosive tones to kind of do a marching beat.
Music.
We what? Who, huh?
At least playing the German music, something.
Oh,
Ted Chine has been his
okay. In ass.
Salute however you feel.
Well, we had to give him something to be an official Ted.
It's true. It's true.
There has to be music.
I'm blaming this on Steve.
Ceremony. Not all is lost. Not all is pomp and circumstance. Erica Kirk did it.
That's who I would blame.
Oh man, I do wish I had the other soundboard here because I have a sound drop of Erica Kirk explaining the judicial system.
Oh yeah,
is absolutely priceless. It is. It's fantastic.
What's up, Michael?
How many boards
yeah.
you got?
The 2 inside StreamYard.
So they're virtual boards.
They're just you can upload sound drops directly, which I did with the knighting thing last week, but it didn't fucking show up. I don't know, whatever. But
is it in the other show?
No, it was. It ain't now. I don't know.
Can we talk about surfboards and boogie boards next week?
You guys can talk about whatever you want to, but I gotta bounce. So
Mark Steve's gonna be there. Night, Steve.
Y'all are rad.
I'm
Thanks for hanging
in the
out.
shower.
I'm gonna remove the Rumble stream and just let me know when you're
Night,
done.
Rumble.
Good night, Rumble.
Good night, Rumble.
What is your living situation like, Machine Lies?
Good night, Steve.
I am possibly moving to Ohio soon. So yeah, I'm in the process of moving to Ohio.
Are you moving to a city or what's the deal there?
Yeah, like kind of like close to like Hamilton and right, like that sort of region, right?
True or false? Ohio is for lovers.
Oh yeah, yeah.
4 of
That's
them?
kind of why I'm moving there.
Approximately 4.
But yeah,
After 4 ex-wives, they kick you out. So make them.
Do you have interest? Any interest in trying to live that the off-grid type life or anything like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot of interest in that. Yeah, but more so in talking about technical complexity, right? Because I'm sort of a student of of Dr. David Skrbina, right? So he sort of helped compose that work, Technological Slavery, right, with Uncle Teddy, right? Because he was writing him letters in the jail. So so that's more he comes at it from more of a philosophical angle, right? Looking at like the history of the development of technology and about certain ideas. So they sort of disagree with Uncle Teddy to a certain extent, right? Especially ellul disagrees with him because ellul is sort of like a Christian anarchist, right? So his idea of sort of resisting the system is to create parallel situations, right, that can sort of mirror the technical complexity, right, where people could sort of live in the technological world but not be affected by it. And he called these people like sort of like mutants, right, that could sort of transcend the technological world, right, by dealing with it. But for Skrbina, he's sort of talking about how you have to sort of gradually reduce the use especially the use of mechanical technology to about 1200 AD, where where you get rid of clocks, right? So he wants to get rid of the clock, right? So he thinks the clock was a pivotal changing point, right, when they invented the mechanical gears.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Away from sort of being in tune with the cycles of nature, right? He's sort of a panpsychist, so he thinks that nature is basically like God, right? And he's more of a guy who thinks that mind and nature are sort of like the same thing, right? So we're like living in a sort of mind, right? But it's also made up of minds, right? So he thinks like all of nature.
So he's basically a typical pagan with only pagans typically anthropomorphized their the aspects of nature.
Yeah,
so they took those aspects and gave them names and whatnot, but then also there was an overall general system to it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's more looking at it from the view of Heraclitus, right? He's like very much like into philosophy. Like I went to Athens to study with him, right? Because he's like really like obsessed with Greek philosophy, right? So he studied the pre-Socratics, and there's a guy named Heraclitus who says that nature is sort of like a creative fire, right? And sort of it's like creating itself all the time. And he also said that war is the father of all things. So it's kind of like war and strife sort of cause everything to change. And he kind of described how nature is made of like these opposites, you know, and things sort of oppose each other. And he said there's no such thing as being, there's only becoming, right? So he said like so he got like pretty deep into the metaphysics of it all, right? But yeah, so we've been talking about Heraclitus, and he's sort of like pre-Stoic, right? See, the Stoics, they sort of thought of nature as God, right? But
you say Heraclitus, someone else might say Heraclitus.
Yeah, Heraclitus. Yeah, there's a clit in there.
Only becoming.
Yeah, there's a giant clit in there. Yeah,
there's a rumor that it's like a real thing, but nobody knows.
Do you see the side chat, Jim? You should find that and answer that after Machine Lies is done talking here.
Can I go back for a second about the mutants? I had a question about that.
Yeah, you're off the clock, Jim.
So they live in the world with the technology, but they live outside of it. Is it like using, like I had this hashtag I used to say, friend zone the New World Order, or friend zone the NWO. And the idea was like there's like a meme where there's like all these girls in a hot tub with like a nerdy kid, and like he's like, it's his hot tub, but they like wanted to go in the hot tub, so they friend zoned him so that they can use the hot tub but like not be romantically attached to him. And I see the New World Order and the technology beast like that. Like I'm not gonna like build my life on it, but I might use parts of it, like the internet, like to talk to you guys, and AI to, answer some questions sometimes. I'm not going to use it as my doctor, but it helps out. I feel like I friend zoning the New World Order is kind of friend zone the beast. Like don't build your life around it. Build a separate life next to it, but don't say fuck you. Like take what you can use.
Yeah, if you look up like his development of this idea of personalism, it's pretty interesting. It has a lot of like sort of mechanics to how it's run. But the main credo of it is, again, this idea of plan locally, think globally, right? You're sort of foisted into a global situation, right, where you have to sort of decide local factors within it. So some of the ideas that people have come up to is this idea, obviously that Uncle Ted mentions, right, about how wild nature is sort of the antithesis of industrial society, right? So he says the people that are against the technological society, they should see wild nature as the ideal, right? So sort of this idea of replanting wild nature, right? Or sort of an idea of community forestry, right, where people figure out what plants are indigenous to their area, and then sort of commence with the replanting of wild nature, and sort
to
of
thrive, because you can eat like I got this app where I can take a picture of a plant and figure out what it is. It tells me. So I like let my yard, I hate lawns, I don't mow lawns, just like let it go for a couple of years, and I've got all these beautiful plants. So I went around, like figured out what they all were, and the app doesn't tell you if you can eat it or not, so I'd have to like cross-reference in a book to, is it an herb, is it medicinal? And Like we got like a whole garden in our front lawn. Like me and my wife will go out there and pick a whole big bowl full of plants and make a salad out of it and eat it. You know, it's just insane. People don't even realize.
Yeah, there's a whole series of thinkers, like Ivan Illich, E.F. Schumacher, and Petty Linkola, right, who describe like radical solutions, right, to like in terms of deep ecology, right? So there's a lot of ideas, in conservationism and deep ecology that sort of deal with wild nature and how to make that, your ideal, right? And be in service of that instead of being in service of the the world technological system, right?
Petty Linkola, is that her real name or her nom de plume?
That's a dude from Finland, right? Petty. Yeah, Petty is his first name, Petti, and then Linkola. Yeah, and he is a pretty much a radical thinker. A lot like Uncle Teddy. But one of the main guys is this dude named Ivan Illich, right? Illich, right? Who's sort of, he wrote a book called Deschooling Society. And he wrote another book, I believe, called Energy and Equity, right? About how like, cars and different, systems of technology that we've implemented sort of having a large scale impact on communities, right?
Why schools might be disabling your ability to learn. Ivan Illich.
Oh yeah, it's great stuff. Yeah.
Villain like a villain. Why has Ivan always got that terrible reputation?
And Wonder Wild Treehouse Pirates, the gentleman who asked about the statue earlier, wanted to know about possibly having a contest for somebody like throughout the year who displays the most Uncle Ted type characteristics. And his example would be like somebody that lives in their father's basement and saves up and buys a piece of property on his own. He would be a contender, a sincere man up award. I think that would be absolutely awesome.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you guys know this, but Uncle Teddy was actually getting, a lot of money from his parents to go live in a cabin. So, so that was actually happening. So he did not go independent from his brother and his parents, and that was part of the problem with this sort of lifestyle, right? He had to sort of still get help from others in order to sustain it, and that sort of gave him up, eventually.
100%, and it's not, definitely not easy to go completely off grid, and yet,
right,
because you've got to be a hybrid with the system, as you were talking about earlier. No matter what you do, unless you live in a spot that has no taxes and you somehow are supporting every single need you have, you're gonna need money, and so you either got to figure out how to make money outside of the system to use inside of the system so you can navigate the system, or have a benefactor.
Yeah, and I saw Gemsworthy sort of asking about that too. I put a video in the back about that,
you did?
Little from ellul, explaining this concept, if you guys are interested.
In the back. And where?
Good stuff. Yeah, I see the links here in the studio chat. We'll save all those links. I'm putting them in the
in the share. In the share, I just shared it. So,
like in California.
Yeah, we're not able to bring up the shares at the moment.
Oh, whoops.
So we won't be able to screen share anything. That's power bestowed only to the tech bouncers.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
Should we move over to the control studio that we have?
That is one of the benefits of the after party. Yeah. The de-escalation station.
Yeah, we will have to start setting up with the other well, Steve was going to fix it on StreamYard so we could not have that problem. Either that or we need to start using the other one.
Well, to next week, I'm done with. I'm done this week with swimming lessons. So
Congratulations.
Do you know how to swim now?
I know how to
Stroke or
swim. Yeah.
breaststroke?
Nice. Can you do the breaststroke?
I mostly just doggy paddle around and catch little floating balls.
Oh, okay. Okay. It
With
seems
my
good
hands.
enough. That would have saved you in the Titanic, anyways.
Multicolored floating
Good that
balls.
the balls float.
It's a warm.
All right, guys.
They think you'd have to swim to the bottom and pick them up.
You never know how it got so warm in there, but
We if you didn't catch it, we had a hell of a week. I think I've been streaming for like 5 days in a row or some shit like that.
Are you addicted to streaming?
Right. Oh man, I was so worn out last night. Well, last night was Christy, but like the 4 days before that, we had some heaters on Sarah Tomato's channel. And so everybody can go check those out. Beth Mayhew, we went on her channel. So
if you guys didn't know, Benjamin Balderson is a big deal. He's becoming a big thing. Everybody wants to ask him questions. Pretty cool.
You bet. So
he's like chat daddy.
You think that Ted has gone to his head?
But for everybody else, after check those out, we'll get some more stuff going this week. Well, again, we're working on the more stuff. I hope everybody enjoyed the intro. That's my boy Freddie Badger. Check out his. Oh God, wait till you see it after the show. It's great. My boy, he has a album called Good Time and People. Check out Freddie Badger. He is the best. And we love you guys. If you're not a member, come on over, and we're about to start the after member section. We will leave it not members for a few minutes. Machine Lies, if you want to pop in and say hi, and then we'll send a link to you so you can jump into the show and continue if you want. If not, it was great having you, sir.
Where is this happening at, or when do you guys stream?
I'll start it up as soon as we end this one. I'll start it up.
Yeah, stick around after this.
Stay in this stream.
We got to switch to a different StreamYard, so give me like 2 minutes and that stream will pop up. Just jump in it and say, "Here I am," and I'll drop you the link and you can jump backstage with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night, YouTubes.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I could come through for a little bit. Yeah.
All right.
Night,
guys. Love you guys.
Love y'all. Remove.
Bridge Kuwait, do a die shit. Coming from the bridge Kuwait, do a die shit. Yo, my gun burn like acid. Your flesh chastised, little worm ass maggot nigga thinking he more fly. Gaddafi lines is justifiable. Homicide, green paper, demonic faces. Money haunts me. I don't talk much when it's beef. I'm just a known creep. Nocturnal scope in the desert, cover the whole beak. So when I spit black talent, you hear my bird speak. Only bird your bird ass see is when you type a tweet. Mock day, grand padre, machete your teeth. Casually, I pull out blade and wipe it on your cheek. Tiffany green Air Maxes, 9.5 classics. Mockty, Frank Matthews, crime praying mantis. Lay on the track like I swallowed 1,000 Xanaxes. And you should never ask questions if you don't want the answers. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Tarzan animal sounds over the loudspeaker. Attica demon, CO named preacher. We the gorillas, you more timid, Wiz Khalifa. A'udhu billahi min ash-shaytanir rajim. Info on the barrel, the bullets follow the beam. Now your grave is a pavement, swallowing your dreams. 33rd and 1/3 of me, all you see is G. Hang rappers from rosary beads, slowly he deceased. dick blower. I'm champola with pistola. Battery backholer, mock the energy of solar. Cleopatra, Caesar, Solomon, and Sheba. Behind every king's fall is a foul diva. Ice on my neck, chest feeling like a freezer. Heavy, leaving me leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Say less, Gaddafi beast. Raw meat, pull up, bitch, hop in the front. She in the wrong seat. Bet I make sure ass in the floor me. Get the 440 your back like you Reggie Jack. More than that, 44 caliber killer over track. Golden era terrorized rap, and that's a Snapple fact. Red top shotgun shells are still with mega crack. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. LIC, that old fly shit. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Across the planet. Gaddafi, 252 across the planet. Told me everything that you said, little bastard. Little bastard.
Making him suffer. Exactly. Making him suffer. Exactly.
Touch with rusted clutch, spun out of the dust and careen into the temples of automated destruct. Nanotech bugs in a plug and unplug. Vision for the fly shit hybrid. I run among the mud, skippers swarm through warnings and good warning Beirut. Little Billy blunderbuss looking for more recruits. City life is practice, casket truancy. That's the rule of you and me. Crash on mass lunacy. Friends used to laugh fast, crash little troop on me. Now they check your bags with a staff class and Uzi. Who deserves a rap without warning? This ain't got but a mortar with a sports scorch. New York forfeit. Run among the poppy fields, order some more clips. Store trips are rare, but the fare is forceless. Gloomy bought the city of Lego and shitty metal hole. Jitters to the floorboard, earned almost aborted. Flight of the accidental tourist morbid. The advertising god so oddly courtship. Godly corporate squad plot these tortures. Holiness is hard and it's costing God fortune. Guess he took a second job on a force to afford it. I don't want a part of these self-fulfilled prophecies. Man, it's too much for my stubbornness. I hate the people running shit. Sleeping ground, oh below, wishing you peaceful sleep. Horror on the surface emerges less frequently. Metal bars of ancient roads dissolved from the scenery. What the fuck? I'll take a hostage and walk through the mosh pit, pristine untouched. MB703's unscuffed. Trust is a commodity crushed by Pol Pot. Your cookie cutter laws contain flaws in philosophy. Toppling down a flight of Escher box steps to light. Cause the man that raped my sister won't sleep right tonight. Suppose the pretty horses and Ford could love more. But I'm exhausted by the scope of this dark god of opiates. Breakfast for dystopian, ruthless whole movement. Seasonal infest of the butcheries looking good. And our writer's block is a prison camp with free press repress. We can hypnotize the herd. Live fly visions that attack like Alfred Hitchcock. Raise a rabbit, carry a pigeon. True, the only form of calm not tapped. The trap strong in the cranium and future reveling with his whistling song. I know you're listening. Get down with his bitch, whistle along.
Obedience is not enough. Power is inflicting pain and humiliation, otherwise you cannot be sure. Power is tearing human minds apart and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing.
It's like the Bilderbergs came to dinner with filthy birds. They pussy all infected, I'm looking for milky words. They pull my third eye out, then they let it dry out. Had to pour my belief in Christ to find out what I look like with no skin. The movement faded while the back of my paper is still illuminated. Even your dough, flipped Egyptian euro. Got my website shut down by the bureau. Can't kick it with the dead until my life stops. But Bush got a Ouija to talk to Adam White's hot. I breed artists, turn fans to artists. Put a couple G's together before harvest. Like, I'll take all this. The hell I'm doing, dipping this whole fucking pound in embalming fluids. You think I rhyme to do it? If it's influence, try this. If you can't help but sleep, peel off the eyelids.
If you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face.
Nazi, a group of people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days, what will be the prophecy? The seven-headed beast, place the hexagram upon the streets. Illuminati kamikaze, who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the four corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels descend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider from a distance. I see the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB.
Secret society, trying to keep their
Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brain, Washington, super state epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual Zyklon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol six. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of RFID chips to make you slip into submission, become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
Children of lost souls, crossroads, towards flows. In the valley of death, don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, Ordo Seclorum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle and the prophecy. Skull and bone, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. Lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross with our neighbor and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi, fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body. But I'ma stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their
emergency, 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 emergency.
check the army of doom patrol. Now I see human life as a whole at the end of time. Through tiny incisions cutting my soul. Waste intake, defecation, racing, testing methods of DNA retrieval stage. 38 months disintegration. Ready to build like first menstruation. What's your biological limitation? I study regional class and occupational subculture. A primitive change, but less rapidly through the vultures. Jesus returns as a woman with no evidence of carcasses. Say goodnight, I got the shakes, cause the body's mangled with Parkinson's. I see men build machines without treating their own disorders. Plus the Christian madhouse where the Cardinals planning the slaughters. Sickly holiness, my connection to Kabbalah leaves you motionless. Focus the Maccabees, last days of kosher dish.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency.
Bearded Islamic circuit, break the secret service, shadow mind control, walk in the astral plane, consciously earthless. Manifesting truth to swallow serpent, snake like in their purpose. Listen, sucking for tongue twisting, holy scriptures into curses. As the siren sounds, soldiers with weapons underground with grasp. Perhaps the only way to get up point the crosses with the gap. Now picture that. Ghetto terrain clustered for armor tanks and Romans. Federal emergency declared, prepare with their troops closing. Commandeer with riot gear, rifles secure where the beast lives. We coming through like 12 and for the arms and the Eastern. We can all gain a place within the presence of the sun. Time to revolutionize with the mind and the gun.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency.
Psychological warfare destroyed air. Increased my bleeding. I had no mask when toxic gas left me with the hopes of breathing. Down to one lung, one thumb, a sour taste on my tongue. Energy for only 3 with 20 more miles to run. I'm in a maze of booby traps and loaded gas and water rats. Low on oxygen, plus my only lung about to collapse. My tunnel vision in this flight, therapeutic mind on ice. I feel threat from unknown forces as I slowly lose my sight. Demons shine and get destroyed when consciousness becomes coherent. Sweat large Indians appear then disappear like ancient spirits. Off to Mecca.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law. Program. State of emergency.
Emergency.
This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. Without me, my rifle is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless.
For the very elements of the new silent weapon technology were as accessible for a public utopia as they were for providing a private utopia. The issue of primary concern, that of dominance, revolved around the subject of the energy sciences. You see, folks, energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Natural science is the study of the sources and control of natural energy. And social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of the sources and control of social energy, or society as a whole. Both, of course, are bookkeeping systems, mathematics. Therefore, mathematics is the primary energy science, and the bookkeeper can be king if the public can be kept ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. You see, folks, all science is merely a means to an end. The means is knowledge. The end is control.
Yeah, the first Stuart king of England is King James. And so King James basically was a Masonic king, and his daughter then is arranged to be married to a German prince called Frederick V of Baltimore. And that becomes the key central crucible, the key event that gives rise to the Rosicrucian movement, which is an alchemical hermetic movement. So this marriage, their marriage of King James's daughter and Frederick V, is called an alchemical wedding. And what happens is that their grandchildren then become kings. I mean, what happens in between is that King James basically succeeds Elizabeth I, and she runs an occult reign, which is headed by John Dee, the sorcerer. John Dee and Francis Bacon are the two sources of the Rosicrucian teachings. She is succeeded by King James. King James is succeeded by Charles I. Charles I is executed by Oliver Cromwell, who basically succeeds to power for a short period. Cromwell was surrounded by Rosicrucian. His movement was a Rosicrucian movement, and they were in contact with the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. His name is Manasseh ben Israel. So all the leading Rosicrucians were in the circle of Manasseh ben Israel, and they were working together to petition Cromwell to allow the return of the Jews to England.
Tonight, your pukes will sleep with your rifles. You're married to this piece, this weapon of iron and wood, and you will be faithful.
This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. Without being my rifle is useless.
Listen to this black visionary, bringing war like a revolutionary, constructing deadly poetry over murderous melodies. So prepare for death be your penalty. Now you're a mere memory of bloody victory. Soldier driven mad by centuries of lies and trickery. They're going to kill us free, putting devils out their misery. Hearing scream sounds of agony. My hostility takes over me. Mine is richer through the cracks of insanity. Down the hallowed halls of hell, walking the trail of tears with no fears, giving them bosses cold stares. Cause I know they fakes and snakes and stabbed in the back with poisonous tact. For wicked acts they get subtracted.
My rifle and myself are defenders of my country. We are my rifle and myself are defenders of my country. We are the masters of our enemies. We are the saviors of my life.
I like it. I like it on the head. Under siege. I like it for the righteous. A wealth of solid weapon for the squad war that's in store. My physical's on a world tour. My brain is waging war in the urban. Cinder blocks stacked like castles. They call them project housing. Arousing anger. Divine.
said,
So I can see, 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 so I can see.
Waiting for something to wake up, like some type of consciousness inside of a machine, I think that that's probably dubious and not likely to occur in the near future. But I think it's important to consider that machines are already alive and conscious.
Theta is one of the big ones. They named it after like brainwave states and all kinds.
Wait, machine. What's alive? What are you saying here?
Well, I just think that the machine, like, literally, like, almost has its own consciousness that is deciding that, like, that possibly was gonna happen. Like one of the doomsday scenarios, like out of all the doomsday scenarios that was listed, I think one of the top ones was this guy named K. Eric Drexler, who actually invented nanomachines. And he was considering what would happen if a nanomachine learned how to replicate itself and then just spread around like mushroom spores.
No, but not learn.
Like
here's where I disagree. They don't learn. Who teach it? They're taught. Like, so we think learn, then we think like, well, we learn stuff on our own. We can navigate, curiosity, trial and error. But all these machines you're referring to are all input based. So it's always the human. It's either you or me or Drew or EBT or Sideways guy giving the technology its inputs. And so I feel like you're running away a little bit romantically with this concept of a machine learning as opposed to the machine doing tasks that the human being beforehand gives it the task. It gives it its input. So, you know, I wouldn't grant that much that the machine doesn't run away.
It was some kind of organic. It was an organic thing that was kind of manipulated.
Well, I'm not saying the machine itself. Well, I don't think the machine itself does it per se, but I think it's like how you would say like society has its own goals and aspirations. Like if a bunch of humans get together and they form a society, then in a certain sense, the rules of the society supersede the rules of the individuals. And you could look at the society or a civilization as a thing that's guiding the individual humans. So there's a higher level process that's guiding a lower level process. And I think that that's what technology is on human civilization at this point. I think like technology is guiding human civilization, or technological innovation is guiding human civilization to such an extent where the technological system is actually like a higher order above human society, and it's actually imposing an order upon human society at this point.
Yeah, I actually agree. I've talked about this before where like let's start with like something like a shovel. We made a technology to aid our goals, but the shovel never made a prescription. It didn't collect data and say, by the way, Jim Bob, you should dig a ditch this way or don't dig a ditch. But we're getting to the point where the cell phone, which is an extrapolation of the shovel, is now giving prescriptives, like goal-oriented prescriptives based on its ability to crunch data that you can't crunch, that you and I both admit we can't crunch the data that a computer can, that our phone can. And so we're at this weird impasse where the tech that we're creating is not necessarily aiding our goals, but it's now at the point where it can tell us our goals, which is a huge shift. It's subtle from the outset, but it's curating.
It's curating.
It's curating. It is. It's curating.
Yes, like people are going fucking places because they have a car, or because Google Maps tells them like there's places to fucking go. Like it's not just like
the guidance program, like NASA.
Yeah. So it's like the machine is actually telling you where to go, and actually at this point it's a sexual selector because it's deciding who you meet, what kind of social groups are organized. So actually the machine is actually a sexual selector at this point. So I think that.
So how do you know it's lying then? I mean, I think it's lying. I agree with you, but how do you know it's lying?
Well, I just think it's a play on the very term of artifice itself.
Oh, okay.
I think if you look at like, like what I wanted to talk about was the term Aristotle, because Aristotle says like the highest form of like happiness is like a thinking about thinking, and I thought like that's evil. Like thinking about thinking is evil. Like that's actually a self-masturbatory, like a self-masturbatory like state of doom, you know.
Science, internal 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 science.
I'm packed up, ingredients stacked up, my laptop downloaded that military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate, recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster, I mix up high-pulse wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline, add to potassium in a large metal bowl. Heat like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates, cool dry place. I'm strapped up, cross my chest, bomb belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice, hitting back a vice with a £50 price. But the hurt is gone, gonna build a dirty bomb. Use this privilege and education My PhD will free me. Paid off the Ruskies for weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan, Iran, upgraded it. In stage 2 of the plan, rage, a thermonuclear density gauge. Stolen by the Chechens from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a fully radiator. So easy to send the infidels to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is numbing, genius is dumbing down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I'm a legitimate scientist, paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, Don Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent